The Monster of Gotham. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. Kind Grandma. It was midnight. Lizu opened his eyes and saw himself sitting cross-legged on a chair, changing channels with a remote control. He grinned and sat up, awake. Hearing the noise, the other Lizu turned his head and turned up the volume of the TV so that the sound could cover the voices of the two of them. You are not a superhero. It is not like you to rush to the front line. Besides, you are almost there. You will be a complete toy dog in the future and there will be no chance to change back. Lizu said, the first thing I do when I wake up is to teach me a lesson. Lizu pulled his mouth and said, I have to thank you, otherwise I would not wake up. Batman always has a backup plan. Although Lizu does not think of himself as Batman, he has prepared more than one backup plan. When he knew he had to take action, he was already prepared. He put one of his toys in the corner, waiting for the critical moment to appear and take away the powerless self. But this time it was also a bit dangerous. Using the consumption of Superman's body, Lizu only saved a little strength at the last moment, so as not to completely become an ordinary toy and never wake up. What's more, even if Toy Lizu couldn't take him away in the end, he still had other plans, but he might lose his life at that time. I didn't expect Darkseid's hand has reached the earth, Lizu said with a headache. He knew that there were gods in the infinite universe chasing him, so he had to hide in one place for a while and then run away if it didn't work. Like DC's hometown, Lizu really didn't want to escape so quickly, but the new god like Darkseid is just as dangerous. Darkseid, who is stronger than that thing? Lizu has no idea in his mind. Just like when an ant looks up at humans, the gap between a 20-year-old man and a 50-year-old man is impossible to recognize, and even the full picture of itself is difficult to observe and understand. Lizu pulled the necklace on his neck. The toy like Omega-Ray, if you put it on your body, it should be considered a killer. Lizu asked, what will happen after I fall down? You will know in a dream. Toy Lizu pointed to his head. Lizu said, I have slept enough. This time, Toy Lizu answered honestly. Kalibak took Supergirl away. The result was as Lizu expected. Sure enough, Darkseid's target is Supergirl. What does he want Supergirl for? A new god who has conquered countless planets and even countless universes. Does he like to rape women? Although Lizu also admitted that Supergirl is very beautiful, there are many beautiful superheroes in active service. What are you going to do next? Go home first. Lizu grabbed his toy casually, and a big living person instantly turned into a small toy the size of a finger, which was stuffed into his pocket. He pushed open the door and walked downstairs. The people who were drinking in the motel heard the noise, put down their glasses, and looked at him warily. In their eyes, this yellow man was very scary. They had heard the cause and effect from Ham on the hospital bed. Because Ham said that he would put his head into his ass, he really did it, and put Ham's head into his ass. Thinking of Ham, who had a deformed hip and spine, and looked like a monster, in the eyes of everyone, this short and thin man was simply a monster wrapped in human skin. Lizu looked at everyone strangely. He didn't know what happened. Apocalypse Star, the giant with his hands behind his back, his eyes flashed with strange red fierce light. In front of him, at the bottom of the steps, Kalibak knelt on the ground. I failed. I'm willing to accept any punishment, the great dark monarch. You did a good job. Kalibak the giant's voice was filled with tyranny, murderous intent, and strange domineering, and calmness that were difficult to hide, as if you could feel all the emotions in him. However, when you raise your eyes and look directly into his eyes, there will only be one emotion left in your mind. Fear. Kalibak's head was even lower, almost touching the ground. The violent and powerful man who was rampant on Earth was kneeling on the ground at this moment, not daring to move. If people on Earth saw this scene, they would be scared to death. If this person came to Earth, how terrible would it be? The giant's eyes moved away from Kalibak, and Kalibak's body trembled slightly, as if relieved. This Kryptonian, please leave it to me. I will definitely train her to be the best goddess of revenge and the sharpest blade in your hands. An old lady with grey hair volunteered to come out. Hearing her words so confidently, no one present, including the giant himself, refuted, as if in their eyes this was inevitable. Bang, the Supergirl, who was hit by the Omega Ray and closed her eyes tightly, not knowing whether she was alive or dead, had her blue battle suit torn long ago, and the cloth strips just barely wrapped her body. She is in your hands, kind grandma. The giant turned around and prepared to leave, but Kalibak, who was kneeling on the ground, gritted his teeth and raised his head. I'm willing to lead troops to attack the Earth again, and I will definitely give that planet to you. No one can trample on the reputation of Apocalypse. Apocalypse invaded a world, but failed in the end. This is absolutely a huge shame for Apocalypse. The giant stopped, turned his head slightly, and only let his men see his profile and the red eyes. Next time I will take action. Hearing this, everyone, including the kind grandmother and others, lowered their heads. If this person decided to take action himself, the battle would no longer have any suspense, and the planet would be destroyed. After the giant left, the kind grandmother squatted down and looked at the unconscious Supergirl. What a cute child, Grandma. I like cute children. Hearing her muttering to herself, the faces of the others changed slightly, and they all quickened their pace to leave. The kind grandmother hugged the Supergirl and left the meeting hall. As long as they are trained by her kind grandmother, they can maintain absolute loyalty to the Dark Lord. This is also what she is most proud of, except for the incident that happened some time ago. Thinking of this, the kind grandmother's gentle face changed. She will naturally not let this happen again. Earth, the red cloak rushed out of the horizon, tore through the thick clouds, and came to the stratosphere. A yellow beam of light chased and killed, pierced through the thick clouds, and flew past the face of the figure. The one who was almost hit just now was the cyborg Superman. He looked at the person chasing him from below with half of his face solemnly. Annihilator. An unreasonable freak. Until now, the cyborg Superman didn't know how the other party found him. Chapter 350. To the woman who came to the door. The Annihilator, with a mysterious origin, has a Superman-like appearance and excellent combat power, but he does not have the innate abilities of Kryptonians. Rather than saying that he is Superman, it is better to say that he is just a combat weapon in Superman's skin. He relies on his body to fight against energy rays. Looking at the yellow broken lines all over the sky, you can know that he has been caught in a war. The yellow light quickly gathered and shrank. In the end, it became stronger and stronger, and the more it gathered, the bigger it became. A yellow beam of light penetrated the sky, turning the thick clouds into a rotating funnel, and at the tip of the yellow beam of light, the mechanical Superman fell with half of his face in disbelief. The huge mushroom cloud burned and expanded to grow in the sky, and the airwaves that were generated swept across, covering a radius of several kilometers. Whoosh! The wind blew. Lex Luthor's windbreaker was lifted up by the sudden strong wind, making a rustling sound. It's time to end it. He put down the telescope in his hand. There was no answer in his ear. Luthor frowned. Connor, is this your plan? This time there was a response, but Superboy floated to the side of Lex Luthor, but he looked reluctant. Use that machine to lure the Annihilus and let him and the cyborg Superman fight each other to a draw. We should have a better choice. More. Enough. Lex Luthor interrupted Connor's complaint with a cold face. Don't forget who created you, who gave you everything. Hearing this, Connor clenched his fists, but didn't say anything. Lex Luthor said again, go and bring the Annihilus and the cyborg Superman here. It's time to close a net. No matter how reluctant Superboy was, he still flew towards the center of the explosion. A few minutes later, the little guy flew in front of Lex Luthor with two broken Supermen. The Supermen you want are all here. Although Superboy was very unhappy, he still completed Luthor's order seriously. No, Lex Luthor shook his head. There is another Superman, not in my hands. After the new Metropolis War, the first person to be impeached was Lex Luthor. He became the president with the shortest term in office in this country. During his term, not only did Superman clone, but even cyborg Superman and alien invaders appeared. However, Lee Zhu, who defeated the Apocalypse Vanguard in this battle and even blocked the Omega Ray, did not find the person he was looking for. Lex Luthor is not a thief, cyborg Superman is not, and even Apocalypse is not. The toy man who believes in suffering a loss is a blessing, and likes to give toys to others is not happy at this time. His toys can only be given actively, but cannot be robbed. He clearly distinguishes between active and passive. Back in Gotham, no matter how reluctant he is, Lizu once again resumed his peaceful daily life. Shirley's height has been growing wildly recently. She is already more than 160 centimeters tall. She doesn't look like a primary school student. Indeed, she is preparing to enter junior high school. And Lizu also found that Shirley had been hiding from him recently. Puberty? Rebellious period? Lizu shrugged. He was not good at this. Besides, Shirley's significance to him now was not just to be that controlled zombies. In addition to Shirley's recent mood being a little off, Lizu also paid less attention to the toy store. Those who had been hiding in the dark had come out restlessly, and the leisurely daily life of the toy people seemed to be coming to an end. Sitting on a chair in the toy store, Lizu held the ring-shaped space-time gate in one hand, and was looking at it carefully. This space-time gate was different from the one he carried himself. It could accurately travel to many worlds through active coordinate setting. In short, it was the space-time tool that Kingpin used to break the multiverse dimension, and it was an upgraded version of the flash speed force of the Laughing Bat, which could be called the space-time gate. The repaired store door was pushed open, and a woman walked in. Lizu put away the toys, and looked at the person who came. The woman had a tall and fit figure. Although it was early spring, the air was still cold, but she was wearing shorts, revealing two long legs with healthy skin. Her long wavy hair was draped over her shoulders. Lizu stood up and said, "Welcome." It was difficult to find a second store in this city that greeted people so casually. The woman said something that made all the store owners change their faces. "I'm just looking around. Please feel free to look around." Lizu slumped back in his chair, becoming listless. The woman was really just looking around. Her eyes were first attracted by the gals on the shelf. After looking at them for a while, she turned her head to look at the deep divers on the other side. She stood in this weird toy store for most of the day. Finally, she moved her eyes to the bored Lizu and said, "You are indeed a man who can make the Dark Lord lose face. Can these things of yours come alive?" Lizu raised his eyelids and glanced at her. "Although the name of the Dark Lord has not spread on Earth, as long as you are willing to investigate, you can always get clues." It is easier to investigate when Lizu shows his power. Even when his identity was revealed, Lizu's expression did not change. He is now in Gotham City. Don't the Huntress and Batgirl know about his existence? No, of course they know, but they know that it is more appropriate and safer to not provoke the Toyman than to deal with him, and it is better for the city. Unless one day they have a complete action plan that can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. That battle was just the horn of Apocalypse's first fangs. The woman stared at Lizu's face and said, "He will definitely come again." Unfortunately, Lizu's face lacked any expression. He just lay there listlessly and had no intention of responding. Seeing that Lizu did not respond, the woman walked in front of Lizu and slammed the table with both hands. Bang! The things on the table jumped up in unison and then fell heavily again. Lizu's expression finally became a little more energetic. She supported her body with both hands, staring at Lizu, almost looking down at him. "They kidnapped Supergirl. I understand his idea. He will definitely train Supergirl into a goddess of vengeance and let her become the vanguard of the invasion of the Earth. By then, the entire Earth will fall. If the Earth can be conquered by a Supergirl, it should have fallen long ago. They just helped us." Lizu didn't care. He never said that he was a superhero. The burden of rescuing Supergirl should fall on the superheroes. Letting a supercriminal save Supergirl would really be a laughingstock. Chapter 353 Energy Conversion Equation. The Earth has been targeted by Apocalypse, and escaping at this time is the best option. Lizu thought he was afraid of death enough, and he would not fight forward bravely at this time. "Your ability is not perfect." The woman suddenly changed the subject and said, "Although toyization is your powerful weapon, you also need strong mental power and energy to maintain the continuous consumption of toyization. I have the energy conversion equation that Apocalypse has extended and researched from the anti-life equation, which can temporarily fill the gap in your mental and physical energy." Lizu was confused and said, "Energy conversion equation? This is definitely an ability he has never heard of," and the other party swore that this equation can temporarily fill the gap in Lizu's spirit and energy. The gap in physical energy and mental strength has always been the biggest shortcoming limiting toyization. If it can be temporarily filled, it will be enough to make his strength go further. However, whether the other party said it was true or not remains to be discussed. Lizu asked, "Who are you?" "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself." The woman bowed and saluted politely. It seemed that she must have received long-term and arduous training to be able to walk, sit and lie down like this, as clear as thunder. Big Barda, the captain of the Goddess of Vengeance team in Apocalypse. When she mentioned her former identity, the woman's face was full of glory, which was hard to erase. Even though she thought that she escaped from Apocalypse because of the bewitching and framing of the upper class, she also thought that the team she once led was a team to be proud of. Big Barda? Lizu's expression was a little disgusted. Speaking of Big Barda, Lizu knew that there was a story between her and Superman. The two of them had filmed some restricted films together. And in the end, it might be buried deep in Darkseid's collection. Do you know me? Big Barda was surprised by Lizu's attitude, as if the other party knew her, but that look was very offensive. Although the Nemesis team under the Dark Lord is not a special secret battle, its reputation is obviously impossible for people on Earth to hear. Lizu did not deny it, but nodded and said, "I have heard a little about it. In this case, I think before you accept my intention, I need to pay the first bargaining chip." Dabada took out something and handed it to Lizu. Energy conversion equation holding this palm-sized seamless iron box. A sense of enlightenment rose from the bottom of Lizu's heart. It was as if he had understood the law of life and energy operation, and could reach out his fingers to touch and interfere, but the process of interference was not beautiful, and it was not particularly easy for him. Only when you have absolute control of the object can you use this conversion ability. This is a big problem for others, but for Lizu, as long as he toys a creature, he can completely control the other party. Lizu picked up a tyrant toy on the shelf and restored it to normal. This tyrant obviously came from Lizu's second dream. Without the control of the bee, it was in an extremely violent state. As soon as he woke up, he punched Lizu's head. Energy conversion. Lizu raised his palm and touched the tyrant. At that moment, the tyrant touched by Lizu's palm withered instantly, turned into a dead branch, and his strong body shrank visibly with the naked eye. His leather windbreaker became fat and even slid to the ground. Without the restriction of the straitjacket, the fully liberated tyrant should have released a strong fighting power and recovery ability, but in front of Lizu, the tyrant could only die slowly and finally fell to the ground. Became a real corpse. On the other side, after absorbing the energy of the tyrant, Lizu subconsciously closed his eyes. After closing his eyes, he could clearly sense that there was a ball of energy floating in his mind. Focusing on this ball of energy, he could observe that the energy was shrinking and evaporating at a visible speed. There was no need for any action, and the energy would soon disappear on its own. Before the energy completely disappeared, Lizu began to intentionally guide it. Almost all the toys in the toy store were connected to him. This bond no longer required physical contact. As long as they were within range, they could be transformed with his mind. The energy was drawn and poured into the Gal toys on the shelf. The ugly Gal toys shook violently and then jumped off the shelf. At first, the sound of the plastic toy snap sounded when it landed, but after the Gal's body twisted a few times, its body quickly grew larger, and the plastic hands and feet had turned into flesh. A living Gal. It was not Lizu's own energy that sustained the Gal's actions, but the energy group that was converted and stored in his mind. Lizu tried to control the Gal's actions, just as he had sacrificed his own body energy before. It was easy. However, after activating the Gal, the energy group shrank faster. 5 minutes later, the Gal fell to the ground and turned into a small toy again. The energy contained in a tyrant's body can only support the Gal's actions for 5 minutes. A huge waste of conversion and utilization, but even so, Lizu was still very satisfied. He looked at Big Barda and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Big Barda said, "Take the initiative to attack Apocalypse. We must get Supergirl back." At the same time, in another place in Gotham, the Huntress cave. In it, the Huntress in a purple battlesuit was sitting with Batgirl. "Coffee, Miss Barbara." The old butler Alfred brought a cup of hot coffee and placed it in front of Batgirl. Batgirl held up the coffee cup and said, "Afu, my favorite is the coffee you make. This must be the biggest motivation for me to come here. Thank you very much for your compliment." The old butler did not stay for too long. After bowing, he turned around and left. The two women sat in front of the computer, and the air was a little stagnant. Batgirl did not drink the coffee. She put down the cup and asked, "Big Bada, can it succeed?" Even if her face was covered by the bat mask, just by listening to the voice, you can still feel the sadness behind the Batgirl mask. "We need the power of Toyman," said the Huntress. "Only he can achieve our goal with minimal sacrifice." Batgirl was still worried. "Are you sure he will help us?" The Huntress said confidently, "He will. I believe he will not refuse the things I brought from Earth too." Chapter 354 Secret Invasion. Apocalypse is a huge planet filled with rolling red, existing alone in the void of space and dimension. Here, there are thick clouds stained with blood. The thick and heavy clouds are like solid rocks, pressing down low, almost brushing people's heads. The air is filled with a faint bloody smell that is not obvious, but cannot be ignored. War is like a roar, pulling the nerves, making the creatures standing on this land fall into frenzy. On the flat ground of Apocalypse, teams of armored demons are holding their heads high to complete their tasks. They hold the latest weapons from Apocalypse in their hands. Under the appearance of strange-shaped guns, they are powerful ground-to-air weapons that can easily blow up a flying machine with a single pull of the trigger. Walking across the flat ground of the square, the Demon Patrol team paused for a moment in front of the statue of Darkseid standing with his hands behind his back, then turned around, patrolled in the opposite direction, and left. This planet is always filled with oppression, suffocation, and sticky air that is sticky, but can also supply the needs of living things. Except for the huge palace, where the Dark Lord is located, other places on Apocalypse cannot be built to meet the standard of being able to participate in interstellar battles. 2 months after Apocalypse launched its first tentative invasion of the Earth through the mechanical Superman, the Blue Mountains are located in the north-south direction of the palace, where the Dark Lord is located. Just outside the mountains is the base camp of the Goddess of Vengeance. In the air, a violent sound wave suddenly pierced the air, and the door made of the circular sound wave opened, and several people fell out of it. They fell down in all directions, smashed into the woods, and rolled and scattered. Ha 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 ha. A long laugh. Ha 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 woo. The sound of laughter was covered, as if something blocked the mouth. The sonic boom door in the sky was completely closed. "Oh, let me go." The Harley Quinn, wearing a clown outfit, a red nose, and clown makeup, struggled. The female hunter in a dark purple battlesuit, the eye mask covered the features of her delicate and three-dimensional upper face. Huntress was covering Harley's mouth with her left hand and tightening her neck with her right hand. Seeing Harley struggling fiercely, Huntress let go. "We are sneaking in secretly this time. Keep your voice down." "Got it." Harley nodded reluctantly and indeed stopped laughing. Behind the two, a black shadow passed by, and it was Batgirl Barbara Gordon, the new Dark Knight of Gotham City, who spread her wings. She cut the rope and landed lightly on the ground. Batgirl said, "According to the plan." The three women lowered their waists and walked through the grass and trees, gradually passing through the Blue Mountains and heading towards the nearby village. On the other side, the sonic boom appeared again, and 2 people fell out of the air. Lizu, and the former captain of the Nemesis team. She had put on the armor of the new gods, with a pair of long legs in combat boots, standing in front of Lizu, looking at the huge palace not far away. "I'm back again. Don't forget that we sneaked in secretly." Lizu rubbed his head, walked to Dabada, and stood side by side with the former Goddess of Vengeance. At the same time, he saw the statue of Darkseid in the distance. The giant with his hands behind his back was far more shocking and terrifying than what he saw in the comics. Thinking of this, Lizu couldn't help but doubt himself. Wasn't it too risky to agree to the one-day tour of Apocalypse so hastily? Lizu reached out and gently touched the red necklace on his neck. The necklace seemed to come alive. He let go of his hand, and at the same time, retracted his gaze to the distance. The throbbing energy in the necklace also gathered and shrank instantly. Then act according to the plan. The plan was simple, and that was the case in the areas that Lizu and Abada were responsible for. They did not hide their bodies, and walked on the road of Apocalypse. The two walked side by side and did not regard the people on this planet as opponents at all. The captain of a patrol team of Apocalypse was the first to discover Lizu and the others. The Apocalypse warrior in armor rushed over. He was more noble than the demons patrolling the sky. He was a native of this planet and was called the New Gods. Big Barda. The captain pointed his sword at the former captain of the Goddess of Vengeance. There was a faint blush on his gray skin, as if he was angry. Big Barda looked at the person who came and recognized his identity, but his tone was quite disdainful. It's you betrayed the great Dark Monarch. Today I will hold your head and pay homage to Darkseid. The captain's long sword came vertically, and the blade scraped, and Big Barda's hair swayed slightly. Big Barda turned his right foot and changed his body suddenly. He dodged the sword, but 2 strands of hair were cut off by the sword and flew away with the wind. The strike failed, and the captain flicked his wrist, but the hilt of the sword had already hammered into Big Barda's chest. As a new god, their battle ritual is absolutely top-notch. Big Barda took another step back, avoiding the blow from the hilt. At the same time, he raised his right hand and grabbed the captain's wrist. After controlling the hand that was attacking with the sword, he slowly clenched the 5 slender fingers of his other hand into a fist. Finally, he punched the captain in the face with such force that from the side, the captain's entire face was sunken by the punch. The captain's head suddenly tilted back, and his neck was pulled, and his whole body fell backward, but his other hand was held in Big Barda's hand, so this backward tilt not only failed, but was pulled back by Big Barda. Then, Big Barda punched down again, hitting the captain's sunken face. Boom. The sound was very loud, and the captain broke free from Big Barda's grip, broke through the deep pit, and fell into the ground. In just a moment, thousands of demons gathered overhead, like locusts, the basic armies of Apocalypse. After determining the approximate positions of Lizu and Abada, the 2 invaders, they flapped their wings and swooped down. The sky darkened, as if the thick red sky had collapsed. Not only did the air become thicker and heavier, but there was also a gust of wind pressure that hit him head on. Lizu took a step forward. He grinned. The aura of the lava, an uncontrollable smile that was born from the bottom of his heart, centered on Lizu, swept out in an instant, and the emotions of all creatures were stirred at that moment. Lizu laughed. Ha 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 ha. And the people around him all started laughing uncontrollably, and because of the laughter, they all froze in place, unable to move. Among them were the demons. The demons, who had no emotions and fed on fear, actually learned to laugh out loud at this moment. This was the first time that Lizu used the power of the laughter aura. Compared to the influencers who could convey their own emotions, the ability of the laugher could not be suppressed or influenced. Laughter was the most essential ability. Compared to the influencer aura, the laugher was not only simpler, but also more free and easy to use. Lizu took a half step forward and looked into the eyes of the demon-like creature that was stuck in the air by the laugher's aura. He reached out and touched the demon-like creature's head. At that moment, the demon-like creature disappeared out of thin air, shrank, and disappeared from this world. In Lizu's hand, there was a toy that looked like a demon-like creature. It's a little bigger than a fingernail. Lizu felt the increase in energy in his body and felt a little regretful. Absorbing and transforming 100 demon-like creatures might not necessarily bestow or revive an ordinary human being. This was the waste and difference between energy and transformation. However, there should never be a shortage of this thing here. Lizu raised his head and looked at the demon-like creatures in the sky, who were still laughing. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This was the time to laugh. On Apocalypse, he could kill to his heart's content, provided that he would not disturb that person. Lizu opened his hands with 5 fingers, and the energy of the energy ball in his mind was fully infused into his legs. Lizu's legs instantly changed into the thick legs of hate. With a boom on the ground was trampled and cracked. Lizu had turned into a humanoid cannonball and bombarded the group of demons. He pressed down the head of a demon with his left hand, and at that moment, he drained the energy in its body. In the process of transformation, except for the energy spent on turning into toys, the remaining accumulated energy was still only the size of a fingernail. And his right hand was also unceremonious, and he tapped in an instant. when Lizu's body broke through the demons that covered the sky and sun and fell heavily on the ground and pressed out 2 huge footprints. The sky was already crackling like rain. Countless demon toys fell. These demons all became ordinary toys, unable to wake up again unless Lizu was willing to spend a greater price to wake them up. Lizu's legs swelled, shrank, and changed back again. The aura ability of the laughing man also stopped at this moment. At the same time, the energy ball in Lizu's body was already the size of a basketball. Not enough. Lizu turned his head and looked at the demons in the sky. The demon army also discovered Lizu and the damage he caused. The wings of the demons vibrated in batches and slowly turned their heads to aim at Lizu. Lizu's body shook and there was no change in his appearance, but he took a deep breath. His cheeks bulged and then he exhaled heavily. A powerful and terrifying cold air swept out, instantly submerging the overwhelming demon army. The people caught by his frozen breath turned into ice in an instant, turning into a huge ice wall that almost connected to the sky. Lizu pressed the ice wall with one hand. Instant transformation. 5 minutes later, the ice wall shattered, and tens of thousands of demons in the ice wall turned into plastic toys, crackling and falling all over the ground, like raindrops, covering the ground densely. Lizu closed his eyes and felt the energy growing in his body, as big as a water tank. He suddenly opened his eyes and roared. Kryptonian. It was that lion-like violent monster, Kalibak. Compared to the roar, Kalibak's fist was not slower at all. In the blink of an eye, it had hit Lizu in front of him and tried to blow his head with a punch. Lizu did not choose to take it without authorization, but used the body skills of gunfighting and acrobatics to dodge. At the same time, his left hand pulled the necklace hanging on his neck through his wrist and gently loosened his fingers. The red string-like necklace hung on Kalibak's wrist. What the hell? Kalibak subconsciously felt that something was wrong. This toy on Earth actually gave him the idea that it was not his territory and he had to be cautious in everything. Lizu's eyes widened and suddenly restored the red line to its original appearance. Omega Ray. Red energy wrapped around Kalibak's body. After Lizu activated the Omega Ray had already penetrated into Kalibak's body. The heart of the violent lion was instantly filled with fear. This is Omega Ray. How is it possible? Kalibak looked at Lizu in disbelief. The toy thrown by Lizu actually changed its appearance in an instant and became one of the most terrifying forces on this planet. What happened next was no longer a suspense. Kalibak was unable to control the injuries caused by the Omega Ray. The pain was getting worse and there was no sign of stopping. In just 2 breaths, Kalibak, who was known as the strongest general under Darkseid on Apocalypse, was already dying. After another 4 or 5 seconds, Kalibak had completely stopped breathing and his chest no longer rose and fell. Now the noise is big enough. Lizu stood on the ground. Kalibak, the powerful general of this planet, had fallen to the ground at this time, lost his soul, and died here. I'm worried about them. Big Barda looked in the distance, where the Nemesis team was. Under the Blue Mountains, 5 kilometers away from the dense forest, 3 women in strange costumes quietly approached the training camp. Hey. Ha. The women's training camp was very narrow. An old lady was staring at the others with a dead look on her face, and then she would look at who failed. As long as they failed, she would immediately swing the long whip in her hand. Even if they were new gods, they would be torn apart by a whip. Harley Quinn exclaimed, "It's Supergirl." The smiling Supergirl who exuded a fresh and lovely breath in the past has disappeared. Her golden hair has turned grey and black, and she is wearing a deep V training suit, showing off her beautiful figure. The evil-looking Supergirl should be said to be no longer a Supergirl, but a new nemesis. Kara. The old lady came forward, and when she swept her eyes, the other members of the Nemesis team would shiver at the same time. This woman, who is honored as the kind grandma, is unforgettable on Apocalypse, because she once raised a dog for Darkseid, and claimed that the dog would only obey Darkseid's orders. Darkseid's first order was to let the dog bite the kind grandma. The dog was really obedient and almost bit the kind grandma. At this time, the kind grandma looked at the goddess of vengeance Kara with a smile. This is her latest work, and will be the most perfect gift for Darkseid. I have registered for the driver's license test for 3 years, and it is about to expire. so I have to squeeze out time to start learning from the second subject. It is also because of these reasons that the update is very lame. When I can relax a little, I will update 10,000 a day for 30 consecutive days. I will record it first. Chapter 355, The Demonic Army vs the Zombie Toy Army. Kara turned to look at the kind grandmother with a cold face. Even though this was her trainer, for Kara at this moment, there was only one person she needed to be loyal to, Darkseid. If Darkseid asked her to break the kind grandmother's head, she would definitely do it. The kind grandmother also looked at Kara with her eyes, paused for a long time, and then nodded. Very good, follow me. Outside the training camp, Huntress, Batgirl, and Harley Quinn waited quietly until more than 10 minutes later. When they were sure that there were no other people, the three of them nodded and started to move. The purple cloak fluttered, and Huntress rolled forward. The small crossbow was raised with her arm, and the bowstring vibrated gently. The arrow pierced the back of the neck of the goddess of vengeance who was concentrating on training. The other party's body softened and fell backwards, but Batgirl had already rushed out, gently hugged the goddess of vengeance from behind, and quietly dragged the unconscious goddess of vengeance away quickly. The two cooperated perfectly, and each time they only attacked the last member of the Nemesis, so the implementation of this plan was far beyond everyone's imagination. The number of Nemesis present suddenly decreased. Swoosh, another arrow was shot out, aiming at the Nemesis wielding a huge axe in her hand, but unexpectedly, the opponent was swinging the axe in her hand, and the arrow was swept away by the axe, and a ding sound was made that was so weak that it was almost inaudible. The Nemesis holding the axe was stunned, and turned her head to look back. Bang! A baseball bat with metal barbs swung, and hit her face. Even with the physique of the new Protoss, it is impossible to withstand the iron spike baseball bat with a small rocket at the tailor's thrust acceleration. On the spot, the nosebleed fell to the ground. The sudden situation made the other Nemesis who were training on the scene react. Someone had entered their training camp, and none of them had noticed it yet. Looking back, they found that more than half of their companions were lying not far away, piled together like garbage. Harley Quinn was leaning on a metal baseball bat with one hand, her left hand on her waist, looking up and laughing. Ha 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 ha. Does anyone want to taste the power of the birds of prey? The Furies looked at each other and picked up their weapons. As the Furies team directly under Darkseid, they have the strongest honor on this planet, and this honor means that they must never let go of the crazy woman in front of them. Harley Quinn, who was very domineering and mocking just now, screamed and ran away in fear when facing the new gods rushing towards her. Help. The last two Furies heard Harley Quinn's call for help, subconsciously slowed down their speed, and wanted to find someone in the dark, but unfortunately there was no one around in silence. Don't forget, this training camp is not big, it is impossible to hide successfully. But just when the two relaxed their vigilance, and were about to kill Harley Quinn again, two rapid sounds of breaking through the air suddenly came from the air. Bang, bang. The first sound was the sound of a heavy fist hitting the back of the head. The second sound was a violent explosion, and two blood marks flowed from the ears of the fallen goddess of vengeance. Behind the two people, the air twisted, and two figures appeared out of thin air. It was the Huntress and Batgirl. How is the latest optical invisibility of Wayne Enterprises? She turned to look at Batgirl. Batgirl nodded. It works very well. Help, help, there is still one here. Harley Quinn had been chased to the end of the road. Huntress and Batgirl looked at each other, and they both raised their hands to press their belts, and turned the optical invisibility switch. The air twisted again, like the twist reflected by the steam of boiling water. If you don't observe carefully, you will never find it. The two disappeared, and beside Harley Quinn, the goddesses of vengeance were beaten away one by one. Explosions, arrows, adhesives, ropes, everything. The moment Harley Quinn was rescued, she swung her baseball bat and knocked the goddess of vengeance, who was the first to rush towards her and stop her from escaping, to the ground with a stick. The metal iron spike hit her face, breaking her nose and blurring her flesh and blood. She enjoyed it so much that she even laughed wildly. Blood splashed on her left face, like stars and spots, covering half of her face, which looked particularly terrifying. Bang, the iron baseball bat hit the ground, and Harley Quinn exhaled. Ha, the birds of prey, you did a great job. Huntress and Batgirl did not respond. They did not intend to acknowledge the so-called birds of prey. They are just the reserve army of the goddess of vengeance, Huntress said, according to the information given by Big Barda. As long as the goddess of vengeance here is dealt with, no one else will come in a short time. We must take Kara away during this period of time. When talking about taking Supergirl away, Huntress looked at Harley Quinn. Their goal was indeed to save their good friend Supergirl, but the goal of the Toyman was not clear. When the Toyman decided to take the initiative with Big Barda to become a meat target, to attract the attention of Apocalypse, Huntress began to doubt. Although they took the initiative to find the Toyman, because they all knew that when facing the desperate army of demons on Apocalypse, only the Toyman's toy army could resist a little. Perhaps, these doubts were inherited from Batman. Lizu's eyes moved away from the fallen body of the lion. The warrior of Apocalypse died under the Omega rays. But he also knew that this was just the beginning. The sky had become completely gloomy. Looking up, the sky and clouds were completely invisible. It was pitch black, and the light was completely blocked by the crazy flapping wings. It seems that our plan is wrong. Big Barda gritted her teeth. Such a large number of demon-like troops also made her a little scared. There is no creature in this world that can ignore tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of demon-like creatures. At this moment, these monsters are her enemies. Lizu shook his head. No, this is part of the plan. A wooden box fell from the sky and hit Lizu's feet, which made Big Barda stunned. She really didn't notice it. Lizu kicked the box over, and countless toys poured out of it, like a flood bursting a dam. Facing countless demons overhead, Lizu took a step forward and walked to the side of the former captain of the Goddess of Vengeance team, saying, "Do you know when the Toyman is the most terrifying?" Dabada looked at the toys pouring out of the box and had a guess in his mind, but he was still a little unsure and said, "When using the toys." Lizu did not answer because as Dabada's voice fell, the toys on the ground struggled to get up. The first one to get up was Alika. It swung its long red tongue, but its target was immediately locked on Lizu and pounced on him, but Lizu casually threw out 6 small toys, boom, hitting the ground, and 6 tyrants wearing black leather windbreakers, like a wall, protected Lizu and Abada. The tyrant stretched out his hand to grab the long tongue of the liquor and suddenly pulled it out. The liquor was pulled uncontrollably by the tongue and flew over. The tyrant punched the oncoming liquor, and the punch was so powerful that the liquor flew backwards and the tongue broke. Lizu felt the rapid loss of energy in his body. It was very slow from nothing to something, but it was as easy as flowing water from something to nothing. In a few breaths, the energy that he had previously absorbed from the demon army had been wasted. Lizu's eyes naturally fell on the seriously injured and dying demons. The demons that had lost their ability to resist were simply natural energy carriers. The 6 tyrants beside Lizu were always protecting him motionlessly. These tyrants were toys he transformed, and they were consuming energy every moment. The advantage was that they were controllable compared to the tens of thousands of zombies. A small area of Apocalypse Star had turned into a battlefield. The pungent smell of blood covered the small area, but this was destined to be a battlefield without screams. Demons were monsters that fed on fear. They had no independent consciousness and would not cry or scream because of fear. As for zombies, it was even more so. In the battlefield, except for the sound of claws scratching the body, it was actually quiet and cold. Big Barda stood under the protection of 6 tyrants, staring at the scene in front of her in amazement. She was once a member of Apocalypse, so she knew very well how terrifying the demons were. But today she saw another monster that was more terrifying than the demon army. Big Barda turned her head and looked at Lizu. Of course, she had heard of the name of the Toyman and even knew more about the Toyman than some superheroes on Earth. After all, the war nearly a year ago attracted a lot of people's attention. Green Lantern, Yellow Lantern, Speed Force, Kryptonian, and even the power of the God of War has appeared. The gathering of so many powers destined the Earth to become the focus of the Earth at that time. The power displayed by the Toyman in that battle was more inclined to his own power rather than the ability of toyization. No one would think that a person who controlled a small plastic gadget could have such a terrifying battle roll in front of him. He appeared alone and was able to fight against the demon army of Apocalypse in a short time. This was not ordinary and terrifying. On the battlefield, the battle continued enthusiastically. 12 demons swooped down from the sky and attacked a tyrant who had already torn his straitjacket. The tyrant's fighting power increased greatly after being completely liberated. With just a slight wave of its claws, the flying demons were easily cut and scattered into pieces of meat that fell to the ground. This small group of demons launched a surprise attack from the rear. In the chaos of the battle, they were able to achieve extraordinary success. The tyrant was slaughtering the demons in front of him and did not notice the sudden attack from behind, so he was knocked off balance. The demons attacked almost suicidal, and each dive was done with all their strength. The 12 demons finally knocked the tyrant over after hitting themselves in a bloody mess. At the moment, when the tyrant fell sideways, more demons swooped down from the sky and wrapped the tyrant into a large sphere with a diameter of 3 meters. A few minutes later, the large sphere dispersed. The tyrant had been torn into pieces, but next to the tyrant's body, there were corpses on the ground, with hundreds of demons. A fighting method of injuring 1000 of oneself and killing 800 enemies. We should retreat, Big Barda said to Lizu. In the current situation, although the zombie army is also fearless and even has less weaknesses than the demons, special troops such as tyrants and lickers can fight against hundreds of them. But they can't make up for the gap of hundreds of times in numbers. More demons are flying in the air, looking down at the pitiful number of zombies on the ground. There are more demons rushing towards this side. Every second they delay, they will face more terrible existences of apocalypse. After all, the real horror of this planet is not the demon army, but the new god, Darkseid. Numbers do play a vital role when the forces are evenly matched, but in the face of absolute power, numbers are just a joke. No one will doubt how strong Darkseid is, just as no one has ever seen Darkseid take action. His enemies can't even resist the Omega Ray. Thinking of this, Big Barda's eyes are a bit weird, because she also knew very well that in the previous battle on Earth, it was the Earthlings in front of her who actually resisted Darkseid's Omega Ray, even though most of the power of that ray hit Supergirl. And in order to have a complete Supergirl, Darkseid deliberately restrained most of his power. And the Omega Ray that hit Lizu in the end was only 1/10 of its power. In any case, Lizu did resist the Omega Ray, and just now he killed the lion with the Omega Ray. Now, the battle has just begun. Lizu shook his head, as if the army of demons in front of him was like air in his eyes. What is the most terrifying ability of zombies? Fearless of death. Not afraid of pain? Desperate in number? No, none of them. The most terrifying thing about zombies is their ability to infect. In the horrified eyes of Big Barda, those demons that had not yet been torn into pieces actually struggled to get up one by one. They looked like zombies under Lizu. They consciously integrated into the zombie army and pounced on their former comrades in arms. Chapter 356, Facing Darkseid. The number of Apocalypse army is indeed terrifying. It almost knocked down the entire atmosphere from the top of the head, and people almost stopped the ability of their heart and lungs to function. The physiological fear will overcome the courage of reason. But the zombie army, which is getting braver and more numerous, is more terrifying than this. If you look down from outside Apocalypse, you will see a dark dense cloud wrapped in it, and the blood red arrows tear the dense cloud apart. The war without Raws and Raws continues. On the other side, Huntress, Batgirl and Harley Quinn also met the kind grandmother and the goddess of vengeance, Kara, who followed her. The war happened too quickly, and the kind grandmother didn't even have time to receive the information. She just looked at the three women with a loving smile. She said, "A natural goddess of vengeance. I believe that the great Darkseid will be very happy to have you join us." The Huntress raised the crossbow in her hand, and the arrow pointed at Kara first, and then pointed at the kind grandmother's head. "None of us will stay." "No, dear, of course you will." The kind grandmother looked at Kara. "Go, welcome your new friend." Kara's eyelids slightly raised, and her cold eyes stared at the three people in front of her. With a flick of her black cloak, her figure disappeared from the sight of the three people. Her fist first smashed down at the Huntress. The Huntress leaned back, and her fist narrowly brushed her body and hit the ground, creating a huge deep pit. This was just the starting action of the attack. After a punch missed, Kara whipped her kick to the Batgirl beside her. Batgirl crossed her arms in front of her, and with a click, Batgirl was kicked back like a cannonball. Her back tore through the sound waves and disappeared from sight in an instant. Swoosh, the arrow brushed Kara's face. Kara raised her hand and easily caught the arrow. Ahahahaha. Crazy laughter, accompanied by the roar of the hyena. The wind bit Kara's neck sharply. She retreated half a step. Her right hand blocked in front of her. A big mouthful of sharp teeth bit Kara's arm. So hard woo the hyena like Harley Quinn whined. She actually retained the physical changes brought by the mutation source. Kara threw her hand, and the hyena Harley Quinn was thrown out of control and fell to the ground, and could no longer move. In front of the Kryptonian, all small calculations are meaningless, and absolute power will break everything. Bang! Kara's knees softened, and she fell to the ground half kneeling. She turned her head and spread out the arrow in her palm. Under the huge power of the Kryptonian, the lead wrapped around the arrow was crushed, revealing the green kryptonite inside. We have made full preparations to take you back. The person who spoke was not the huntress, but heavy footsteps came from a distance. It was a figure wearing heavy armor. The fully armed Batgirl. The huntress turned sideways and stood side by side with the approaching Mecha Batgirl. She glanced at Batgirl and said, "It seems that the equipment he made at that time is just right for you." Batgirl gently turned the mechanical helmet, and a creaking sound of mechanical operation was heard. She said, "Thanks to the toy man for helping me. Without him, this thing can't be stuffed into my pocket." Kara, who was affected by kryptonite, immediately dropped the arrow in her hand, but Batgirl's legs powered armor bounced up and punched down with great force. Kara, who was in a state of disorder, was knocked away by a punch. This power armor was once called the anti-Superman Bat armor. The armor on the back of Batgirl's hand bounced off, revealing a piece of green light inside. "I'm covered in kryptonite." The kind grandmother on the side changed her face. Just as she was about to come over to help, the arrow shot over and prevented her from taking the next step. The female hunter walked towards the kind grandmother step by step, holding a crossbow in one hand. "Your opponent is me. This is Apocalypse." The kind grandmother's expression recovered quickly, as if the change in her expression just now was just an illusion. The kind grandmother smiled and asked, "Do you think those low-level things can be regarded as the goddess of vengeance? Even if she is not Darkseid, as the teacher of the Goddess of Vengeance team, the kind grandmother can certainly command the Goddess of Vengeance team to come to reinforce. 3 Earth women are not a big deal." The female hunter said calmly, "The real Goddess of Vengeance team? I'm afraid they have other things to do now." The kind grandmother also happened to receive a message at this time. Her face changed drastically and stared at the female hunter. "You started a war against Apocalypse?" The female hunter was stunned. "Start a war? If they really have this ability, why do they sneak into Apocalypse? Or?" The female hunter suddenly jumped out of a candidate in her mind uncontrollably. There is only one person among them who can start an aggressive war, the toy man. But another thought that she dared not think about, but had to think about, arose. How many toys did he prepare? A small part of the zombies in the urban area of Raccoon City. This is the largest load of Lizu. Not only the maximum number that can be stuffed into his prop box, but also the maximum number of units that can be awakened after he uses his own energy. At first glance, Lizu's toy zombies are at a low level in terms of quantity and combat effectiveness. But as the battle continues, the disparity in numbers between the toy army and Apocalypse Star is not irreparable. There is even a tendency to overtake and suppress Apocalypse Star. On the battlefield, in an inconspicuous corner, a demon-like being bitten by a licker and its wings pulled off, and its left arm was broken, looking very miserable. Its neck was even broken by the tyrant's slap, and its head turned back strangely, 180 degrees. Its body was lying on the battlefield, and zombies kept stepping on its body. Its chest was crushed, and its heart had already turned into meat paste under its feet. Whether it is Darkseid or the Grim Reaper, they can pat their chests and say that the demon in front of them has absolutely no possibility of resurrection. But, just 10 minutes later, the demon that was trampled on by all the monsters present as garbage suddenly trembled, and it slowly climbed up from the ground, but it had more zombie biological characteristics, and its body was more twisted and sluggish, but it was still fine after its chest was stepped on. It showed the strong vitality of zombies. The demon, after being transformed into a zombie, can't fly. Its body is twisted everywhere, and its movements are extremely slow, just like an old man who staggers forward without a cane. But don't be deceived by its fragile appearance. At this moment, another demon fell from the sky, but the licker stretched out his tongue and pierced its wings. It fell from the sky and the demon that had turned into a zombie arrived. The zombie that was still slow the moment before suddenly became violent and flew towards its former companion. The staggering figure disappeared in an instant, as if a cheetah roared out, being pressed under the zombie demon, looking at the hideous and festering teeth in its mouth. Even the demon, who was not afraid of this psychological quality, began to struggle violently. However, the zombie demon bit down, and the struggle gradually stopped. As mentioned before, the demon that turned into a zombie has no consciousness and only has the biological instinct left, eating. After biting its former companion to death, the zombie demon did not continue to eat with relish, but got up and headed towards the next target. Not long after it got up, the demon whose body was bitten to pieces got up with difficulty and staggered to keep up with the zombie demon's pace. If we say that among the zombies, the most attractive one is naturally Lizu. He is a piece of delicious fat meat that all zombies cannot ignore. It was just that there were tyrants guarding Lizu. The aura emitted by the tyrants would make this group of zombies who only followed their instincts actively avoid them. However, the newly transformed demon-like zombie did not care about these. At this time, it had no other instincts except the instinct to eat, including the instinct to avoid the tyrant. With staggering steps, it walked in front of the tyrant, trying to bypass the tyrant and pounced directly on Lizu's neck. However, the tyrant would not watch it succeed. The big hand wrapped in black leather gloves reached out, pinched the demon-like head, and easily lifted it up like pulling onions in dry land. The tyrant turned around, took a step forward, and happened to put the zombie demon-like in front of Lizu. The demon-like zombie saw that the meat was right in front of it, and instinct prompted it to stretch out its hands and grab Lizu. However, Lizu was a little faster. He reached out and gently touched the body of the demon-like zombie. In an instant, the body of the demon-like zombie shrank and turned into a plastic toy that looked very poorly made, like a cheap toy on a street stall. Lizu waved his hand, and the tyrant casually threw the demon-like zombie toy onto the battlefield. Coincidentally, a big foot stepped over at this moment, and the huge black soul completely covered the toy. After the soul was lifted away, only the broken toy body was left. Next to the broken plastic toy remains, countless old plastics had already piled up. Lizu suddenly raised his head, and a series of beautiful figures cut through the sky, like burning hot arrows, easily tearing apart the formations of the demon-like army and the zombie toy army on the battlefield. They stood in front of Lizu and Abada. It's the goddess of vengeance team. Abada looked serious. She didn't want to be an enemy with the friend who had fought side by side with her. Lizu asked, "What suggestions do you have? Take the initiative and kill them all." Abada's suggestion made Lizu stunned. He had never seen such a straightforward and decisive person. "Okay, if you say so." Lizu smiled slightly, lowered his waist slightly, and kept his body leaning forward like a cheetah catching prey, as if he was preparing to attack. The Nemesis team belongs to Darkseid, and they also claim to be loyal to Darkseid. The overall combat effectiveness can be seen from Big Barda. They are very strong. As a new Protoss, they have obvious advantages. They have the ability to crush other races in battle, especially when fighting against humans on Earth. They have a natural advantage. Hey. Lizu stomped his right foot on the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball. Even Big Barda, who had been staying beside Lizu, was frightened by Lizu's sudden action. When he rushed to the Nemesis team in the sky, the Nemesis immediately prepared to counterattack. However, Lizu, who had already exploded with the combat power of a Kryptonian, completely crushed these Nemesis in terms of strength. His fist instantly brushed past the head of a Nemesis. As the blood mist exploded, he turned around and kicked down with a side whip kick, killing 2 people in an instant. Another fist was thrown, and another person was taken away. The Goddess of Vengeance team, which had just appeared in all their glory, was like a bunch of chickens and dogs in front of Lizu. Most of them were wiped out in an instant. Just as Lizu turned his eyes again and prepared to attack, a red lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. The red lightning was very strange. It actually fell straight down in the air, but when it was about to get close to the ground, it kept a speed balanced with the slope of the ground and quickly moved towards Lizu. The demons along the way were all dodged by the red lightning, and the zombies were hit one by one, turning into scattered red meat and spreading on the ground, bringing new blood to this planet. The red lightning killed Lizu in an instant. Omega Ray. Feeling the destructive power of the red lightning that could turn as if it had life, Lizu's hair on the surface of his body almost stood up. Although he had taken on the Omega Ray before, the Omega Ray he saw at that time was completely different from the Omega Ray in front of him. Lizu's eyes quickly lit up red, and magma seemed to surge in his eye sockets. The heat rays blasted out and collided with the Omega Rays. The moment the two powerful ray abilities collided, a terrifying energy fluctuation and explosion occurred. But after the explosion, a figure flew backwards and fell to the ground. It was Lizu. A terrifying wound appeared on his chest. He lost the battle with the Omega Rays just now. Big Barda rushed to Lizu's side and helped him stand up. Lizu coughed twice, looked up at the sky, and said silently in his heart, "It's finally here. Yes, it's finally here." The legendary Darkseid, the Dark Lord, the New God, the Lord of Apocalypse. Countless titles all show the strength of his true strength. The giant with grey skin and red eyes, with his hands behind his back, smashed down from the sky, very fast, like a Danfeng missile, smashed on the ground, and produced a strong and terrible wind and waves. Lizu squinted his eyes, and listened to the voice that he hadn't thought of for a long time. The degree of world exploration has increased. Darkseid also looked at Lizu. This was the first time that Lizu met the super boss of this universe face to face. The King of Gotham City's underground was face to face with the ultimate boss of the DC universe. Before the other party could speak, Lizu took the lead and said, "Let's take Kara away, otherwise Apocalypse will become a zombie country." He believed that Darkseid knew the cause and effect, and knew how troublesome all this would be. Darkseid was surprisingly easy to talk to. He just looked at Lizu deeply and turned away. The demon-like army also obediently withdrew. Chapter 357 Uncle Dan. Happy cooperation. Darkseid turned and left very decisively. Would he be a good person to talk to? As a dictatorial tyrant and the absolute god of Apocalypse, Darkseid not only does not listen to soft words, but also does not listen to threats. He will only act according to his own will. But this time, facing the zombies that almost swept across the entire apocalypse, he had to compromise. Continue to fight and create death, which will catalyze new zombies, and Darkseid himself will never allow this to happen. As for whether there are deeper reasons in the meaning of Darkseid's last deep look, no one can know, and I'm afraid Lizu himself is not clear. On the surface of Apocalypse, the battle continues. The zombie army is still roaring silently. Every time they move, they will break free of part of their flesh, revealing deformed and twisted skeletons and shriveled internal organs. For the zombies, the battle is not over. With the help of Dabada, Lizu barely stood firm while holding his chest. He was also puzzled by Darkseid's departure. After all, in his own advance preparation, he had already explained the aftermath of this trip to Apocalypse. It shouldn't be so simple. It seems that there is someone in the dark, quietly influencing all of this. But soon Lizu put all of this behind his mind. He took a deep breath, looked at the zombie army that gathered towards him because they lost their target, and said, "It's time to collect the principal." A small number of zombies that had been turned into toys suddenly became stiff in the first time and shrank in an instant, turning into toys. But more of them turned their heads and looked at the only two living creatures present, Lizu and Big Barda, after losing the demon-like army as their opponent. Big Barda looked at the terrifying sea of corpses, his scalp tingling, and asked, "Can you stop these things?" Lizu shook his head, "Of course not. He can only control toys, but not zombies. However, although the toy man can't control it, there are people who can." Lizu broke free from Big Barda's support and took 2 steps forward, but his body began to change rapidly. His body became shorter, and his short black hair became longer and turned light golden. The black windbreaker also quickly changed into a cute little skirt for girls. A cute little girl with freckles and light golden hair wearing a plaid skirt appeared in the original place and replaced Lizu's position. The host of the G-Virus, Shirley Birkin. The Shirley that Lizu transformed into still maintained the appearance in the world of Resident Evil, only 10 years old, with a confused and scared face. Looking at the zombie tide that was pouring in like a dam bursting, she slowly raised her right hand, and in an instant, half of the zombies twitched and stood still. B is sometimes called B-Man. As a command tower, it can control zombies, but when the brain controls zombies, the zombie's instinctive consciousness will also be transmitted back, so the final destination of B is to become a zombie. After Shirley was transformed into B, she naturally also had a strong ability to fight zombies, but facing the huge number of zombies in front of her, a terrible team that was completely developed by the zombies that Lizu brought out from the second dream, B's control power was not so absolute. 2 seconds later, her nose began to bleed. But only a small part of the zombies stopped, and more zombies in the back struggled, overthrowing and trampling the zombies in front of them, ruthlessly trampling their companions into mud, and trying their best to get closer to the two. The toy tyrant, that had been controlled by Lizu, because Lizu's mind was divided into too many parts, he could not distract himself to control the tyrant, so the tyrant stood there like a pillar, motionless. A zombie had already pounced on Lizu, and a sharp light flashed. Dabada flicked his wrist, and the short stick in his hand hit the zombie's head, just like a baseball bat hitting the zombie's head, and the zombie's head that pounced on Lizu exploded immediately. However, this was only the first zombie, and there were thousands, tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000 zombies behind. The former captain of the Goddess of Vengeance, looking at the funeral army beyond the limit of her vision, could only subconsciously tighten the short stick in her hand to prevent it from slipping out of her hand due to excessive hand sweat. In the field, it was as if a strong wind suddenly blew up. The zombies that were staggering suddenly opened their legs and rushed in frantically. There were zombies everywhere. Big Badder could kill a zombie with each blow, but he couldn't fight continuously. Another cane blew up the heads of 2 zombies. Big Badder retreated half a step back, narrowing his circle of action, protecting Lizu within the radius of his arms, so that he could continue to rescue. Standing in place like an iron pillar, the motionless tyrant was instantly overwhelmed by the zombies. The strong body, that might not be killed by a rocket launcher, was easily torn apart by the zombies. The 1,000-mile dam was destroyed by an anthole. The dense claws swayed left and right, forming a wall. The purple nails were only half a meter away from Big Badder and the others. The short cane was already a bit clumsy to parry left and right. Even if the claws scratched Big Badder's armor, the hard armor was not damaged at all, but the nails of the owner of the claws flew. The impact only caused her body to shake slightly, but when the number was too large, this attack could not be ignored, not to mention the most terrifying infection ability of the zombies, which fluttered in the air as the flesh and blood exploded. Big Badder was forced to face Shirley back to back, and stand close together. The blood on the short stick was like a lubricant, trying to break free from Big Badder's hand at all times. Tick-tock, the blonde girl's nosebleed had not stopped yet. The air suddenly stagnated. Shirley raised her head and grinned very much like Lizu. The zombies that were murderous just now suddenly fell to the ground one by one, and as they fell to the ground, their bodies quickly turned into plastic. Some of their hands and feet turned into plastic, and some of them simply turned their heads into plastic. When they fell to the ground, their heads were smashed to pieces. With Lizu as the center, the zombies quickly fell outward, and streams of energy that were invisible to the naked eye left the corpses and hit Lizu. The energy ball in Lizu's body expanded rapidly. Soon, the energy ball was the size of a basketball court. The energy continued to pour in, and soon it was the size of a whole stadium. 5 stadiums, 10. It was like a spherical community floating in Lizu's body. Shirley Birkin turned around, and her body grew taller. In that instant, her hair shortened and turned black. Her short skirt turned into a black dress. The freckles on her face faded, but the dark circles under her eyes quickly appeared and hung on her eye sockets. In the blink of an eye, she turned back into Lizu. The transformation between the 2 sides was several times faster than before. It was difficult for anyone to find that he first turned himself into a toy and then changed his form. The battle seemed like a dream. The surface of Apocalypse was scattered all over the ground. Lizu, standing in the plastic and flesh, his windbreaker swayed gently, and he looked calmly at the statue of Darkseid in the distance. Looking over the shoulders of the tall statue, he saw the huge palace in the distance and the terrifying black cloud composed of demons hovering in the sky above the palace. At the gate of the palace, Darkseid returned with his hands behind his back. For Apocalypse, I asked to take the initiative, to kill the arrogant invaders. The one who spoke was Steppenwolf, who was half kneeling on the ground with a huge axe in his hand, and the whole person exuded a strong and wild atmosphere. Darkseid glanced at Steppenwolf calmly, and everyone present could feel Steppenwolf's body tremble violently. That was fear. Steppenwolf lowered his head. He didn't understand what he said wrong, but the fear was real. The whereabouts of the kind grandmother are unknown, and Kalibak was also killed by the invaders. Okay, this matter ends here. Darkseid easily rejected the proposal of his men to counterattack, and walked towards the palace with his hands behind his back. The men looked at each other, but no one dared to say another word of nonsense, so they could only shake their heads and leave. The first time Darkseid entered the palace, a harsh and 3-point crazy laughter came into his ears. As expected of Darkseid, Darkseid looked up and saw a man sitting lazily on his throne with his legs crossed and his upper body hidden in the shadows. Omega rays flashed in his eyes, and the red rays turned and changed direction automatically in the air, as if they had life, and finally hit the figure sitting on the throne. The Omega rays that can wipe out all life, even if it is just a small ray, are enough to send any creature to hell. However, the eyes of the figure sitting on the throne also flashed red, and the Omega rays that burst out were also Darkseid's ability. The two Omega rays collided, but strangely disappeared silently. Only strange fluctuations remained in the air. Darkseid snorted coldly, and did not continue to attack. He just mocked, "It's just a poor toy. I'm so scared, so scared." It's really Darkseid. The voice did not sound so panicked, but full of teasing. It was not until the red light in Darkseid's eyes flashed again, that the other party stopped his harsh and unpleasant laughter. Of course it's a disgusting toy. Who made me a toy man? As Darkseid walked forward, the shadow covering the man on the throne slowly withdrew, and finally his whole face was revealed. He was wearing a green suit, a meticulously groomed back hair, and yellow leather shoes. He sat lazily on Darkseid's throne. "Lizu." Darkseid looked at Lizu on the throne and said, "I promised you to let him go." "Thank you." Lizu sat up straight, sat down and bowed casually. His action made the red light of the Omega ray in Darkseid's eyes flicker. But for some reason, Darkseid did not continue to attack, but said, "I can help you deal with him directly. There is a big gap between him and you. This is not something you need to worry about." Lizu on the throne jumped up, twisted his arm, and said, "His opponent will be me in the end." "Well, but not now. I also have a mission. I didn't expect you to be afraid of him." Darkseid was quite disdainful. "You two are the same kind of people, only bugs who can play with vulgar toys." Lizu jumped down from the throne and jumped to Darkseid's side. His short figure barely reached the position below Darkseid's chest. He looked up at him and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Dad, I will never procrastinate on what I promised you." Happy cooperation after that. Lizu swaggered out of the palace. Darkseid looked at Lizu, who was leaving, his eyes flickering, but he didn't move, as if he was quietly thinking about something. Earth, in the air, sound waves exploded, blasting circles of sonic booms. Several figures fell from the sonic boom and hit the ground. Lizu turned over and got up, brushing off the dust stuck on his body. Big Barda was like an iron pillar, hitting him beside him, and his body did not shake. He was indeed a new god. A few seconds later, 4 more figures fell from the sky. Batgirl, who was wearing a full body of power armor, carried the unconscious Supergirl, and fell to the ground like a solid bomb, with her knee slightly bent, and a big hole was instantly blown out of the ground. Huntress then fell nimbly, half kneeling and hitting the ground. Instead, Harley Quinn fell to the ground with her body tilted, screaming ouch, and quickly got up again, running towards Lizu quickly. She still kept her hyena head, like a pet dog, swiping her tongue wildly on Lizu's face, leaving a large piece of water stain. Lizu pressed Harley Quinn's dog head with one hand, barely holding her down, and looked at Huntress and Batgirl with half-drooped eyelids. "Everyone, our cooperation is over. Don't contact each other when you are free. Can you change back?" Lizu turned his head and asked Harley Quinn, who had turned into a hyena. Harley Quinn shook her head, and her skull bones moved and twisted visibly, and finally restored her delicate face with clown makeup. "Go home." Lizu turned around and left with Harley Quinn, but Harley Quinn was still reluctant to leave. She stretched out her hand and shouted, "Sisters, remember to email me next time the Birds of Prey team takes action." Lizu gained a lot from this operation. First of all, he saw Darkseid and explored the unknown of this world. Although he only got a new coin, if he reached 100% and opened the third dream of the DC world, he would no longer have a portable zombie factory. Instead, he would have a superhero assembly line factory. Secondly, the large-scale energy absorption on Apocalypse allowed a huge energy ball of the size of a small community to be stored in his body. This energy gave him the confidence to toys the Omega Ray, which would also become the strongest toy in his hands. Did they go to Apocalypse just to save Supergirl? Lizu asked Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn joined this rescue operation, in addition to the strong request of her own will to be responsible for surveillance. Harley Quinn thought for a moment, then shook her head vigorously, her hair brushing against Lizu's face, causing him to sneeze several times. On the other side, Huntress and Batgirl watched Lizu leave, and only after his figure completely disappeared did they look at Big Barda. The former goddess of vengeance has chosen to join the Birds of Prey. Although neither of them wants to acknowledge the existence of the Birds of Prey, Big Barda's power is indeed what they need. Huntress asked, "What did he do on Apocalypse?" Because they were too far away, they had no idea how much trouble Big Barda and Lizu had caused. He summoned a terrifying army of toys, and all the creatures that were killed will quickly resurrect and become a member of the army. When mentioning the scene she saw at that time again, Big Barda's face was still not good. Even if Darkseid can capture the god of death alive and forcibly control life and death, it is beyond imagination to involve tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people like Lizu. Huntress and Batgirl looked at each other and didn't say much, but continued to ask, "Other than that, he just wanted to help us save Supergirl?" Big Barda nodded. "We were soon discovered by the people of Apocalypse and fought until the end. The two people who cooperated with each other did not trust each other from the beginning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 358 Birthday Gift. Gotham City, Earth. Located in the downtown area of this city, in a toy store with people coming and going. Spring outing. The excited shout passed through the glass door of the store, which was said to be bulletproof and soundproof, and spread to the street, making the passers-by turn their heads and look strangely. In the toy store, Lizu was placing the demon-like toys on the toy shelves. The toy store, which was already full of gloom and oppressive environment, was even more gloomy and terrifying at this time. The zombies, lickers, tyrants, and even demons on the shelves all exuded a strange atmosphere that made people tremble. But there was a small figure who was completely unaffected. He was holding a box of toys and helping Lizu to stock up for free. The shout just now came from his mouth. Lizu looked at the excited Lightning Boy and said helplessly, "It's not a spring outing, just a simple dinner, a family barbecue. That's a spring outing." Lightning Boy had a very confusing obsession with the word spring outing. Shirley walked past Lizu and said, "Do you want to invite Yo-Yo?" She once lived with Harley Quinn for a while. They had two different personalities, one hot and one cold, but they lived very well together. "Of course, you can invite anyone. Can I too, store manager?" Kid Flash looked at Lizu expectantly. It really wouldn't feel good to have a little kid staring at him lovingly, so Lizu had to nod for the time being. "Yes, of course." Bang! The box full of toys suddenly fell to the ground, and Kid Flash had already turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared on the spot. Shirley happened to look at Lizu at this time. Lizu had to wave his hand and said, "You go too." Lizu was the only one left in the toy store. He looked at the rather empty shelves of the toy store, then looked at the boxes of toys ready to be put on the shelves, and stretched his waist. He took 2 steps back, parallel to the tyrant shelf, then reached out and gently pinched the head of a tyrant toy, and gently threw it on the ground. The toy drew an arc in the air, and with a boom, it fell to the ground, transforming into a strong and burly terrifying soul chaser. The mass-produced tyrant, with a fierce look and a burly figure, walked with heavy steps to the box full of toys, slowly bent down, picked up a box, and looked very skillful, picked up a toy, and placed it on the shelf. Lizu nodded with great satisfaction, but looking at the remaining boxes on the ground, he reached out and picked up a toy on the shelf and threw it out. Another tyrant fell to the ground, and like the one just now, he picked up a large box obediently and started to stock up. Looking at the tiny consumption of energy stored in his body, Lizu was very satisfied. Should I find a way to kill a planet in the future? A terrible idea suddenly arose in his mind. Ding-ling-ling, the glass door was pushed open, and the wind chimes hanging behind the door swayed, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The person who came was a woman. She first looked at the 2 tyrants who were stocking the goods in confusion, and her face turned pale with fear. Even though the tyrants were wearing windbreakers and completely hiding their terrifying body parts under the windbreakers and gloves, the oppression brought by their appearance was still something that ordinary people dared not look at directly. Hello. After seeing Lizu, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a normal person. I heard that this toy store is very strange. The woman first carefully turned her head to look at the tyrants, then quickly scanned the shelves on both sides, and finally looked at Lizu. I want to buy toys. The prices are all on the shelves. There are no discounts in this store for the time being. Lizu had no intention of entertaining guests at all. He sat on the chair with his body half turned, squinting his eyes, and preparing to rest. With the tyrants here, ordinary petty thieves could not rob this store. When creatures that can threaten the tyrants appear, Lizu will be useless. The woman shook her head, as if she had mustered up her courage, and said, I want to buy a special toy. Special, a little bit. Lizu opened his eyes, looked at the woman with a somewhat embarrassed expression, and suddenly realized, and pointed to the west, the unmanned store is over there. No. The woman's face turned a little red. She shook her head and said, I want to give my good friend a birthday present. She suddenly stared at Lizu with her eyes and said, I heard that your toy store can make toys of life, and even be exactly the same as real people, and can replace people, right, Mr. Toyman? Interesting. Lizu has never concealed his identity, but after all, he is not as rampant as those Gotham weirdos before, so this also makes him quite mysterious in the circle of ordinary citizens. At this time, someone came to the door by name, which is what Lizu found interesting. The second interesting point is that the woman's actions are not simple. She wants to use toys to replace someone. However, Lizu found that he had no reason to refuse. He just asked, what toys do you want? The smile on the woman's face suddenly became strange. I want to give her a toy that is exactly the same as her own. Is that so? Lizu completely ignored the terrifying aura emanating from the other party and nodded his head in sudden realization, saying, then bring her here. He never refused a business, not to mention that there was no reason to drive away people who took the initiative to come to his door. The strange smile on the woman's face disappeared, and she hurriedly ran out. Her back looked a little survived a disaster, a feeling of relief, a little anxious and happy, and a little bit of undetectable murderous intent. The other party did not let Lizu wait too long. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening, when the sun was setting in the sky, a ladies' car stopped at the door of the toy store. 2 women got out of the car, holding hands intimately. The woman in the lead was the woman who had just arrived not long ago. The woman next to him had curly hair and looked like she was of Latin descent. Her black hair and swan neck made her look much more elegant. Although the woman next to him was also good looking, she was far inferior in temperament. As the first time she had entered such a magical toy store and seen a human with a strange appearance like the tyrant, the woman had been stunned for a long time. She didn't wake up until her companion pulled her. Mr. Store Manager, the woman pulled her friend and walked in front of Lizu, saying, I want a perfect identical toy for my dear Julia Shelley. Then, the woman said to her friend Julia Shelley, "This store is very magical. You will know when the time comes. Customized toys." Julia looked at Lizu curiously. She didn't understand how magical the strange Asian man in front of her was, but the toys in this store were indeed as magical as her friend said. Every toy on the shelf seemed to be alive. There seemed to be some kind of human-like rotten flesh left between the teeth of the toy named Gal. What surprised Julia even more was that the tyrant on the shelf and the employee who was working in black leather jackets looked exactly the same. Yes, custom toys. Just trust me. The woman did not think of explaining the details to Julia, but just urged Lizu to measure Julia's data. Okay. Lizu simply glanced at Julia and said, "Come and get it before dark." The woman was surprised. Is it done? In her opinion, there should be many more detailed steps, even if the man in front of him is a toy man from Gotham. Lizu was too lazy to turn his eyelids and nodded. Okay, let's go. Even though it was only a few hours before dark, Lizu still ordered her to leave. The woman had a strange smell on her, which made his not so sensitive nose twitch unconsciously. The woman did not dare to continue to question Lizu. Since she already knew Lizu's identity, she certainly did not have the courage to continue to ask. Doing a deal with the king of Gotham's underground crime could cost her life. Julia Shelley was still confused when she was taken away by her friend. In the evening, a flash of lightning passed by. In front of it, a black shadow swung on a rope and sometimes spread out its glider, shuttling smoothly between high-rise buildings, and successfully controlled the young lightning firmly behind it. Until near the old city, the flash behind him suddenly waved his hand. No more running, no more running. The black figure half crouched next to the gargoyle, a unique building in the old city, looking at the small figure running below with his knees supported. These two people are the two superheroes of Gotham City, Batgirl and Flash Boy. Since the inexplicable chase began, the two of them have almost never stopped chasing, but as time went on, Flash Boy found that he could never catch up with Batgirl. Batgirl looked at Kid Flash, as if she wanted to see through his mask and see his hidden expression. "Why, you gave up so early today? I have something to discuss with you." Kid Flash rolled his eyes. "I have a good friend who will go on a spring outing on the weekend. He welcomes anyone to join, so I want to find you to join." But Batgirl said, "Spring outing? I'm busy dealing with the inside and outside of Gotham City every day, and I don't have time to go out and play. Not to mention, dating a little kid." Her words instantly stimulated Kid Flash's nerves. "What date? I just want to find a few more people and make it more lively." "Okay, I'll consider it," Batgirl said indifferently. "Okay, we'll contact each other then." Kid Flash's figure disappeared, leaving only Batgirl. Soon, Batgirl also received the news, and her figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Western restaurant, the ultimate environment with elegant music playing. Bright silver knives and forks were placed on both sides of the plate, and the open red wine had already brewed a strong aroma in the crystal clear wine glass. The waiter came to the table with the cake that had been prepared long ago. "Happy birthday to you, Julia." Clap, clap, clap. The guests who were eating around also applauded politely. Everyone looked at the beautiful woman with a swan neck. Today was the day she was born. "Thank you, Dale." Julia interlaced her fingers and pressed them against her forehead. She didn't know what wish she was making, but her expression looked very sincere. 2 minutes later, at Dale's smile, Julia gently blew out the candles. The cake was not big. The two women who needed to maintain their figure only tasted the creamy dessert slightly. They raised the red wine glasses in their hands and clinked them lightly. "By the way, Julia," Dale seemed to suddenly remember, and she took out the toy from her backpack. "This is a toy we customized together this afternoon. I hope you like it as a gift." The toy was in a transparent glass box, which looked like a crystal coffin. But the palm-sized Julia inside was lifelike, not only in appearance, but also in sleeping posture. Looking closely, it seemed as if the chest of this little toy was slightly rising and falling, as if it was sleeping. "Thank you, I like this gift very much." Julia put the gift away solemnly, and then Julia took out a slightly smaller gift box from her small bag. The box was not transparent. "Thank you for always being with me, Dale. This is a gift from me to you." I hope we will always be good friends in the future." Julia's smile was very sweet, and she winked playfully. "Don't peek at the gift." "Got it." Dale didn't take the gift too seriously. The two continued to chat and eat until it got dark, then they paid the bill. "See you tomorrow, dear." Dale waved goodbye to Julia at the door. As she watched Julia drive away, Dale's smile slowly darkened. "I hope that, when I see you tomorrow, you will still be you." Julia drove back home and happily placed the toy that Dale gave her in the most conspicuous place in the living room. However, looking at the outer packaging, that looked like a glass coffin, she still felt uncomfortable and took her toy out of it. A little man who looked exactly like herself, staring carefully. It seemed that the toy's eyelashes were trembling slightly. Alive. But when Julia studied it carefully, she found that the toy was just a toy, but this toy was more exquisite than all the other toys she had seen before. Julia pushed open the door and walked into the bathroom. She wanted to take a shower and prepare to rest. But just as she pushed open the bathroom door, the toy on the table suddenly sat up. The head turned a few times, jumped to the ground, and quickly turned into Julia. Unfortunately, no one noticed this scene. On the other side, Dale returned home. She sat heavily on the sofa and laughed. From now on, there will be no Julia. She opened her bag and took out the gift from Julia. Although she didn't care, Dale slowly opened the gift box, and what came into view was a smaller version of herself. At that moment, Dale's back was soaked with cold sweat. Time went back to more than an hour ago. Julia found an excuse to leave and returned to the toy store alone. Looking at the manager Lizu, who was lying there lazily, she said, "I want to give Dale a gift, so I will make it look like her. When she sees it with her own eyes, she will be very happy." Dale stared at the toy in her hand, and the toy seemed to blink suddenly. Then, Dale realized that her hand was empty, but the toy had already pounced in front of her face. Murderous. Thank you book friend 201801212124106665 for the 1000 starting coins reward. Chapter 359. Tragic Black Adam, Part 1. The next day, Julia was wearing a white spring outfit and carefully selected white sports shoes. She drove to the downstairs of Dale's house. The sound of the car horn sounded a little sharp, shouting that the sun was already shining on the buttocks of those who stayed in bed. I'm coming. A few minutes later, a hurried figure ran downstairs. "It's rare to see you late." Julia looked at her friend with some surprise. Dale just smiled and said, "I was delayed for a long time last night because of something. By the way, I like the gift you gave me yesterday." Julia's eyes smiled into crescents when she heard it. "I have to thank you. The toys you gave me are so exquisite. By the way, how did you find that magical toy store?" "It happened to be recommended by a friend. It happened to be your birthday yesterday, so I wanted to try it." The car door was closed, and the car drove away in the laughter and conversation of the two. On the other side, Lizu drove to the agreed location, the suburbs of Gotham City, not far from the manor where hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets in the last Zeus incident. He pressed the headset with one hand and nodded from time to time. "It's not the Penguin, nor is it Lex Luthor. It seems that someone's hands are always dishonest." Click. The car door opened. The Flash boy, Wally West, frowned and stared at him with a large box of ingredients. "Manager, come and help move things." With that, Wally turned and left. Lizu took off the headset, opened his fingers, and the plastic fell to the ground. The communication equipment just now had become a plastic toy. Here, Shirley and Wally had already moved most of it just now. "You are not the Flash boy, can't you move it all at once?" Lizu took down the brand new grill, leaned his shoulder against the car door, pressed the back door hard, and closed it with a bang. Gulp, gulp. Wally West drank 2 mouthfuls of water, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and then said, "Today is a picnic, a spring picnic. We should enjoy it, and not use our abilities." Shirley on the side didn't say anything, but judging from her expression, she probably agreed with this statement. Of course. Lizu set up the grill, but because the two gave up the plan of using the tyrant to grill meat, the liquor to skewer meat, and the gal to grill, the two little guys were very happy to grill. Another car drove over. The car stopped on the side of the road. "Drive an Aston Martin to grill." Lizu raised his eyebrows. He could own hundreds or thousands of luxury cars in an instant, but he had never had such a cool way of appearance as the one in front of him. Do you want to try it next time? He was a little tempted. The car door opened. It was Helena Wayne in casual clothes. Helena Wayne? Wally West looked at the person in surprise. This precocious kid certainly knew the other person. There was probably no one in Gotham who didn't know the Wayne family by heart. The door on the other side of the car opened, and the person who came out had red hair. Wally was stunned at first, but when he saw the red hair and the look in the other person's eyes, he reacted instantly. Batgirl. He quickly covered his mouth. Batgirl's identity was a secret. Even though the store manager had known her identity for a long time, Wally was not ready to reveal her identity himself. Hi, see you again. Helena walked in front of Lizu and gently stroked her hair, sweeping out a burst of hair fragrance. Lizu turned around and glared at Kid Flash. These two people should not appear on the invitation list. Kid Flash's neck shrank. He had guessed why Helena Wayne came here. It must be Batgirl who brought her here, but he really didn't know that Batgirl actually knew someone from the Wayne family. And from what Helena Wayne said just now, it seemed that she had known the store manager for a long time. Since the store manager knew her, it was very likely that Helena Wayne was not brought here by him. Thinking of this, Wally quickly turned his head to look at Lizu, wanting to say that it had nothing to do with him, but suddenly heard a powerful roar. Boom. Buzz. The throttle engine roared, and a motorcycle with bright red and blue flashing colors, with neon lights and the sun behind it, sped from the end of the road. When it approached Helena Wayne's luxury car, there was a rough brakes sound. Squeak. The motorcycle rubbed white smoke, rolled up dust, and braked sharply to the side of the road. The two people sitting in the car swayed. The wind from the car was very strong. I smell it. I smell it. Harley jumped off the motorcycle and shouted in surprise, there are meat skewers, sausages, and chocolate cookies. Isn't it a picnic? Why bring snacks? The woman sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle had long red hair, poison ivy. Her eyes looked at Lizu at the first time. The two people's eyes met and nodded gently. Oh, Wally looked at Lizu on the left, then turned his head to the right to look at Poison Ivy, and made a long strange sound, with a twisted expression, as if hinting at something. Pa. Barbara patted Waller's head very straightforwardly. Get ready to cook. This slap also made Waller's guesses disappear. I'm only 11 years old. Wally felt wronged, but he still obediently went to thread the skewers, and the scene was quiet for a while. Harley also recognized the two, but she didn't want to say anything on this occasion. Toyman, Harley, Poison Ivy, Kid Flash, Huntress, Batgirl, these few people who can represent the black and white worlds in Gotham City, unexpectedly sat together in such a weird way, and had a barbecue dinner. If those righteous people saw it, they would definitely shout and put Huntress and Batgirl into the evil camp, or some vicious criminals saw this scene and yelled that Toyman and them had been whitewashed and rebelled to the disgusting justice side. It's just that not many people know their true faces. The biggest news at the scene might be that Helena Wayne actually participated in the picnic, but this alone was not even enough to be published in the tabloids, and it was not even as eye-catching as the news that the Penguin brought his South African black-skinned model girlfriend to the dance after recovering. If we don't talk about doing evil or saving the world, they didn't feel much disobedience when they sat together to eat. Delicious. Waller's mouth was full. He held the barbecue in his left hand and a bucket of drinks in his right hand. Suddenly, Wally caught a glimpse of a blue figure passing through the sky, and as if he had determined where he and the others were, he changed direction and fell towards them at a high speed. The other party fell very fast, but when he was about to touch the ground at a height of 50 centimeters, his body stopped falling. After pausing for 2 or 3 seconds, the other party's pair of red boots slowly stepped on the lawn, and the wind fell with the red cloak, gently brushing his cheeks. Supergirl. Wally stared at Supergirl blankly, then looked at Batgirl in confusion. If anyone present was the most likely to find Supergirl, it must be Batgirl. After all, the others were just ordinary people. Supergirl said directly to Lizu, "Thank you for coming back this time, and thank you for that time too." What? The store manager actually knows Supergirl, and Supergirl came to thank her specially. It sounds like this is not the first time. Wally West felt his worldview collapse. Why did this lazy and bloodshot store manager know Supergirl? Even help Supergirl? Was it a birthday present for Supergirl on her birthday? Let's eat together. Lizu turned around without caring, but still asked. Thank you. Supergirl came over. Her uniform fell to the ground, and the momentum she exuded was impossible to ignore. Wally West, who thought he was a superhero, could clearly hear his heartbeat speeding up because the person in front of him was Supergirl. Supergirl suddenly stopped, looked at Wally, and said, Flash boy, I heard that you run very fast. Maybe we can have a race sometime. Of course. He stood up straight and blushed. Wally didn't know why he blushed, but looking at Supergirl's profile and the S on her chest, he couldn't help but get excited. This extraordinary dinner has become even more extraordinary at this time. Thunder is flowing over New York. The rumbling thunder starts from the sky above the Statue of Liberty and spreads to the edge of the west side. Thomas Elliot put his hands in his windbreaker pockets and looked up quietly. A figure can be vaguely seen in the clouds. He said, that crazy woman failed. I knew she would lose. Now it seems good to be on that person's toy shelf. Behind Elliot, a man in a windbreaker stood in the shadows. His voice was a little low. We must return to Gotham and correct his mistakes. He is lucky to have you as his apprentice. Thomas Elliot turned his head and looked at the man in the shadows. I will correct everything, including him, Elliot said. Before that, we need a pioneer. However, when he turned his attention back, the man in the shadows had disappeared. Crack! The thunder struck down and hit the lamppost next to Thomas Elliot. The high temperature caused the lamppost to melt and bend instantly. The thunder fell densely like raindrops, and the surrounding cars were detonated one after another by the thunder. The hot air wave rolled up Thomas's windbreaker and burned his face. The yellow arc flashed, and a strong man in black clothes appeared in front of him. Lightning flashed in the other's eyes, and the thunder symbol on his chest was emitting a terrifying aura all the time. Black Adam. He was the reason why Lizu sent Thomas to New York to unseal him and release him. Thomas racked his brains, but couldn't guess the specific reason, and he also found that he was in an extremely unequal position with Lizu, not in terms of position or strength, but in terms of information. Just like he could hide his identity and play with Batgirl, Huntress, Harley Quinn and others in the palm of his hand, Lizu also knew more information than him, which led to Lizu's decision, which would only make Thomas look confused and clueless, but he couldn't guess his intention, so naturally he couldn't fight back or trip him up. Thomas spoke calmly, how about it, can you listen to me now? He didn't mind angering the furious god in front of him when completing Lizu's task, so as to bring more trouble to Lizu. Say my boss wants to see you. He's in Gotham City, if you want to find him. Boom. Black Adam has already rushed into the sky, and with him, the thick clouds and thunder that rolled back and shrank like a funnel disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sky cleared up. Thomas put his hands on the pergola, looked at the clear sky, and said to himself, it seems that it's time to go back to Gotham. The spring outing was very relaxing. The atmosphere became lively because Superboy, who drank too much carbonated beverage, took the initiative to apply for a race to Supergirl. Superboy changed into his battle suit and hastily posed for a run. Supergirl was even more hasty. She hugged her shoulders and stood there. Harley Quinn shouted excitedly, start. With a flash of lightning and a gust of wind, the two had disappeared from everyone's sight. The next moment, the lightning flashed, and a red after image appeared. Superboy was already holding his knees and breathing heavily. Who's faster? Harley Quinn asked anxiously, but she really didn't see anything. Supergirl Kara said to the frustrated Wally, you are still young. The implication was that Supergirl would win. The result was as expected by everyone. Although Superboy was fast now, he was still far behind the adult Kryptonian. Wally was not discouraged. Being able to compete with Supergirl was like a successful star chaser. He had completely forgotten what he had said to Lizu before, saying that he must not use supernatural powers to do things. He barbecued and handed drinks by himself, providing a one-stop service. Boom! A bolt from the blue. The dark clouds in the sky gathered quickly, blocking the sunlight, and it was cloudy. Is it going to rain? I haven't had enough fun yet. Harley raised her head unhappily. but except for her, everyone else raised their heads with a very solemn expression. This sudden change in the weather was definitely not a natural evolution of nature. Boom. Thunder struck from the sky, aiming at the center of the picnic, but at the moment the thunder struck, Supergirl had already rushed up, her eyes shooting out hot red rays, and the energy of the two sides collided, causing an explosion in the air. "Who are you?" Supergirl looked at the other person warily. From the thunder emanating from the other person's body, she could subconsciously feel that her iron body might not be of much use. "He is Black Adam." Helena Wayne stood up and said, "A madman who has made people nervous in New York recently. I heard that he escaped from the museum." Black Adam looked at Helena unexpectedly. Even though Supergirl stopped him just now, he didn't even look at her. He asked, "Is this Gotham?" The person being questioned naturally became Helena Wayne. "Right. That's right." Black Adam's mouth twitched slightly. "This city is about to be destroyed." Chapter 360 Tragic Black Adam, Part 2. What did you say? Whether it was superheroes or villains, the crowd was excited. One thing they couldn't stand was that someone said they wanted to destroy the city. No one present understood why a mysterious and strange man suddenly fell from the sky and the other party threatened to destroy Gotham. On the contrary, as the culprit in the search for Black Adam, Lizu rubbed his head and thought to himself, "It's bad. Since I met Uncle Dan, Black Adam's role has become unimportant, and I have forgotten him. It would be good if Black Adam woke up when he was useful." Now Lizu hopes that Black Adam will continue to sleep in the museum. At the beginning, he suddenly decided to let Silence look for Black Adam. He might have taken advantage of Silence's unwillingness and whipped him to find Black Adam as soon as possible and then deal with himself. Black Adam obviously didn't have the consciousness of being a tool man, and no one knew what he was thinking in his head that had been sleeping for thousands of years. But the thunder had torn through the thick clouds above his head like a thunder dragon, sticking his head out and looking directly at the people below. The dark clouds covered most of the suburbs of Gotham City. The thunder dragon roared and transformed into a solid pillar of lightning, which suddenly smashed down from the top of his head. The speed of the lightning was so fast that few people present could resist it. Supergirl was the first to be hit by the magic lightning, fell to the ground, and rolled out for an unknown distance. Kid Flash reacted extremely quickly. When the speed reached the extreme, it could also be understood that everything around him was slowing down to near stillness. He controlled the speed force and took the lightning with lightning to take Batgirl away from the center of the thunder. In the slow motion world, Batgirl's weight was also reduced to the minimum. He easily carried Batgirl away, then turned back and pushed Harley Quinn away. When he pulled Poison Ivy away again, the thunder had already pressed down on the top of his head, and Kid Flash could no longer rush into the thunder to save Lizu and Shirley. The thunder roared loudly, and he and Supergirl could only watch Lizu and the other person being swallowed by the thunder. The ground was charred, and the overflowing electric snakes crawled and covered a radius of hundreds of meters. The electric light drove the lightning boy to retreat and avoid being hit by lightning. The lightning of the speed force and the lightning of magic are two systems. When the lightning dissipated and the strong light disappeared, a huge bone shield appeared in the original place, covered with flesh and blood and meridians. However, a large part of the flesh and blood and meridians on the bone shield were burned black by the thunder, and only weak arcs of electricity crawled up and down. Behind the bone shield were Lizu and Shirley. Facing this level of attack, he could use a variety of toys, or dodge, or resist it, but he didn't expect that Shirley's arms would change at the critical moment and grow half of the shield on each side. When the arms were closed, it became a unique shield. Shirley loosened her hands, and the shield split into two halves, automatically shrinking and returning to Shirley's arms. It has this effect? Lizu looked at Shirley in surprise. How come Shirley is getting closer and closer to the original form of the killer? Although the G-Virus can indeed change a person's appearance and even evolve, it definitely doesn't have such a strong effect. Shirley swung her hands, and her claws were like sharp long knives unsheathed. In the sky, Black Adam, who didn't hurt anyone with a thunderbolt, was already roaring. His eyes were filled with divine light, and he pressed down with both hands. The terrifying pressure came again. It was still Thunderbolt, but before the Thunderbolt condensed successfully, there was a figure that was faster. The blue figure wrapped in a red cloak bombarded Black Adam like a human missile. This human missile was naturally supernatural. She simply hit Black Adam's chin with an uppercut. Before he could react, Black Adam raised his head and screamed as he flew backwards towards the atmosphere. It just seemed that Supergirl hated this outsider who disturbed the party. Supergirl actually kept accelerating. She tore through the sound barrier and surpassed the sound barrier several times, even dozens of times. She easily caught up with Black Adam, who was still rising, and punched him again, forcibly changing the direction of Black Adam's flight. Lizu looked up and clearly saw Black Adam rubbing against the air at high speed and catching fire. He suddenly caught a glimpse of a black shadow rushing into the sky. It was Batgirl wearing the anti-Superman batsuit. With her full power output, Black Adam, who was just about to recover, was suddenly in a situation where two fists could not fight four hands. In the midst of the random punches, the Huntress also rushed up with a bow and arrow. Lizu looked at Black Adam, who was beaten to the ground, and silently sympathized with him. Supergirl, Batgirl, and Huntress, these three women can give many people a headache, not to mention Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, who are eyeing them covetously. This is definitely the best lineup Gotham can come up with so far. Black Adam's luck is very bad. He was beaten up just after a few minutes of shining appearance, and there is also a woman who restrains him tightly. It is the Huntress. You are not the first Black Adam I have encountered. She fought Black Adam with her mortal body, but she was very confident. She only heard her mutter to herself, "Even if it is you from another world, I know how to deal with it." From the meaning of her words, it seems that she has grasped Black Adam's fatal weakness. Black Adam and Shazam have the same weakness. Lizu certainly knows it, but it is not a secret. The female hunter moved very quickly. She rushed to Black Adam with a rope in her hand. With the suppression of several other people, Black Adam could not move at all. The rope was wrapped around Black Adam's neck, and at the same time, he turned his head to look at Lizu. The two seemed to be old partners who had cooperated for many years. With just one look, he knew what the other was going to do. Lizu certainly knew Black Adam's weakness. Looking at the actions of the female hunter, he had already guessed the other's plan. It was nothing more than tying up Black Adam with the lasso of truth. Black Adam, who could not lie, could only say the spell, Shazam. Although the power of the wizard Shazam is strong, there is a small drawback. If you say Shazam to gain power, you will lose this power. If you say it again, Wonder Woman's equipment happens to be the nemesis of Shazam. Lizu secretly said, "I have the real thing." Not to mention the real lasso of truth. Even the genuine Green Lantern ring, Aquaman fork, etc. are all genuine, but they are all lying at the bottom of Lizu's prop box, and will never see the light of day. However, he did not refute the hunter's face. He grabbed the rope with one hand, and the huge energy ball in his body, which was enough to hold a small area, extracted a small amount of energy. The rope turned into a toy, and then the toy turned into a real lasso of truth. Black Adam could not escape the problem in the end. With a Shazam, Black Adam, who had just woken up from the museum not long ago, lost the power of the gods under the bondage of ropes and tears. Without the protection of the power of the wizard Shazam, Black Adam, who had not lost the power of the wizard for hundreds and thousands of years, turned back into an ordinary person at that moment. At that moment, Black Adam, who was a strong middle-aged man, was turned into a dried corpse by the power of nearly 1,000 years. The scene was very scary. With the death of Black Adam, this journey had to end. The Huntress and the others were fully prepared to be hands-off. Only Lizu, Kid Flash and Shirley were left to clean up the dishes. The so-called dishes were actually not much to clean up. They all turned into black sand in the thunder. Kid Flash jumped on the co-pilot suspiciously, looked at Lizu and asked, "You were with the Huntress just now. Could it be you?" "What am I?" Lizu stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out recklessly. "Yes, from Paradise Island?" The kid only remembered that Wonder Woman had the lasso of truth, or that the people of Wonder Woman's hometown Paradise Island all had the lasso of truth. But the question was, aren't there only men in Paradise Island? It was destined to be absurd. Without correction, it was almost impossible to get an answer. Staggering away from the area destroyed by thunder, the car was shaking like a hypnotic bed, and Shirley and Wally fell asleep in a daze. But Lizu couldn't sleep, because when he used the toyization truth lasso and destroyed Black Adam, He felt a vague feeling, and that feeling was exactly the feeling of toyization. He just didn't tell others about the doubts in his heart, and even if he told others, no one would understand. Black Adam, dead. Very straightforward. I knew he was unreliable and too arrogant. But he also brought us some good news. They are not invincible. What are you going to do? The real enemy is the Huntress. I never knew he had a daughter, so I plan to kill her. But they have a close relationship with the Toyman. So, I plan to look at the Toyman first. I want to know how capable this person is. He can actually defeat him, so many of him, and finally even replace the Joker's position. The voice chuckled twice. He is not the Joker. I think if the Joker stood in front of him, he would be at a loss, because this person is too deadly. In the dark Gotham City, two men and windbreakers stood under the dim street lights, braving the continuous drizzle of early spring, chatting with each other. Lizu crossed his legs, pinched her chicken leg, and fiddled with the toy in his other hand. Black Adam action figure. But it was only in its infancy, without any ability of the wizard Shazam. Tired of studying, he grabbed Black Adam's toy with his big hand, and the toy instantly turned into fragments of building blocks, which fell all over the table. Ding ling ling, the door of the toy store was pushed open. Business has been good recently. Lizu looked up at the person who came in. The other party was wearing a long windbreaker and looked very young. It was estimated that he was not yet 20 years old, or just on the edge of 20 years old, but his figure was very tall and looked like a wall. After entering the door, his eyes were always on the shelves, from the deep diver, to the gal, to the liquor, and finally pointed to the Flash with a broken arm. The other party spoke, and his voice sounded very magnetic. This toy is good, not for sale. Lizu had completely given up studying the problem of Black Adam. He stared at the side face of the person who came in. This was definitely not a face he was familiar with, but this person was too calm after entering the door. Although he was just an amateur detective, after seeing a very suspicious person, the detective fire in Lizu's heart could not be controlled and burned. Any special reason? Not for sale. As he spoke, the man's eyes had already moved away from the broken-armed Flash, and when he looked at Wayne Manor, he paused, his expression unchanged, and continued to look at the next one. A woman, also not for sale. The female leader of the Assassin's League, and the daughter of the once living ninja master Leizaogu, Talia. Expressions cannot lie, especially when the eyes are uncontrollably on Talia's toys. He knows Talia. Lizu was comparing the identity of this young man in his mind, but it was too vague, so when he looked at the other party asking for a recommendation, Lizu said, not for sale. The special reason is, they are all alive, real. He had no intention of hiding or making up a lie. The man's expression froze. Had her and then laughed first. Mr. Manager is really a joke. If these toys are alive, real, you put them on the shelf. What's the difference between that and illegal imprisonment? The man had already slowly turned around and lowered his head towards Lizu. That's true, but do you think I look like a pushover? Lizu never intended to let go of those who provoked him, or maybe he planned to wait until he was older, then he would become more open-minded and automatically let go of others and himself. This city needs a new order. The man raised his head and looked at Lizu with murderous intent in his eyes. Lizu raised his eyebrows slightly. So someone has set their sights on his identity as the King of Gotham and decided to use him as a stepping stone to debut? Just when Lizu thought that the other party would not be able to help but make a move first, the other party picked up a toy from the shelf and said, I want to buy this. When holding a gal toy in your hand, you will subconsciously be afraid that this thing will really crawl onto your body and stay there for a long time. Only cash, no credit cards. Thank you for your patronage. The tension just now seemed to be just an illusion. Holding the toy, the man left the toy store, wrapped his windbreaker tightly and quickly merged into the darkness. Just a few years ago, in the same darkness, pain awakened him. At that time, he could vaguely hear some voices. What's the condition of his body? Half dead, with multiple external injuries on his body, and a large area of skin burned in another explosion. Someone found him wandering on the road in a suit covered with mud. What do you mean? He crawled out of the grave by himself, using his hands. When he was still in a vegetative state, he was taken in by the shelter. At that time, he was given a name, John. He escaped from the shelter 5 months ago and has been wandering on the streets. Moreover, after DNA comparison, he is definitely not a clone, which means he is Jason. This matter must not be known by the detective. When the man walked under the street light, a brief light shone down from the top of his head, pulling his consciousness back from his memories. The detective may never know. There is no need for such a father to know all this. He glanced at the gold toy in his hand, threw it into the trash can on the side of the road, tightened his windbreaker with both hands, and his body quickly blended into the darkness and disappeared completely. He had seen the Toyman before, and compared to the Joker in the past, he was not the least bit special. He now had only one goal: to protect the city in his own way, and the first step was to kill Huntress, Batgirl, Toyman and others. Chapter 361 Red Hood, Part 1. Lizu looked at the shaking glass door. The wind chime was still shaking gently, making a crisp ding sound. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the young man who appeared in front of him just now was very similar to someone in his memory, like Bruce Wayne or Batman. He shook his head and interrupted his wild thoughts. The current Batman can enjoy his own 24-hour strong light exposure deep underground in the Northland. It is estimated that he has day blindness now. Seeing that there is no one for the time being, Lizu closed his eyes and entered the second dream on his own. The moon was hanging high above his head, and the streets were filled with the sound of zombies dragging their legs and moving, rustling, and people's scalps were numb when they heard it. Every night in Raccoon City is full of the artistic conception of death. He lowered his head and flipped through the diary in his hand. After many deaths and rebirths, he almost walked around the city. There was no shortage of zombies here, and there was no shortage of guns and weapons, but there was no life here. Whether it is stray cats and dogs, beggars, policemen, or doctors and nurses, this is a dead city. Even if he follows the memory and catches up with Alice and others, he can only find the diaries they left behind. It is hard to imagine how this group of people wrote diaries at the critical moment of life and death escape. But one thing is certain, the diary is a carrier, like a sign at a crossroads, recording the final destination of this dream. As for what you will get after passing through the dream, Lizu is still unsure. He found a motorcycle on the side of the road, started the engine, ignored the zombies on the side of the road who staggered and climbed up because of the roar, twisted the accelerator with his right hand, and swung his left hand into the air. The dozen zombies in front were like being hit by an invisible car. Their bodies flew out and hit the ground. They were severely deformed and could no longer move. With the rumbling sound, Lizu had already driven his motorcycle into the night. Another tyrant, wandering on the street. There are very few mass-produced zombies without their own goals. Before the other party saw him, Lizu had already rushed forward and put one hand on his shoulder. While adding a tyrant to the inventory, he also found some new things. Adawang's diary. Lizu flipped through the diary, and his mind unconsciously recalled the woman in a gorgeous red dress. Open the first page of the diary. The situation here is more serious than expected. The phenomenon of human-to-human transmission is crazy and serious. The second page. My informant died. It seems that it is not so easy to get what I want. The third page. I met a cute little policeman. The content of the diary is very brief. Sometimes a few sentences, sometimes a long string, but it records some speculations, including secret passages and passwords. These secret passages and passwords are unknown to Red Queen, who is the control center of the hive. They belong to two systems. The surplus value of this city can never be fully mined. Lizu closed the diary, and there was a line in the diary that caught his eye. The chaser produced by Umbrella Corporation is a level higher than the mass-produced tyrant. First of all, the intelligence level is improved. Nowadays, few toys in Lizu's hands have the ability to think independently. Snap the diary closed. The last page reads, I hope this trip to the underground laboratory won't cause any major problems. It seems that Adawang has already gone to the underground secret passage recorded in the diary. If Lizu goes there, will he see Adawang or another diary? In the last hour before dawn, the sky was already grey, and the street lights had been turned off long ago. Gotham's basic social welfare was not as good as imagined. The hunched-over scavenger hugged the half bottle of wine in his arms and curled up in a comfortable position. However, the door behind him was pushed open, and the drunken man who came out kicked the scavenger twice in dissatisfaction. "Get away." The scavenger dared not speak in anger, struggled to get up, and ran a short distance away. He was not blocking the road, and he had slept in this place for a long time. Just like this, the drunken man laughed triumphantly. "If you delay me from releasing the water, I will put it in your mouth. I think you can be more polite." The voice came from beside him, and the big man's eyes widened a little, just a little. He saw the person clearly, a young man wearing a jacket, with his hands in the front pockets of his jeans, with some stubble on his face, not very old. "A little brat? What, do you want to?" The big man stretched out his hand to grab the other person, but the young man took a step back, so that the big man missed. The big man staggered forward 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. His ankle suddenly hurt. This time he really fell to the ground firmly. "It hurts a lot. This city has become like this because of him." The young man squatted down and stared into the big man's eyes. "I won't do that again." Looking at the young man's eyes, the big man actually trembled a little. In his drunken memory, there was also such a pair of eyes in a dark night. At that time, he was just a marginal member of the gang, so when the bat-like dark night appeared, he just hid in the corner and trembled. But when the other party passed by him, his eyes were so similar to the young man in front of him. The young man didn't waste too much time on the drunken big man. He pushed open the door of the bar and walked in. There were already many people sitting inside. Few people would choose to come here to drink all night, but those who can sit until dawn must be waiting for business. He didn't attract too many people when he entered the door. He just looked around and determined his target before walking over. "How is the investigation?" This man was Thomas Elliot. He had a hearty smile on his face, as warm and handsome as a walking little sun. "We just separated for a while," said the young man. "I know, but you also have your own new mission." Elliot spread his hands helplessly. "Just like I found you, and then found a teacher for you, so that you can surpass him. That really took a lot of effort." The young man didn't care about the complaints in the other's words, and said, "But I heard that you helped clone him some time ago, and the woman was ecstatic about it." Heather Elliot laughed dryly twice. "She is a crazy woman, and she is doomed to fail, even if she is not a huntress." Thomas Elliot leaned forward, pressed the table with his right hand, and said, "You and I both know that this city needs a new order maintainer." The young man was silent, but he seemed to have tacitly agreed with this sentence. Elliot continued, "During this period, I have found a lot of teachers for you. The skills they can teach you may not be comparable to him, but most of them will die. Jason, your identity is not sensitive information, so you have to kill people to avoid leaking it." "I have my own reasons." Jason was very calm. He said, "The guy from the UK is indeed one of the best fighters, but he is about to drug his underage stepdaughter. And the eavesdropping expert, he likes boys, and has persecuted many children. The guy with good shooting skills likes to kill people when he practices shooting." Elliot didn't talk too much about this. He said, "I'm glad you still have your old hobbies, punishing evil and promoting good. But I didn't expect you to be so cautious now." He was saying that when facing the two groups of toymen and huntresses, if you want to completely control the city, both good and evil are parts that must be eliminated. People like Jason who can't tolerate any sand in their eyes and have no so-called bottom line of not killing will never leave the problem until now. Of course, Elliot also knew why Jason chose not to do it. He just wanted to make a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Thomas Elliot, isn't he a humorous person? Just like Batman, before he went crazy, he was also very humorous when he was wearing Bruce Wayne's coat. "I got some information." Elliot took out a thick brown paper information bag and put it in front of Jason. Jason picked up the information bag, and there was a photo inside. A black windbreaker, a ferocious but crazy smile, the laughing bat. Jason's pupils trembled, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. He is in Lex Luthor's Arctic base, under strict surveillance 24 hours a day. Elliot looked at Jason, who looked bad, and asked, "Are you okay, Jason?" Jason shook his head. "No, I'm fine. I don't want to interfere in your affairs. I wish you success." Elliot got up and left. Only Jason was left sitting at the table in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. "So, you guys are having a quarrel?" Lizu looked at the Harley Quinn, who came with 2 suitcases, and was now sitting at his table, eating her favorite pudding snack. "Yeah." The Harley Quinn nodded, looking extremely reluctant. It wasn't long before the spring outing dinner, but Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy had a quarrel. This was a sad thing for Lizu at the moment. What made him saddest was that the snacks in his refrigerator were no longer safe. In Lizu's worried and frightened eyes, Harley Quinn finally put down the snacks in her hand and said, "By the way, I have work tomorrow." Looking at her, she was clearly a white-collar young woman who said, "I have a proper job and can support myself." However, the work of this white-collar woman was probably either robbing a bank or robbing a wealthy family. Lizu said, "I'll give you the key, and you can open the door yourself when you come back." Harley Quinn shook her head. "I want to rest tomorrow. Don't you have that toy? Go instead of me." In terms of physical fitness, Harley Quinn was just a slightly stronger white woman, and she didn't have any special superpowers, so Lizu wouldn't spend too much effort using the toy. "You didn't come back because you wanted to be lazy, did you?" After asking this question, Lizu looked at Harley Quinn again, and always felt that his guess was not far from the correct answer. The next morning, one of the Harley Quinn left the toy store on her own. The real Harley Quinn sat at the dining table, quietly waiting for the tyrant to serve the food. These big guys also have good talents in being maids, but Lizu also began to think whether he should expand the new toy DLC. In addition to zombies, there are ghouls, which will make people darker. "What is your job?" Lizu had time to ask at this time. Harley Quinn bit the toast bread, frowned and tried to recall. "It seems that the mayor of Gotham City is running for election recently, and someone wants to create a big explosion." Only Harley Quinn can talk about terrorist attacks so easily. Yeah, Lizu nodded. Gotham is his territory after all. If he said that this big explosion should not happen, then it should not happen. A commercial vehicle passed through Harley Quinn Avenue, turned right at the intersection with 22nd Avenue, and stopped at the door of a club. But on the roof of the building opposite the club, there was a figure holding a telescope, climbing on the roof, quietly staring at every move here. The telescope moved slightly downwards. A Mediterranean man in a brown leather jacket was inspecting the car. He was checking for bugs, trackers, and other things. In this regard, those who do big business have their own way of doing things, and they do it very well. Few people can successfully cut in. The telescope was lowered, revealing a face. He was Jason, the young man who was connected with Thomas Elliot. They are really cautious. They have swept every corner of the bar, home, car, and all places where there may be bugs, and they never use computers or phones. This is not easy. The car started moving, and Jason quickly got up. His wristwatch received the message that the target of the tracking was moving. Of course, ordinary surveillance cameras will be discovered, but this is the most advanced nano-level tracker that is currently being tested in Germany. It is really expensive. Fortunately, the surname Elliot is very rich. Jason slid down the pipe, jumped on the motorcycle that had been prepared, and quickly followed. Just outside Gotham, Jason stopped his motorcycle in advance and walked over after seeing the red dot on his watch stop moving. To be cautious, he stopped the motorcycle when he was 3 kilometers away from the target. Walking this distance had already consumed a lot of his physical strength. Tracking only allowed Jason to determine the next action plan of this group of people. A big explosion would turn Gotham upside down. Jason had been tracking and lurking until night fell, and then he sneaked into the building. Inside were all the goods, including the key detonator for the explosion. It's a good idea. Just detonate in a few blocks and kill thousands of people. Then the city will fall into madness. Let me guess who'll benefit: the guy who is at a disadvantage in the mayoral election, or a fat guy who is under strict surveillance and can't move, or a guy who plans to take advantage of the chaos to do something. No matter who it is, Jason's goal at the moment is clear. He has to stop the explosion. He landed on the ground in a half squat, with his knees slightly bent to relieve the force of jumping. Jason quickly found the detonator. It's a powerful, no fuss good thing. Just detonate it in a crowded area. He could already imagine the consequences. It seems I just need to use some tricks and wait until tomorrow. The cold muzzle of the gun was already against the back of Jason's head. Chapter 362 Red Hood, Part 2. Don't move, kid. Jason was startled. The person came quietly, and he didn't even hear the other person's footsteps. Of course. Jason raised his hands above his head, indicating that he would never make any inappropriate movements, and slowly stood up. Seeing that Jason was cooperative enough, the person behind him did not shoot, which gave him a sufficient opportunity to resist. At that moment, he turned and kicked sideways, blending the free fighting moves of Jeet Kune Do, and instantly kicked the chest of the person behind him. A living person was kicked more than 1 meter high by Jason. There was more than one person at the scene. While Jason kicked, his body had already rushed forward to another person. In the blink of an eye, 3 people fell under his fist. Caca, the sound of bullets being loaded. Jason's heart jumped, and he rolled back to dodge. The bullets rubbed his head, and made a series of small craters on the ground. Caca, the shell sprayed continuously, and hit the ground, but Jason could only dodge in a panic and let the bullets chase him. The gunshots are so loud, I'm afraid the police will be here soon. Don't hold back any longer. After rolling forward, and avoiding the bullets, Jason hid behind a wall, and took out a pistol from his arms with his right hand. Coincidentally, the gunshots from behind him stopped, and it seemed that the magazine was empty, and needed to be reloaded. It's my turn. Jason rolled out from behind the wall sideways, grabbed the pistol with both hands, and pulled the trigger continuously. The bolt vibrated, and flames spewed out. The last person had been shot, and fell to the ground, but Jason's condition was not good either. 2 bullets hit his chest, and the pistol in his hand had run out of ammunition. He unbuttoned his clothes on his chest, and looked at the 2 bullets stuck on his bulletproof vest, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I almost died here today. Don't let that bastard get away. Surround it. Surround the windows and doors. All. The shouts outside, and the chaotic and dense footsteps were all telling Jason that his troubles were coming, and it would not be so easy to leave today. No movement? Go in and take a look. Soon several people came in, their heads turning left and right, fearing that Jason would come out from a corner and catch them off guard. Don't be afraid, said the man with yellow polarized glasses. This place has been surrounded, and he can't escape, even if he has wings. That's right, the others nodded. They didn't even know who suddenly came to their territory, but no matter who it was, they couldn't leave alive. Tick tock, what's that sound? Some people had very sensitive ears. The man with polarized glasses frowned. What's that sound? Listen carefully, it sounds like the second hand ticking. Second hand. Several people lowered their heads and searched. 2 minutes later, they found the source of the ticking sound, a detonator, followed by a simple countdown instrument. Just then, when they walked up to the building, the countdown reached the last second, and the second hand ticked. Boom. The heat wave swept through the entire building, and in the flames, a figure was pushed by the flames and rolled out. Haha, Jason laughed heartily. Although this method is a bit awkward, this explosion should attract the attention of these bastards for a while. A pair of black leather boots appeared in front of Jason. Jason raised his eyebrows and slowly raised his head. What caught his eye was the black muzzle of a gun. A Russian man with a cigarette in his mouth and sunglasses. Behind him stood a dozen people, each holding a gun in his hand, pointing at Jason's head. Jason, who had just been hit in the back by the explosion, was physically weak. At this time, facing more than a dozen guns, there was no possibility of survival. While pointing guns at Jason, the group of people were talking at the same time, and they were not speaking English. Jason lowered his head and thought to himself, if you study with Batman for a while, he will definitely teach you one thing: be prepared. Batman always has a backup plan, but the situation always changes as things develop. Many times, copying the plan may not achieve anything. It is also possible that I'm not like him and have not thought enough, so the backup plan always has loopholes. Jason slowly raised his hands. But I think my improvisation skills should be pretty good. Wait. Jason raised his hands high, but he spoke in Russian. Mastering multiple languages is useful in many cases. He speaks Russian, a man in a jacket said in Russian to the man in sunglasses. It seems that he was a little hesitant about a person who can speak Russian. After all, this is not their territory, and everyone is afraid of making mistakes. The man in sunglasses said. He won't speak after the shooting. Wait, we are in the same group. I also listened to the leader's order. It was Shook. He asked me to come here to take a look. When playing a scared and terrified person, Jason played it vividly, including the cold sweat on his forehead. Everything was just right. I just got here, but you guys have already set off a detonator. Seeing Jason's clear and logical words, the group of people became cautious. The man in sunglasses said, call and ask what this guy does. Just one phone call would prove that Jason was lying, and by then, a dozen guns, even pistols, would be enough to beat him into a hornet's nest. But we are taking action now, isn't it too? The man in the jacket hesitated. I don't think he's fake. Call. The man in sunglasses scolded. Yes, call now. The mobile phone was a very antique flip phone, which could only be used to insert a card to make calls, and couldn't even access the internet. After opening the cover of the phone, Jason knew that he only had one last chance, and he had to act. Jason suddenly covered his stomach, staggered forward 2 steps, half knelt on the ground. Sorry, I'm too scared. This is an old problem. I get a stomachache when I'm scared and nervous. There were 2 laughs in the crowd immediately. It was really a big joke to be timid in this line of work. But Jason was more concerned about the fact that he was only 1 meter away from the man wearing sunglasses, and the other party had let down his guard a little because of his actions just now, and the muzzle of the gun was a little off. This was enough. Jason jumped up like a cheetah, punched the man wearing sunglasses on the throat with his left hand, and quickly grabbed the gun in his hand. With his left hand, he pulled the man's collar and brought him into his arms. Bang! Jason was not a soft-hearted person. As soon as he grabbed the gun, he shot the man wearing sunglasses in the knee, but the man couldn't lie down because Jason was strangling his neck. Jason turned his gun around and pointed it at the man's temple. The muzzle of the gun was still burning from the explosion, and it was not pleasant to put it on his temple. What was even more uncomfortable was the threat of death from the muzzle of the gun. Jason looked at the dozen people holding guns opposite him and said, I have to say one thing first. I only know the 2 sentences in Russian just now. Now this guy has been shot in the leg, and can you hear the sirens outside? Standing outside the building where the explosion just happened with an illegal gun is not a good situation. So, are you going to let me go, or wait with me until the police come? Let him go. The man caught by Jason shouted. Smart choice. Jason took the man for a few steps, and turned around and left quickly. He didn't need to worry about these guys shooting and looking for trouble with him, because when Jason ran away, these guys were also running away. Listening to the sirens, the police were not far away. After running quickly across the streets, Jason climbed to the top of the building and squatted down to look at the building in the distance, where the flames were extinguished. Even if this place is solved, they must have detonators in other places. Terrorist actions will never prepare only one plan, but in the absence of sufficient intelligence, Jason can only do this. After all, these are just his private work. As long as the explosion is not stopped, he will not be considered successful. Pop bubble gum exploded from the mouth and stuck to the face covered with white foundation. From here to now, Harley Quinn has been repeating this action. Are there any problems? Harley Quinn said, this job can be replaced by someone else. I'm very busy. The other party smiled and said, we need more professional locals to avoid mistakes. I like to hear this. Leave it to me. Harley Quinn took a backpack, opened the car door, and walked down to the large shopping mall in Gotham. People came and went. She looked up at the skyscrapers, tiptoed, and walked forward with ease and joy. I'm afraid I can't help much. This group of people is very smart. They decided to make human bombs. Harley Quinn whispered through the invisible communicator, but these human bombs are involuntary. In the toy store, Lizu put down the Alicia's diary in his hand and rubbed his temples with a headache. Don't these people know whose territory this is? And how can they have the nerve to force a bad guy to save the world every day? What gave him the most headache was Huntress and Batgirl. These 2 people plus Big Barda were on a mission and had left Gotham for a while. As a villain, it is absolutely a shame to be trusted by a superhero. I'll arrange for someone to clean it up. Lizu tiptoed and took down a box of soldier toys from the top floor of the warehouse. He was still a little bit alive from the toys in First Blood. These soldiers were useless in battle, but they should be almost the same in this regard. Should I add a box of 007? Lizu looked at the limited edition Aston Martin toy car and gave James Bond such a car. Forget it, Rambo should be able to handle it. Lizu returned to his chair with the box of toys and unpacked it. Wait, someone else took action. He robbed the detonator halfway. Lizu was puzzled. Anyone else? At the same time, he stopped the action in his hands. It is better to save energy as much as possible. Harley Quinn looked at the hurried young man passing by her and half robbed and half snatched a passerby's backpack. Others didn't know, but Harley Quinn knew that there was a detonator in it. I'll follow him and see. Be careful. Harley Quinn laughed. Her smile was a little excited. Don't forget, I'm a toy. I'm not afraid of death. The man who was shopping with his girlfriend was forcibly taken away by a man who suddenly came, and the two walked into the distribution room of the mall. Hey, what are you going to do? Today is my first date. I don't want to mess it up. The other party took out his ID, waved it in front of the man, and introduced himself. I'm Todd, a policeman. The man didn't quite believe it, but still asked, Mr. Policeman, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I shouldn't have done anything wrong. I know you're going on a date, on the 12th floor of this mall, an amusement park. The young man who claimed to be a policeman said, and he had already snatched the man's bag and started to search. Of course, what does this have to do with you? The man looked unhappy. If he wasn't afraid that the girl on his first date would think too much, he would have just swung his fist just now, and he would never have followed the young man here. I'm stopping you from doing something big. The young man stopped, holding a bundle of detonators in his hand. Oh my god. The man was shocked. Mr. Policeman, He tried to explain, but he was carrying a bundle of detonators and swaggering on a date in a crowded mall. How could he explain clearly? You are not the first one, but I think you should go back and check your computer. Maybe you have received many emails in your mailbox now. These emails will give you enough reasons to give up your life and launch this terrorist attack. Thank you, Mr. Policeman. The young man smiled and said, in fact, I was a policeman half an hour ago. This young man is naturally Jason. He can't stop now. The danger has not been eliminated. According to the results of his investigation all night, there are still more than a dozen human bombs roaming around and not knowing it. He is helping. Harley Quinn looked at the back of Jason, who left in a hurry and immediately reported the situation to Lizu. Let me guess who you are, Harley Quinn? The voice suddenly appeared behind Harley Quinn. It was Jason, who had just disappeared from Harley Quinn's sight. But he obviously stepped on a landmine. I hate it most when people mistake me for someone else. Harley Quinn drew her gun and turned around, but the person behind her was faster. He controlled Harley Quinn's arm in an instant and took it away before the gun appeared and caused panic. She is indeed a toy, but in addition to being a toy in nature, her temper is exactly the same as Yo-Yo. Are you wondering why I'm here? Jason chuckled. It's just a matter of using some tricks to exchange clothes with others. I believe many people are willing to do this after being punched. Harley Quinn was still gritting her teeth in the last second, but suddenly said in the next second, if you want to stop this explosion, we can cooperate. Cooperate? With you? Jason looked at Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is indeed a crazy guy, but he never thinks that he needs to go along with the other party. Since you can cooperate with Hush, why can't you cooperate with Toyman? Chapter 363, Red Hood, Part 2. Toy Store. Someone took the initiative? Listening to the news reported by Harley Quinn, Lizu immediately thought that it was a superhero from other cities who came to Gotham to do part-time jobs. Since Batman became the Bat who laughs, and Robins were killed by Batman, Lizu couldn't think of anyone else who would be so conscious to stand up and do things for this city, except Huntress and Batgirl. This person looks familiar. Lizu looked at the photos sent back by the computer, but not long ago, this young man had just come to his toy store and bought a Gowl toy, but half an hour later, the Gowl toy automatically crawled back from the trash can. Bang was the sound of the refrigerator door closing, and Harley Quinn sat in front of Lizu with a large bucket of snacks. He took a look at the snacks Harley Quinn was holding and asked, when will you and Poison Ivy make up? Sadness will turn into appetite. Harley Quinn didn't respond at all. But when she looked at the photo that Lizu was observing, she said, I've seen him. Seen. In the Huntress base. It seems his name is Jason. Jason Todd. Robin? This is definitely important news. Jason Todd is one of Batman's Robins. According to Lizu, before Batman's laughing transformation, his latest Robin was his son, Damian. When Batman was laughing, it was said that Batman killed everyone around him. Moreover, looking at the bodies of the superheroes of the Justice League, it can be seen that he really showed no mercy. Harley Quinn was excited after hearing what Lizu said. Robin? I'm quitting now. I'm done with this, she muttered, and turned her attention back to the food in her arms. Rita. Now there is a toy of Harley Quinn working for her outside. At this time, someone contacted Lizu. The sun shone through the glass window and hit Lizu's face. Silence. He immediately revealed the other party's identity, as if he had been waiting for this call for a long time. At the same time, in another direction of the city, tall buildings blocked the sunlight, and the dark shadows of the buildings blocked the guy with bandages on his face. Toyman. After a moment of silence, John Mo said, I can't beat you. He looked up, and the assassin in black ninja clothes, holding a short knife, was half crouching on the roof and staring at him. On the left and right sides of the alley, the monster licker with a twisted body, like a skinned monster, waved its long red tongue, blocking his possible retreat. You are a cautious person. He said this, but Giant Mo wanted to curse in his heart. He had made sufficient preparations. Although the Toyman had toys with terrifying combat power, he could not destroy the world after all, and this was his chance. But before his plan was fully launched, the toys had already found him and blocked him in this gap. If he had also gone to Apocalypse Star some time ago and saw the terrifying toy zombie army, maybe he could put away the little confidence in his heart. Lizu's voice came from the phone. You should be a good doctor, a lawyer. It's more interesting than ruling this city, right? You're right. Giant Mo nodded. After a few minutes, when Giant Mo raised his head again, he found that the assassin above his head had disappeared, and the lickers on both sides slowly retreated, their figures blending into the darkness and disappearing without a trace. Giant Mo raised his head and looked at the sky. This world is different from before. In the past, this city had Batman, Superman, and the Justice League. But Giant Mo thought to himself, even if the Justice League is resurrected, can they deal with the Toymen? Maybe if the Justice League is resurrected, the Toymen can pull out 10 Justice League teams, and there may even be some obedient Gotham crime groups. He was silent for a moment, but suddenly said to himself, but you have to hold on this time, Toyman. Are you really invincible, or are you full of weaknesses? After hanging up the phone, Lizu lay back. Aren't you afraid that he will change his mind? Shadow came back with 2 licker toys and stood beside Lizu. Harley Quinn stretched her neck forward and stared at Shadow carefully. I think you look familiar. But she was ignored by Shadow. Harley Quinn, who was bored, curled her lips and concentrated on dealing with food. Of course I'm not afraid. Lizu put his feet on the table and smiled. I hope he brings something else. Toyman. Jason looked at the woman in front of him. The two were very far apart, but there was absolutely no ambiguous emotion between them, only tit-for-tat and madness. He shook Harley Quinn off, raised his wrist to check the time, and trotted away. Until Jason's figure completely disappeared, the toy Harley Quinn contacted Lizu. He ran away by himself. I said your negotiation skills are wrong. Lizu was not surprised, and said, even if he kills people and controls gangs, he is a good boy. I understand. What should I do now? Harley Quinn asked back. In the mall, Harley Quinn suddenly shrank and turned into a toy and fell to the ground. This scene scared the passers-by. A living person turned into a plastic toy in an instant. Several people around dared to approach. It looks like a Barbie doll, said the girl with glasses. But I just saw a girl standing here. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. Why don't we call the police? This proposal was quickly recognized by the passers-by around. They didn't want to get involved in this incident that looked wrong at first glance. Moreover, no one who came here wanted to waste time to go to the police station to make a statement. Just as everyone was arguing about who should call the police, a strong man in black squeezed through the crowd and came over and squatted directly, holding the plastic toy in his hand. Hey. Someone wanted to stop it. The man took out his ID and flashed it in front of everyone. I'm a policeman. I also saw what happened just now. Just leave this matter to me. Don't worry. Hearing that the police would solve the problem, passers-by breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't have to go to the police station to waste time, right? This is a good thing. Just as the man was about to leave, a short figure stopped him. It was a boy. He wore glasses with thick bottoms like beer bottles. He looked up and said, "Sir, I guess this matter may be related to the Gotham weirdos." Oh. The man's face was slightly curious. It should be the toy man. I have studied him. He got this name not because he used toys every time he attacked, but because he could turn people into toys. The boy opened his backpack and searched inside. At the same time, he said excitedly, he didn't attack many times, but his ability is definitely the most difficult to deal with, and it's hard to find common points between this person and the previous criminals. Thank you, but I have something else to do. The man forced a smile to the boy, put away the toys, and left quickly. The boy was the only one left standing there, holding a thick stack of information he had collected. The man walked into the employee passage and casually hung up the doorplate that said under maintenance. He stopped and took out the communication device on his body. Got it. We have already alerted the enemy this time. I know, sir. The man pondered. Then what about the location? He nodded. Okay, I understand. I will leave immediately. After closing the communication, the man grabbed the back of his ears with both hands, pinched his hands and suddenly lifted it up, and a piece of face skin was torn off, revealing white skin. It turned out to be a tall Caucasian woman. She quickly took off her black clothes, quickly rolled them into the backpack that had been prepared long ago, took out high heels from the bag, and with the sound of tapping of high heels, she slowly disappeared in the mall. In the toy store, another one. Lizu stood up, and the laziness on his face disappeared. His toys were out of contact, which was definitely a big deal. After all, toys were his foundation. Yow, I'm going out for a while. I may be back very late tonight. Of course, if I don't come back, let Shirley go to my room to get the tracker. She should be able to control it. Forget it. Tell her not to move. Ding-ling-ling, the wind chimes swayed, and Lizu had disappeared at the door. The security room of the mall is heavily guarded. The daily passenger flow here can reach up to 100,000 people. It is the personnel circulation center of the entire Gotham. It is also a paradise for consumption. A nation walked towards the security room. "Sir, no passage here." The young security guard stopped him. "I know. I just want to ask you for help." He turned his head left and right, as if he was afraid of being discovered, and then he leaned close to the security guard's ear and whispered, "I found that my wife cheated on me. She should be shopping with that man today. Can you help me find her?" He handed over a photo, which showed a girl with light makeup and twin ponytails. Under the photo were several green banknotes that smelled of ink. The young security guard hesitated. He promised, "It's always embarrassing for a man to have a green head, right? I promise that I won't make trouble here after I find it." The underlying meaning of this sentence is that, if you don't help me, don't blame me for making trouble here. The young security guard finally compromised. I don't know whether he compromised because of the sympathy of green oil or the money of green oil, but it must be for the face of green oil. The machine has a problem, and the data is lost. In fact, there is no need for the security guard to say it. He can already see the words memory error, data lost displayed on the screen. He didn't force it, nodded, "Thank you," and turned around and left. "Sir, the photo. Give it to you." When he came to the hall of the mall and looked at the people coming and going, he whispered, "It seems that someone can't help it again." In front of the clock tower, a man and a woman were riding a couple's bicycle and strolling on the street. Seeing their faces flushed by the cold wind, but full of smiles, it was very sweet. Boom boom, the motorcycle roared, and a black shadow caught up from behind and kept pace with the bicycle. "Give me the bag." The black shadow that caught up was Jason. "What? Are you sick?" The man looked unhappy. Anyone who was interrupted while talking about love and said that they wanted to snatch the bag would look unhappy. Quick, give me the bag. If you don't want to die accidentally when traveling in a foreign country, you are sick. The man braked suddenly and the bicycle stopped. The girlfriend on the back seat suddenly fell forward and screamed ouch. The motorcycle didn't notice and rushed forward for a distance. I really hope you can listen. Jason jumped off the motorcycle, turned quickly and rushed to the bicycle, and hit the man in the face with a right hook. What are you doing? The girlfriend watched her boyfriend being knocked down by a punch, covered her mouth and screamed, wanting to stop him, but looking at the strong Jason, she began to hesitate again. Jason didn't bother to care about that. He quickly snatched the backpack from the man, unzipped it and took out the detonator hidden inside. Seeing the detonator, the man who was about to fight back got up with a bleeding nose and was shocked. No, it's me. This is not mine. Of course I know. Jason quickly removed the detonator. When Jason left with the detonator on his back, the man who was punched bowed and thanked him. There's one more. Jason got on his motorcycle and quickly rushed to the next location. After all, there were only a few people willing to cooperate. Jason shook his fist. The last person carrying the detonator was actually a boxer. It took him a lot of effort to knock him down. Just as Jason knocked out the boxer and was about to open the backpack, footsteps came from behind, and there was the sound of a bullet being loaded. Sir, I would like you to stay where you are. It was a policeman. I would like to, but I may not have much time. Having said that, Jason did not move again. The policeman didn't buy it. He slowly approached and said, aggression in the street, bag snatching. I think you should be willing to go to the police station and tell me your unspeakable secret. Jason slowly raised his hands and said, okay, you cuff my hands, and I will explain it to you slowly. His proposal was approved by the policeman. The policeman grabbed the gun with one hand and took out the handcuffs with the other hand. Click, Jason's right hand was handcuffed. Just when his left hand was about to be handcuffed, Jason suddenly swept his right leg across and raised his left hand to grab the gun. The policeman was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Jason had already pressed his knee against the other's chest and quickly took out the handcuff key from the other's body. Click, the handcuffs were locked and the right hand and left foot were locked together, but the object was not Jason. Jason looked down at his watch. Not enough time. He didn't have time to open the backpack, but grabbed the backpack and rushed forward. There was a small artificial lake in front of him. 2 seconds later, the backpack was thrown into the artificial lake by Jason. Boom. A huge explosion. Chapter 364 Ed Hood. End. The water was swept up to the sky by the explosion, and then turned into a heavy rain. The police not far away were soaked by the sudden heavy rain. He wiped the water off his face with his left hand. What happened just now was enough to panic him. Someone dared to attack the police. However, after the roaring explosion, the policeman's brain had short-circuited, and his mind was blank. Jason walked in front of the police. I think you should be able to accept this explanation, sir. The key was thrown in front of him. When the police mechanically unlocked the handcuffs and raised his head, Jason's figure had disappeared from his sight. This time I disrupted their plan. These guys will definitely not let me go. Jason rubbed his shoulders and walked back to his apartment and took quick steps. Although the action was very dangerous and the development of things was somewhat beyond the plan and expectation, the ending was at least good. No one was injured or killed. The only problem was that he was too aggressive and attracted the attention of many people. What are the consequences of being watched? Well, it's hard to move in Gotham. After all, he is not Batman. He cannot compete with the local evil forces alone. However, Wayne Manor has disappeared now. It is a daydream to find a Batcave and change into a cape. The relationship between him and Silence is not close. It is more like a verbal cooperation, and the cooperation has not started yet. Jason took out the key from his trouser pocket and unlocked the door of the apartment. He has packed his luggage and moved to another place to avoid the limelight. Never treat your enemies as fools. This is also one of the lessons taught by Batman. Only by being on guard all the time can you make sufficient backup plans. Jason thought he was well prepared until he pushed open the door and saw the people piled up like a small mountain. That's right, just like garbage. There are about 20 to 30 people piled up. The Hawaiian flower shirt lying on the top layer was torn into strips. When Jason glanced over, he could still see the label on the back of the other person's shirt that had not been cut cleanly. It seemed that it was still a new piece of clothing. Besides the unconscious people, there were some people who were awake, but these people were in a miserable state, being pressed down to the bottom, unable to even scream, and their faces flushed red. Jason was about to say something, but he saw a person sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa in the north of the living room. The sofa of the apartment he rented temporarily was placed directly opposite the TV. There should be a bookshelf in the corner. Although there were never many books on the bookshelf, the book The Disaster that came to Sonath had always been his reserved reading material. But now, the sofa has replaced the bookshelf. As for the book, it was in the hands of the man with his legs crossed. He was wearing a dark green suit, with the collar of his shirt open near his neck, revealing a fairly slender neck. His hair was not well groomed, his face was a standard Asian, and his eye bags were heavy. It seemed that his sleep quality was very poor. Hula the Asian man turned a page, and he was concentrating on reading the book, as if the crowd at the scene and the mess had nothing to do with him. There was a few seconds of silence in the air. Finally, the Asian man raised his head, as if he had just discovered Jason standing here. He said, "Hi, see you again," but Jason was not so relaxed. He looked at him warily looking at the man who was as relaxed as if he was at home, and whispered, "Toyman." Jason's face was full of wariness. "What do you mean? I think we can cooperate." Lizu closed the book and looked at Jason sincerely. "Cooperation? Rule this city with you, or turn people into toys and put them on your shelves?" Lizu didn't take the sarcasm in Jason's words seriously, but said, "Don't you think this city needs a Batman? Will you need Batman?" Jason blurted out a question, and what he said was more like a sarcasm. Jason seemed to have heard something ridiculous. A person who once worked with the Joker and stood on the opposite side of Batman actually said that he needed Batman. If the sentence came from the Joker, maybe Jason would believe it. But when Jason said this, he was very nervous. He got a lot of information about the Toyman from Giant Mo, and all of this information showed that the man in front of him was a monster. Facing a monster with bare hands is never the right way to deal with it. Jason was in a trance, as if the man sitting next to the crowd was a monster wearing a purple suit and laughing wildly. But his eyes flickered and gradually became clear. The person sitting there was not the Joker, but just a Asian with a smile, not so aggressive. Of course, Jason didn't believe that he was not aggressive at all. "I have been with Batman for a while." Lizu stood up and walked towards Jason. The Asian figure still looked too short and thin in front of the strong body of European and American people, but Lizu walked out with an aura of 2 meters and 5. Hearing the Toyman say that he had been with Batman for a while, Jason's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. His change did not escape Lizu's eyes, but Lizu didn't care about it at all. He just said, "During this time, I just learned one thing." Jason's eyes, which had just dimmed, were brightened again. Lizu continued, "Be prepared. This is the only thing I learned from him." Jason also said. The two of them had the same understanding, but it didn't mean anything. Lizu nodded, "But it's too difficult for me, just like telling a child that he can only eat one of 2 ice creams and save the other for tomorrow. So most of the time I'm used to playing by ear. I think there's a possibility of cooperation between us." Lizu once again put forward his ideas and wishes. Cooperation. Jason had already shaken his head, but before he could say no, Lizu's next sentence had already been said, "I can let you see the laughing bat." Jason was stunned. Lizu's chips seemed to have not been used up yet, and he continued, "You can also kill him with your own hands. He is more fragile than you. He strictly follows the bottom line of not killing, but when he crosses a line, he falls into the abyss. You are better in this regard. You can determine who should die and who should live." At this moment, Jason thought of Batman. Batman once taught them not to cross the line and said that no one can transcend the law. When people hold the power of life and death, everything will be unfair. After all, people's hearts can change. But Jason thought he wouldn't. "I will give you all the equipment that Batman has. Lizu pointed his finger, and Jason looked in the direction of his finger, only to find that there was a box there at some point. Jason walked over in silence and opened the box. Inside was a battlesuit, but the helmet was different from Batman's, a red masked helmet. Jason grabbed the red helmet with both hands and put it on. The voice also became dull. He turned his head, his eyes looked up from Lizu's open shirt, swept across his raised mouth, nose bridge, black eyes, and fixed, looking directly into the black eyes as deep as the abyss. You will also become my target. Red Hood was born. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Siege. It was half an hour later when he walked out of Jason's house. Does this count as creating a superhero with my own hands? Thinking back to Batman's family, Lizu suddenly realized that he and Batman seemed to have rarely been against each other. Whether it was Batman, Batgirl, Huntress, or Red Hood, the relationship between them was not so stiff. Whether it was Batman from another time and space coming to help, or Lizu helping Huntress and Batgirl to go to Apocalypse, they could all be considered friendly. However, friendly also has a prerequisite, which is that it does not harm the interests of both parties. In Lizu's opinion, it is good to have a superhero in this chaotic world. Maybe in the eyes of the other party, he is not so bad, so he can be tolerant and even cooperate sometimes. So, I should be called a good friend of the Wayne family? That's not right. Thomas Wayne was ready to shoot me at the beginning. Lizu will never forget the night he just traveled through. The old bat Thomas Wayne wanted to kill him. Although he was finally saved by Electroman, he was also forced to enter Arkham. Lizu walked slowly along the sidewalk, and the sound of his leather shoes stepping on the ground became clearer and clearer. The further he walked, the fewer passers-by there were, until there was no passerby at the end. There were no cars or pedestrians on the whole street. Lizu was the only one on the whole road. This scene reminds me of the time when S.H.I.E.L.D. arrested me. There are always many memories in life, but memories are not always beautiful. Clear the scene, and then arrest people. Before the other party started to act, Lizu almost guessed the identity of the visitor, but guesses are just guesses. Everything still needs to be seen with your own eyes. Lizu's state seemed very relaxed, especially after he heard the dense and orderly footsteps. The footsteps meant that the visitor was an Earthling and belonged to a certain force, which confirmed his initial guess. I just don't know if this group of people has anything to do with the toys I lost twice. Giving toys was Lizu's plan, but having the toys stolen was not part of the plan, especially twice. The toy thieves could make their toys disappear silently and completely disconnect. In Lizu's own imaginary setting, the person who targeted him was most likely the one from Apocalypse. Some time ago, they came to Apocalypse without invitation, and they swung their arms and slapped Darkseid in the face. But this didn't make sense, because before going to Apocalypse, his toys had already been lost once, and he was sure that there were two groups of people who attacked at that time. One group could fly and killed the tyrant with one punch, and the other group was ordinary people with good luck. But the possibility of Darkseid coming for revenge cannot be ruled out. The technological level of Apocalypse can never be ignored. What if Darkseid comes? Lizu has prepared the time-space gate. Yes, his plan is to escape, completely give up the exploration of this world, turn around and leave, and never come back from then on. He was lucky to be able to block the Omega Ray once, but how to face the second time, he can only leave it to fate. Looking at the Special Forces soldiers with live ammunition in front of him, Lizu is no longer so nervous. It seems that he does not need to be forced to leave. Lizu muttered to himself, looking at the appearance of these people, they don't seem to know anything. He raised his right hand, and this action immediately aroused the Special Forces vigilance. A series of bullets were loaded, and the black muzzles were filled with the breath of death. Where are your heads? I think we should have a face-to-face chat. The other party was very cautious, and did not show his head without permission. Lizu was very regretful. He took out a toy from his pocket. 2 lickers and a tyrant. Although the dozens of fully armed special forces in front of him were scary, they could only be slaughtered in a wave when facing these three monsters. The toy fell to the ground, Ding bounced to the side, rolled twice, and finally stopped on the side of the road. Lizu was stunned, and so were the special forces in front of him. Perhaps they didn't understand why someone would throw two toys at the critical moment of the battle. This looked a little funny, but to Lizu it was not funny, but scary. My ability. Lizu seemed to have sensed something. He took out two toys again. One was a Toyman toy, and the other was a Harley Quinn toy. However, the toys fell to the ground and bounced twice. They were still plastic. The toy-like ability failed. Pa applause. The special forces made way for a black barrel to stagger over. No, Lizu blinked hard and saw that it was a woman. Amanda Waller. She looked more plump. On behalf of the National Security Agency, I formally issue an arrest warrant for you. When she spoke, her tone was a little ups and downs, like the way a general on the battlefield mobilized his momentum. The special forces around raised their guns more steadily. They must have known who they were facing today. Toyman, the king of crime in Gotham. Although this king of crime did not do much, the mountain-like wave pushed him to this height. Lizu raised his hands high to show that he had no intention of resisting for the time being, and also asked, "Did you take it?" He knew that the other party could understand. Amanda Waller smiled slightly, even though this action squeezed a lot of flesh out of her face. Her dark but shiny face trembled a little disgustingly. "Maybe when you put on the handcuffs, I will slowly explain the principle to you." Lizu put down his hands. "Forget it then." His skin slowly turned green, but what was even more strange was that the green skin quickly recovered. There must be something around that makes it impossible for me to use my ability. Lizu frowned. He didn't want to have more kryptonite of his own in this world. A fatal weakness that cannot be resisted. Amanda Waller was even more straightforward. "Shoot." She waved her fat hands, and dozens of guns around her started shooting at Lizu. This straightforward fat woman may not have any intention of capturing Lizu alive. Of course, it is also possible that she thinks these bullets can't kill him. The fact is even more weird. The bullet floated in front of Lizu, motionless, as if there was an invisible wall blocking the bullet in front of him, protecting Lizu. And all Lizu did was raise his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and hold it in front of him. It seems I really learned it. Lizu clenched his right fist, and the bullets around him suddenly gathered, condensed into a big iron ball, and fell to the ground with a bang. Impossible. The frequency we activated has interfered with the energy transmission of your toy transformation. Amanda's expression was panic. It was not her fault. After all, she had made sufficient preparations. "I only know how to transform into a toy. That was just for you to see." Lizu said, "There are many people like you. You must always be prepared." Chapter 366. Evil Dog Theory. If Batman is still awake, he will nod with satisfaction when he sees Lizu at this moment. Finally, there is a successor. Although Lizu has never exposed his ability to the public in this world, he has used this ability to deal with most of the zombies in the second dream. Compared with the toyization, which consumes a lot of energy and is difficult to replenish, perhaps this ability is a little more handy. It is difficult to tell from Amanda Waller's face that she has a bad complexion. This is absolutely not racial discrimination, but her original skin color is as black as a coal ball, but the white of her eyes is particularly obvious. At this moment, Lizu suddenly found the feeling of being a powerful person at that time, but he dared to guarantee in his heart that he had never subjectively opposed superheroes or certain groups. Interests are always the prerequisite for driving his body to act, and of course, life is also. Lizu took a step forward. Perhaps Amanda Waller and her group had never thought that a guy whose toy-like ability was perverted enough could have even more perverted and unsolvable abilities. So when Lizu took such a small step forward, they all stepped back 2 or 3 steps. This is really worth lamenting. As expected of a special forces soldier, they were so orderly, even when they were retreating. The bullets were useless, and the number of people was useless. Amanda Waller was now in a very embarrassing situation. And looking at the expression of the toy man, he didn't seem very angry. Maybe the situation would not be so bad this time. Amanda opened her mouth, as if she wanted to speak. but Lizu slowly raised his right hand, blocking her throat with what she wanted to say next. She sobbed, but it was difficult to speak. No one is not afraid of death. Of course, dying for one's own beliefs is a very glorious thing, but what if one's struggle before death is not even a headache for the other party? Amanda Waller absolutely does not want to die like this. But as Lizu gently pulled back with his right hand, the guns in the hands of the special forces were taken away, as if they were hit by a strong magnet, floating in the sky, and finally lined up in a row, suspended above Lizu's head. The sound of bullets being loaded made the special forces with empty hands swallow their saliva. They retreated spontaneously, but no one dared to be the first to try to escape, because no one dared to guarantee that if they escaped, the bullet would not hit them. This is called the first bird to be shot. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky, and a black figure with a long cloud tail, and after a nearly 90-degree right angle turn, it fell towards Lizu. The opponent's control was very good, hovering in front of Lizu, about 30 centimeters from the ground. The powerful airwave swept across, knocking the special forces to the ground. Lizu did not move under the protection of telekinesis, including the corner of his clothes. Stop. The person who came was Superboy Connor. He looked at Lizu and said, "Lex asked you to let her go." Lobbying? Lizu looked at Superboy. He seemed to have grown taller after not seeing him for a while. Physical growth also means increased strength, but Superboy is destined to be a clone of Superman. He will not be as invincible and powerful as Superman. I don't like her either. Superboy curled his lips, but your ability is toyization, right? Even if you control these guns, it's no threat to me. His underlying meaning is that he was at the bottom of the fight before, but this time he can't use the toy ability to turn himself into a Superman like Lizu, so he is no longer a threat. Connor continued, Lex said he can guarantee that this woman will not bother you again in the future. Lizu said, she has to answer my questions. Connor moved sideways to make room and shouted to the bucket lady in the distance, he wants to ask you questions. I think you should agree to it. Anyway, you won't lose a piece of meat. Even if you lose a piece of meat, he didn't say the rest of the words. With Amanda Waller's figure, it probably wouldn't be a problem if she lost a few pieces of meat. I won't answer your questions about confidentiality. Amanda Waller is still sticking to her bottom line. I don't know if she has a conscience or knows that if her mouth becomes a funnel, then death will be the best ending. Lizu said, I lost the toy. The clown girl in the mall was taken away by my people. Amanda did not hide it. As long as they can prevent Lizu from becoming a toy, and now they dare to kill directly, it is not difficult to guess. We can return it to you immediately. Her words sounded like a great concession. But she completely forgot that she had robbed and stolen the toys. She was so wronged when she returned the toys to their original owners. She was indeed a woman who could achieve this position. Lizu shook his head. I lost toys before that. He didn't believe that this group of people could suddenly research kryptonite to restrain themselves, but this also indirectly proved Lizu's previous speculation that the loss of the toys was indeed related to Lex Luthor. Lizu looked at Superboy Connor again. If there was anyone who could defeat the tyrant and take him away without touching the ground, and who also belonged to Lex Luthor's camp, it must be him. Connor was confused. What? It seems not him, Lizu thought to himself. Superboy is not a good actor. Although he has the genes of Lex Luthor and Superman, he is still a child who has just been born. Thinking of this, Lizu inexplicably wanted to laugh. After all, it is the crystallization of two people. Our people did take your toys. We tracked a group of information in the parking lot of Gotham. It's just that someone got there first. We got your little monster-like plastic toys, and after analyzing the frequency, we found the way you transferred energy to activate them. Now the way to suppress your ability is also in this way. Amanda answered quickly, seemingly without thinking, without hiding anything. It can be understood that this information is not important and does not need to be concealed, but Lizu always feels that she seems to have prepared a script in her mind when she speaks, so she speaks unexpectedly fluently. What she meant was that the tyrant was not taken away by them, they just took the gal toy by chance. This statement is similar to Lizu's inner thoughts. The original analysis was indeed two groups of people, taking the tyrant and the toys away respectively. Who is that person? We don't know. Seeing Lee Zhu lowered his head and thought without saying anything, Amanda breathed a sigh of relief. She would never regret her actions, but she would regret today's decision. Because of insufficient preparation, she almost died here. The next time we arrest the toy man, we must consider more. Amanda silently made a new plan in her heart. Lee Zhu nodded, and a gun suspended above his head suddenly opened fire. 222 flames. Several bullets hit Amanda's head accurately. Her head was blown into pieces, blood splattered high, and the body then fell uncontrollably. Hundreds of pounds of fat fell to the ground and bounced back twice. The sudden shooting scared everyone present, including Superboy. Didn't you promise to let her go as long as she answers the questions? Superboy flew in front of Lee Zhu angrily. He clenched his fist and didn't swing it, just to wait for Lee Zhu to give a reason and then punch him. Whether this punch would blow up the opponent's head, the angry Superboy didn't care so much. As for why Superboy was so angry, it was because the first task he received was not to stop the toy man, but to assist Amanda Waller in killing the toy man. It was only because of the subsequent mistakes that the current situation occurred. The fundamental reason for this is that Superboy does not intend to kill the toy man. He believes that the toy man who has taken action for justice many times is not a bad guy in nature. If Lee Zhu knew this idea, he would definitely pat Superboy on the shoulder and say thank you. The title of good man is really getting farther and farther away from him. As Amanda Waller's head exploded, the special forces around were like frightened birds. They wanted to run, but they didn't dare to move. They just stood there with their necks stiff, looking at Lee Zhu. Facing Superboy's questioning, Lee Zhu asked back, didn't she come here to kill me? Superboy was still furious, but she failed. So, if she failed, I will let her go? Lee Zhu raised his eyebrows and asked back, what if she succeeded? But she didn't succeed. It's really a superhero theory. Lee Zhu clenched his palms tightly, and the guns above his head were glued together one by one, squeezed, deformed, and finally turned into a solid iron lump and smashed behind him. The ground was hit with a bang, and the micro vibration was reflected to the soles of his feet. Compared to threatening the enemy with guns, it is safer to have no guns. I really don't understand the thoughts of you people. Since she wants to kill me, I can kill her too. And let her go and let her find another chance to kill me. Lee Zhu didn't say this, but he had already written it on his face. Superboy's fist was still clenched tightly, but he couldn't swing his fist after hearing these theories. This was contrary to the great and glorious theory of Superman that he had always admired. The vicious dog theory of you bite me, I bite you was logically difficult to implement. You are stronger than her, so you should be more tolerant. God is tolerant, but I'm not. Have you forgotten? I'm a villain. Lee Zhu looked at Superboy. He was really not sure that he could take the opponent's fist. His telekinesis was just a back and forth fight with the tyrant. Lee Zhu hated others persuading him to be magnanimous. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why he couldn't play with superheroes. He did have the spirit of self-sacrifice, but it depended on what he could get in the end. If it was just someone else beating me, I could forgive him, so forget it. He still prefers to be a villain. At least he can take revenge. Ha. Connor didn't swing his fist in the end. He rushed into the sky with anger and disappeared from sight after pulling out a strong sonic boom. Lee Zhu looked at the special forces in front of him. The special forces touched by his eyes shrank, but they recalled their duties and looked back with their necks stiff. Lee Zhu grinned. He didn't take his anger out on these ordinary people. These people were obviously just thugs. They didn't know as much as Lee Zhu knew. But compared with the high-spirited, when they besieged Lee Zhu, the special forces now were like whales, with their heads down and their momentum weak. At dusk, under the street lights that had not yet been lit, the man wearing a red hood stood on the road that Lee Zhu had to pass. I suddenly feel that we have something in common. Really? What is it? Lee Zhu asked curiously. At the same time, he also added in his heart, revenge for every grievance. Revenge for every grievance, said the Red Hood. Lee Zhu smiled, as if he had met a soulmate, but he also knew that the two sides were enemies rather than friends. But in many cases, their methods of doing things were the same. Killing was not impossible. The Red Hood added, I found something, as an exchange for the equipment you provided. In the Sheldon campus, not far from the Robert Kane Memorial Bridge, there was a building more than 20 stories high. The brick and cement floor was grey at first glance. The unnamed building was off work, and only the lights were on at the gate. The security guard was rubbing his sleepy eyes and still dozing off. Lizu did not disturb the security guard, because whether the other party knew what he was going to do next or not, he would definitely lose his job, and if he stopped him at this time, he might lose his life. "I'm really kind." Lizu walked towards the building, saying something he didn't believe at all. His hand gently pressed the locked door, and the bulletproof glass door instantly turned into a wooden wall. With a light tap of Lizu's index finger, the 3mm thick building block wall collapsed instantly. "Bulletproof glass is unreliable. He still has to give a bad review here. After all, his toy store has changed the glass many times. The hall is dim, and there should be no one." But when Lizu released a liquor, he found an abnormality underground under the thermal scanning, and people gathered there. The elevator descended, and a password door blocked the way ahead. Just like the way of breaking into the door before, the password door or bulletproof glass door may be able to block artillery fire and sneak in secretly, but it will never stop the toy man. The scientific researchers wearing white coats who were conducting research and experiments suddenly heard a bang. Then the colorful building blocks that fell all over the sky clattered and hit them in the face. "This is it. Quick, start the response program," a middle-aged bald researcher shouted loudly, regardless of the glasses on his face that were knocked crooked by the building blocks. Lizu tilted his head. "Program?" A familiar wave came, and then Lizu personally felt that he had lost control of his power, and the building blocks on the ground faded from plastic material and returned to their original appearance. So it's such a gift. He already understood the exchange that Red Hood mentioned, but he didn't expect that someone would actually build a laboratory base in Gotham to study and deal with him. And with the death of Amanda Waller, he thought that this group of people might be a little restrained, but what he saw at this time was these people working overtime. "I thought you could at least be quiet for a week." Lizu looked at this huge laboratory, and his fingers moved lightly, and the cables twisted uncontrollably, like a living python. The twisting python knocked away several researchers, and became more and more crazy. Snap! A cable broke free from its shackles, and at the break, the copper wire emitted arcs visible to the naked eye, and the light once exceeded the light. "It seems that Amanda Waller's death did not ring a bell for you." He turned slowly, and as the cables were disconnected one by one, there was no power supply, and the instrument that restrained Lizu's ability stopped. He squatted down, drawing the energy in his body, and as he pressed his palms on the ground, he quickly poured the energy into it. A building with more than 20 floors turned into a plastic toy with the naked eye, including the researchers inside. Everything was shrinking rapidly, and finally only a huge deep pit was left. In the pit, Lizu put the toy into his pocket, tapped the ground lightly with his toes, and floated up. The security guard who was still yawning rushed out immediately after hearing the noise. "Where's the building?" He rubbed his eyes to make sure that there was nothing wrong with him. The building with more than 20 floors disappeared, and only a big pit was left in its place. Chapter 367 Crisis. When the street lights illuminated the highway, a black car turned from the end of the road and drove slowly. The person sitting in the car was the toy man Lizu who had just been attacked. His expression looked relaxed, but from the movement of his hands on the steering wheel, and whether his brows were furrowed, he did not relax. The flaw of toyization was finally revealed. Although I once thought that this ability was extraordinary and would become stronger with the passage of time, the actual situation is that this ability is just an ability like gunfighting, halo ability, acrobatics, etc. Lizu was still worried. Toyization represented more than 80% of Lizu's combat power. When someone found a way to deal with this ability, he could no longer sit in his toy store and strategize as before. "I believe that those who know that I have this weakness will not mind adding insult to injury," he thought to himself. And this kind of people are definitely more active than superheroes. After all, what could be more exciting than being able to become famous by stepping on the head of the King of Gotham? As long as there is a careless leak of information, Lizu can guarantee that he will be besieged. Now the number of people has a great impact on him, as does the weapon. Moreover, the person who took the tyrant away from the beginning was not Darkseid, nor was it Lex Luthor. He should still be watching in secret. This is what Lizu is really worried about. The venomous snake hiding in the dark is the most vigilant. On the contrary, the cheetah chasing behind makes people have the illusion that, as long as they run forward, they should be able to survive. The car drove to the door of the toy store, and the lights were on at the door. The toy store was still open for business, and the half-open glass door was as usual, welcoming every customer who might pass by. The 121 building block car displayed in the glass window at the door did attract a lot of people's attention, but everyone who tried to get close would be scared away by the terrifying toys on the 2 rows of shelves at the door. The door of the toy store was like an invisible curved wall, perfectly blocking people out. Lizu glanced at the entrance of the toy store, but he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he kept driving at a steady speed, as if he was just passing by this shortcut to go to Millerport. He really drove all the way to Millerport before stopping the car. Someone has entered the store. I hope they have already left. When passing by his own door just now, Lizu clearly noticed that something was wrong. First of all, the glass door he often complained about was replaced. Others may not see the difference with the same transparent glass door, but Lizu, who often had his door smashed, knew the characteristics of the bulletproof glass door. There are fibers mixed in the glass. When the street light passes through the glass door, the reflection on the glass is not flat, but distorted, like a funhouse mirror. Someone replaced the door without his knowledge, and he never turned on the light at the door. This is not stingy to save electricity, but simply because there is a street light at the door, and the light at the door is a bit far away, and he is too lazy to turn it on. On weekdays, if the lights are not turned on, it will only make the 2 rows of shelves at the door dark and gloomy, which is nothing. After noticing that something was wrong on the surface, Lizu subconsciously controlled himself not to use his ability. Perhaps the vibration of the frequency of the ability would attract the attention and trouble of the other party. The King of Gotham is now hiding so carefully. If he tells others, his position will definitely be lost, and even cause laughter, but this is Lizu's caution. The car circled again and finally stopped at a familiar place, the warehouse where Penguin once stored toys. Boom boom, the door of the warehouse opened, and the dust began to fly uncontrollably because of the wind blowing in, choking people's respiratory tract. Lizu coughed twice to relieve the foreign body sensation in his swollen throat. He opened the prop box and searched for a long time, and finally took out the props for the Ninja Turtles to go home, the space-time gate. Go, or stay. Without absolute power, Lizu acted cautiously again, and staying in this world to waste time is not his characteristic. But Lizu was still a little unwilling to give up the world that was about to be explored. He finally let go of the time-space gate, not because staying behind would benefit more, but because he suddenly remembered something. I still have coins. Coins, the possibility of getting good things, can be regarded as rewards for exploring the world. Of course, these rewards are dispensable in Lizu's eyes. Toy store. The situation is similar to what Lizu guessed. A small team has already controlled this place. The leading soldier is wearing strange armor, similar to exoskeleton armor, with only the head exposed. As the soldiers move, the exoskeleton armor flexibly follows the body. The fakes didn't come back. The bald team leader was reporting the situation. No, the others disappeared too. Right. Continue to wait, or retreat. As long as he remembered that this place was that person's territory, the team leader's calves couldn't help shaking. He believed that few people who knew the identity of that person dared to stand here without shaking, even if it was a fake. There were toys with terrifying shapes all around. If these toys woke up, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. In the toy store, the sound of heavier breathing can be heard. What are you afraid of? The bold captain looked at his subordinates who were in a bad state and scolded. Don't forget, with the things in our hands, his toyization is useless. Yes, a muffled response came from every corner of the toy store. But after another 2 hours, the toyman still didn't come back. It was their duty to obey orders, but in this place with a strange atmosphere, they also began to doubt themselves. Especially, with that person as their opponent. In the warehouse, Lizu placed several things in front of him, and they came from different time and space. I didn't think there would be any special benefits, just like the bottle of soda water that exists in every world. I have a connection with the diary. He flipped through the diary in his hand, while constantly shaping the characters, giving the toys personality, knowledge, abilities, and life. Lizu's brain was also passively influenced. He was no longer the illiterate who couldn't read words. Butler's diary. I really have a connection with the diary. Combined with the diary and the second dream world, he can already buy a large bookcase, and the bookcase only has diaries on it, and it won't look empty. Butler's diary recorded an extremely bloody story. Lizu closed the diary before feeling nauseous. He had no interest in stories about the other world. Chapter 368 Toy Gotham. Under the street light, two girls walked side by side. The toy store was not far ahead, and the lights at the door could be seen. Harley jumped and asked Shirley beside her, "Are you happy?" It was hard to tell that she was more than a decade older than Shirley. She was always lively like a teenage girl. Shirley suddenly stopped and said, "Someone is here." "Business?" Holly was surprised. She knew that this store had no business at all. It was not only because the toys sold in the store were ugly and weird, but also because Lizu never thought about improving the business. From Lizu's method, it can be seen that he never advertises. It's like sitting by the river fishing. He doesn't use bait or put the hook into the water. The fish that want to die can't come to the door by themselves. No. Shirley's wrists turned slightly, and her hands were transformed. The fingertips of each finger grew long blades like daggers, and fine blood vessels wrapped around the claws, as if this was a natural weapon. Shirley's actions indirectly confirmed the situation in the toy store at the moment. "Oh." Harley's eyes lit up. She pulled off the necklace around her neck, and threw it gently. Looking at the bat toy in her hand, Harley's eyes were full of doubts. She spread her palm, and said to Shirley, "It seems to be unusable. The toy is ineffective, which is definitely not good news. The opponent is coming for Lizu, and it is doubtful how much strength Lizu has left without the toy." Harley tilted her head and twisted her neck. Crack, crack, the sound of bones twisting. Then I saw Harley's head began to mutate under the street light, and her body was also stretched a lot, especially her mouth slowly protruded forward, and finally turned into a protruding dog mouth, and saliva dripped out as she opened her mouth. Hyena Holly. Sharp teeth and agility are still her killer. The two of them can no longer be called human beings. Everything seems to be the same, but as they walked into the quiet toy store, the two of them suddenly shrank, turned into plastic toys, and fell to the ground. "The thing is useful." The voice sounded a little scared, just pure fear, but never use it in front of that person. After a period of not so obvious commotion in the toy store, it fell into silence again. At 12 o'clock in the morning. Yes, got it. The lights in the toy store were turned off. Lizu heard the whisper again. After he escaped from the world where the evil gods lived, this was the clearest whisper he heard. "Arkham. Arkham." The voice was like the whisper of an ancient with white hair, missing teeth but deep eyes, and the words were unclear. But there was an ability that was hard to ignore. "Arkham. Find me. Arkham. Find me." He shook his head, but suddenly an illusion appeared in front of him, which was the scene of his death. His head was a little swollen and painful, and the scorching air was like a red-hot iron, pressing on Lizu's left and right temples. He wanted to relieve the pain, but had no way to start. He could only endure the swelling pain in his head, and had to listen to the whisper. There is also a momentary record in the Book of Dagon, which is a warning circulated among the cult priests. Never be confused by the whispers in your ears. Curiosity will drag you into the abyss. It is hard to imagine that an organization that believes in evil gods would write such truths. When the pain faded like a tide, the whispers in your ears and the illusions in front of you also disappeared completely, leaving Lizu with only a crazy beating heart and difficult emotions. The pursuit is coming. This is Lizu's most intuitive feeling. The pursuers who once existed only in his speculation and the new gods who met inexplicably in the world of Resident Evil finally met him in this world. The distance between the two sides is not even more than 5 streets. When Lizu sensed the other party, he dared not guarantee that the other party did not sense his existence. But the other party has not chased him yet, which means that he still has time to catch his breath. This does not rule out the mentality of the other party wanting to play around. Lizu closed his eyes and could hear the sound of blood flowing rapidly in his veins with the beating of his heart. It was very clear. His body was a little cold, but he chose to stand up and stretch his body. The wind from the port was a little cold, and he tightened his clothes. Lizu surrendered his eyes to the power he could mobilize. After the toyization failed, he could not mobilize much power. The zombie army summoned by the second dream in a short time, or the war god Alice imprisoned in the dream hut. No matter which one, it would not be the power he wanted to use, because it was full of uncertainty, and even if they succeeded, it would bring greater losses to themselves. He had to be fully prepared. Red Hood quietly walked through the streets and alleys of Gotham City. He knew Amanda Waller, and when the other party formulated a plan to capture the Toyman, he got accurate information. This information is inseparable from silence. The weird man with a bandage on his head can always find information that Red Hood can't get, but when he encounters a Toyman with absolute power and no bottom line, as smart as silence, he still suffered a big loss. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies, tricks, or intelligence have no room for resistance. Although Red Hood disagrees with this sentence, he thinks it has a certain reference value, and the objects of application are generally those scums, including but not limited to Toyman, Hush and other supervillains. If necessary, Red Hood will also send a bullet to the other party. Something went wrong. Red Hood lowered his head and looked at the watch on his wrist. Was the intelligence information wrong? Or was it lost? In either case, it was not a good sign when he was about to replace Batman and protect the city in his own way. This place is very close to Toyman's store. What is he doing? He still had 2 follow-up tasks for small gangs to complete. Red Hood did not intend to let things go. Although in his scheduled plan tonight, he sneaked into Wayne Enterprises, stole relevant information about Huntress and Batgirl, and assessed or killed these 2 women if necessary. He did not want there to be any more bats or heirs of bats in this city, so as to avoid the emergence of a second or third laughing bat. Of course, he did not want the Joker to appear again. Red Hood temporarily changed direction and rushed towards Toyman's toy store. The street lights would go out in some alleys after midnight. He went around and finally arrived at his destination. Crouching on the spire of the clock, hugging the lightning rod, Red Hood could hardly move forward. Within a dozen kilometers ahead, all the houses and buildings had turned into plastic toys. Chapter 369 The Messenger. 10 kilometers, involving half of the city, turned everything here into plastic toys. A gust of wind blew gently, and the red building block fire hydrant on the roadside shook slightly. The wind was a little stronger, and the fire hydrant building block finally fell to the ground, but what fell out was not water, but blue building blocks 1:1 toy cars, all like doll pillows, all like solid toys, sprayed with various bright colors that can be called childish, parked on the street. The traffic lights were still on, but they were playing cute songs. The cars in front of the red light obeyed the traffic rules and stopped quietly, and several doll toys whose original appearance could not be seen just took a step. They might be preparing to cross the road. Toyman, this is the first choice of culprit that Red Hood thought of. Located in Gotham City, he controls the terrible ability to give toys life, or turn life into toys. But not long ago, he just told the Toyman what he knew. There is also a research base in the city with him as the imaginary enemy. Now the Toyman should be solving that matter. And the Toyman has no reason at all to turn a city into a toy. Red Hood thought of the things on the shelves in the toy store. Could it be that the Toyman just wanted to improve his collection? But there was another doubt in Red Hood's mind. Can he really do this? This is also what Red Hood wondered. If the Toyman could really do this, and easily turn everything within a range of more than 10 kilometers, whether living or non-living, into toys, he shouldn't be so passive when facing Amanda Waller. Yes, it is passive. Although after Amanda Waller used herself to restrain his ability to turn into a toy, the Toyman easily showed his comparable telekinesis, strangely snatched all the opponent's guns, and blew up the woman's head. But in the eyes of Red Hood, this is a passive display of Lizu. Any type of toy may have it, and it is almost impossible to crack it. This is the fundamental reason why the Toyman is so scary. If it is just telekinesis, I believe that, even if Amanda Waller fails in this operation, her goal has been achieved. He observed quietly for a while, and finally pulled the rope, and landed on the ground. He did not act on his own, but threw a dart, which easily pierced through the toy wall. Judging from the material, it should be injection molded, and the injection mold line can be clearly seen. There was no change, which meant that there was no danger in the toy area. Looking at the stone statue of the gargoyle squatting on the wall of the gothic building, it turned into a cute puppet toy with bared teeth, and the Red Hood shuddered subconsciously. He finally chose to be cautious. Before everything was ready, he could not take the initiative to rush into danger. The door of the Penguin warehouse near Millerport was wide open. Lizu, sitting in the car, was like a madman talking to himself in front of the toy in his hand. Arkham, are you talking about Arkham Asylum? He was still struggling with the whisper in his ear, even though the voice calling softly had long since quieted down. Or, that Arkham? Although as a former member of Arkham Asylum, he would instinctively think of Arkham Asylum when he mentioned Arkham. But if we mention Lizu's numerous time travel experiences, there is not only one Arkham Asylum. He escaped from the small town of Oakmont, which has an infinite time loop, and went to the town where Arkham Asylum is located. It was also from there that he received the mission and was able to go to Innsmouth and come into contact with the real god, that is, Dagon. When he left, it was also Arkham Asylum. The soft whisper in his ear was the source of Lizu's confusion. But that was all. As someone who had dealt with evil gods, Lizu knew more clearly that these beings were far more terrifying than the angry Kryptonians, and even more dangerous than Darkseid. The angry Superman. Darkseid, they can only take your life. To put it simply, just like a bullet that can easily blow up your head, it is equivalent to a pistol that can take your life. As for the evil gods, they prefer to lead people into the abyss through dreams, whispers in the ears, and even the pollution of spirit and knowledge. This situation is not only irreversible, but also makes people completely lose themselves. Don't listen, don't look is a simple but wise saying. From discovering that he was being chased to being prepared to be chased, it was not an easy psychological construction for Lizu. What's more terrifying is that this thing has finally come. Lizu rummaged through his prop box, but couldn't find any powerful toys. The internet is the easiest way to obtain information, just like the huge toy city that appeared in Gotham City. If the army had not surrounded this toy city, countless people would have rushed in without fear of death. A car stopped in front of the warehouse. You didn't sleep well last night. There were 3 ladies in the car, Helena Wayne in the driving seat, Barbara Gordon in the co-pilot seat, and a young girl with black hair in the back seat. She looked really young and a little shy. But when she looked at Lizu, her eyes were full of curiosity. When Lizu sensed her gaze and turned to look at her, she quickly turned her head away. A shy girl, but being able to be with the 2 of them shows that she is not an ordinary person. I never worry about my sleep problem. Lizu was very confident when talking about this issue. Helena looked at Lizu and said, "Do you know what's going on with that huge toy area? You may suspect that it was done by me." Lizu smiled, as if he could laugh, no matter how serious the situation was. Helena Wayne did not refute Lizu's words, but just said, "Get in the car." After getting in the car, Lizu sat in the back seat, shoulder to shoulder with the shy little girl. The distance between the 2 was very close, and she looked very restrained. "I have to remind you as the Batgirl who has the deepest connection with the Toyman." Barbara Gordon turned her head and said, "She is not used to men. Not used to men." Lizu chewed on this sentence in his mouth. When he looked at the girl, his eyes clearly had guesses, but now he was not playing the identity guessing game with the beautiful girl superheroes. There were more important things waiting for him to do. Helena glanced at Lizu through the rearview mirror and said, "You should know who did all that. I think I can guess a little bit. I didn't just hide in the corner and shiver this night." Lizu thought to himself. "How much? Your way of chatting reminds me of an acquaintance." The car suddenly became quiet, except for the girl, who was still a little reserved. The other 2 knew who the acquaintance Lizu was talking about was Batman. This refers to Batman before he went crazy. Just now there was one point. Lizu turned his head and looked out the window. The toy city was not far away. Under the sunlight, the colorful plastic houses reflected dazzling light, which was also related to the Barbie-style crystal decoration. Now, it is estimated to be 8 points. The car fell into silence until Helena spoke again. She said, "Can you send someone to investigate that area? His ability is above mine." Lizu thought to himself, "Master is already the highest level of ability I have mastered now. What can be higher? I believe that even the original Toyman can never be stronger than me. Could it be that it is a Toyman that already exists in this world?" He has thought about this possibility. Maybe because of his appearance, there will be a Toyman in this world, although the possibility of this result is infinitely close to zero. The two female heroes kept silent about their whereabouts in recent times, but Lizu could guess that their target must be the girl sitting next to him. If the guess is correct, she can blow my head with one punch now. Lizu quietly moved a little further away from the girl. Even if they start to turn a blind eye to the Toyman's daily actions, it doesn't mean that there will be anything to talk about. I have a plan. Before the atmosphere turned cold again, Lizu said, "Of course, it's up to you whether you want to participate. Say it first. I can feel that this thing is coming for me this time." Lizu rarely took the initiative to take responsibility. Now half of the city has become plastic toys. I'm afraid that, even if he says it has nothing to do with him, no one will believe it. So, I have to show up. Lizu took out one of his own toys from his pocket and threw it to Barbara Gordon, the co-pilot. "Throw it to the toys territory. Are you sure this thing can fool them? Why should it fool them?" Lizu was a little confused. Barbara paused, and she suddenly found a problem. Even if the Toyman has been restrained among these bastards and belongs to the chaotic neutral camp, it doesn't mean that his brain is fine. I just want to do a few experiments before I die. Before that, I will definitely not go to Arkham Asylum, Lizu added in his heart. "Get out of the car." The front brake of the car squeaked. Helena showed with her actions that she agreed with Lizu's plan, but it was very harsh. The car braked suddenly, and Lizu's body inertia moved forward, but when his head was about to hit the backrest of the driver's seat, his body stopped strangely and twistedly. Perfect application of telekinesis. By the way, his telekinesis has reached the level of proficiency, 80%, which is trained by constantly using it in dreams, but Lizu guessed that this is directly related to his increasing mental strength, and training only accounts for a small part of the factor. Watching Helena drive away, Lizu stood on the side of the road and began to think about the question again. Should I run away? Not long after Helena, Wayne and the other two drove away, the car stopped. With half of Gotham City turned into toys and no one daring to come forward to solve the problem, there were almost no living people on the entire Gotham Avenue. The various major events that had happened in the past year had trained the citizens to have a keen sense of disaster. They knew that it would be safer this way. As long as they waited for the superheroes to solve the problem, they could go shopping and drink coffee again. The three of them changed their clothes quickly. To be precise, only Helena and Barbara changed their clothes. The girl was still wearing black clothes. "Do you really agree with his plan?" Batgirl glanced at the toys in her hand and then asked the Huntress. The Huntress pointed to the toy area not far away. "We are only responsible for throwing him in there." Approaching the toy area, a strong smell of plastic hit the face, which was very much like plastic products that had just been out of the oven. Just a fire would probably burn this area to ashes. Batgirl asked, "How effective is their anti-Toyman device?" Huntress dropped a small instrument and smashed it on a plastic toy brick not far away. The thumb-sized instrument instantly turned the area below it, and even the 6 plastic toy bricks around it, back into real bricks. It worked. It worked, but it was not pleasing. This meant that, if they wanted to change the entire city back, they would need a super large instrument. However, due to the precision and manufacturing of the instrument, this was destined to not be something that could be done in the near future. Even if they could really correct and change all of this back, I'm afraid the person who caused it would move to another place. Solving a problem always requires considering the source. This is the consensus of all superheroes. "Throw him over first," Huntress said. She was not ready to take the next step for the time being, as it was too risky. The toy puppet was thrown onto the plastic floor tile with an inaudible collision sound. Then, the toy that had stopped just struggled, grew a little bit bigger, and finally turned into a living person. Lizu, he looked no different from the real thing. This was not the first time they had seen toys come to life, but every time they saw this scene, they would be amazed. Because it was all too magical. Lizu twisted his shoulders, as if the long-term toy appearance had put some pressure on his spine. Not far away, he could hear some bones cracking. What a big deal. Lizu walked on the road, observing the toy buildings on both sides. It is not difficult to turn things into toys, but this scale can be called a big deal. Suddenly, a red light flew in the sky, turning in the air, as flexible as a long snake, and finally hit Lizu's body. The red light just touched Lizu lightly, and Lizu exploded. The duck down feathers were flying all over the sky, but the puppet had disappeared without a trace. I'm worthy of being here. I'm careful enough. The next scene made the faces of the Huntress and the Batgirl under the mask stiffen. A figure flew over from the opposite side. Lizu. He just glanced at the three girls and said, "The toy game has just begun. Please take your place. I think he should be ready." After that, Lizu turned and left, leaving only the three people who were obviously in a bad state. Batgirl said, "It really has something to do with him." The Huntress nodded heavily. Not only is it related, on the way here, Lizu said that he was 80% prepared and knew who caused all this. Now it seems that he has long known that the culprit of all this is himself. This sentence is very ambiguous, but it is the fact. As people who have seen multiple Batmans, they will not be crazy about this, but this also means that their opponent is a stronger Lizu. From the fact that Lizu in their own world acts restrainedly and evasively, we can see the gap between the two sides. He said he has a plan. I guess his plan should not be as simple as asking us to come and give him a toy. Thank you Suval for the 100 starting coins reward. Chapter 370 moving forward. 1. I didn't lie to you. Lizu suddenly appeared behind the female hunters, as if he had been following them for a long time. His appearance obviously exceeded the expectations of the three ladies. Their bodies stiffened visibly. The black-haired girl reacted the most, and her eyes were full of curiosity when she looked at Lizu. The Lizu she had just seen, and the Lizu in front of her were obviously two different people, like twins standing in front of her. Like I said, Lizu said, I have guessed 80%, and the remaining 20% is, I didn't expect that person to be me. That person is you. This message should account for 80%. Batgirl suppressed her complaints in her heart. Indeed, after seeing that the person flying over was actually himself, Lizu's first thought was, are you kidding? He could almost guarantee that he was a mistake caused by the distortion of time and space in the Flashpoint world, and there should be no other self. But the guy who appeared in Gotham at this time, and in front of him was indeed himself. If there were no superheroes here, in order to maintain his face as a Gotham villain, he would definitely jump on the spot to vent his dissatisfaction. Or maybe he would hold his belly and laugh to vent his fear. These were actions he rarely did. In the past, he would choose to do uncontrollable actions because of mental torture, but now he slowly changed into another state, which can be simply called depressed. In the secret meeting room, there were several people on the computer, waiting for the meeting to begin. The curtains of the meeting room were drawn, and the light shone on Lex Luthor's bald head. His expression did not change significantly, but from his slightly dark circles under his eyes, he should not have slept very well last night. In the distance, Connor Kent, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, glanced at the bald head reflecting light, and turned his head away silently. Kent was the surname he gave himself. After he knew the name of the Superman who had lived in the world, he immediately decided to use Kent as his surname. Poor Mr. Lex, as a mother, could not ask the other party to take his surname. Lex took a deep breath. This action was rare in him, even when facing the former Superman. He is more difficult to deal with than us. Toys, telekinesis, maybe he has more abilities. He could foresee Amanda Waller's failure, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. Luthor said she was too anxious. Maybe catching one or two toys made her forget her fear. In the video conference, the old man with meticulously combed white hair said, she applied for a special operations team from me. Suicide Squad. Lex Luthor frowned. Seeing the other party nod, Luthor frowned more tightly, which made his narrow eyes sharper. The idea of the Suicide Squad was not hidden from him, and according to the current social situation, many members of the Suicide Squad are related to toys, such as Joker Girl and Poison Ivy. it can be considered that this is Amanda Waller's urgent desire to control a team of extraordinary powers, so she made a desperate decision. Luthor stopped thinking and said, "The situation is not optimistic for us. It is not a hidden news that Amanda Waller is a member of the country, and the risk they have to bear by angering the toys is infinitely increased. I believe you have also received the news. Something happened in Gotham last night. Half of the city was toyed. We have reason to believe that this is a demonstration by the toy people. Demonstration. If you can find a way to control my toyization, then I will fortunately turn this city into a toy and see who can play with whom." Combining the two things, it is easy to come to the conclusion that this is a demonstration. What do you think, Mr. Luthor? Negotiation. Luthor solemnly uttered the word. When we have no power to face him, negotiation is our only choice. The people in the computer whispered to each other, and soon they reached a unified opinion and nodded in agreement with Lex Luthor's decision. When the video conference ended, Connor stood up, his little face full of dissatisfaction. "You only know how to plot and scheme." He knew that the reason for all this was because of this group of guys who had no power, but always wanted to make trouble. They would guard against everyone and each other. Human nature is ugly. Luthor ignored Connor's little expression. "You have to go to Gotham again." A small team was formed at the edge of the city of Toy Gotham. This includes the fully armed female hunter, the Batgirl wearing an exoskeleton, the black-haired girl with bare hands, the Toy Man in black, and the Hawk Girl with strange wings. After the laughing bat, the Hawk Girl almost never appeared again. The appearance of the Hawk Girl with the hammer greatly boosted the momentum. How to act? Lizu said, "Rush in, find me, and then kill me." It's a simple method, but it's probably not easy to implement. This incident once again involved Lizu and several superheroes together. Do I have the label of superhero's good partner? Lizu couldn't help but reflect on himself again. Although he has never regarded being a bad guy as his job, he even thinks he belongs to the neutral camp many times. Lizu said, "We still have to wait for someone." Puff. There was a slight tearing sound in the air, and the guy with the S logo on his chest rushed down from the sky and smashed in front of Lizu and others. The wind blew the capes of the superheroes like flags, and also lifted the corner of Lizu's clothes, revealing the black vest he was wearing inside, and the white handkerchief pinned on the vest. "You are Hawk Gerald." The dust had not yet dispersed, and the excited voice had already come from the smoke and dust. Superboy Connor decisively threw his mission behind his head. He looked at Hawk Gerald with the hammer excitedly. "Can I see your hammer?" Unlike Huntress and Batgirl, Hawk Gerald is a real old-fashioned superhero. His cheeks were a little red with excitement. Lizu suddenly had some malicious guesses. The Kryptonian's face can even withstand nuclear bombs, so how can it be red? No, the mind-controlled Hawk Gerald did not change her face. In the Flashpoint world, she is a loyal follower of Queen Diana and a hammer holder of feminism. Moreover, the feminism here means enslaving males and letting the Amazon culture rule the world. Don't expect her to show a friendly expression to any man. Superboy didn't seem to expect the other party to reject him. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and looked at Lizu. "By the way, Lex Luthor asked me to bring you a message." The fact that the two sides had different ideas seemed to have been thrown out of Connor's mind. "Oh," Connor said. He said that he hopes you can go to Lex Tower when you have time. Maybe we can have a good chat. Seeing Lizu nod, Connor breathed a sigh of relief and said, "By the way, he said he hopes you can control it, because this is related to tens of thousands of people after all." Control? Lizu keenly caught the word. He thinks that this sudden toy disaster is related to me. It's okay to think so, because it is indeed me who did it. Even if he doesn't say it, I will definitely solve it. Lizu thought in his heart. Lizu looked at Superboy Connor and looked him up and down. What else did he say? Nothing else. Connor shook his head. "Just let me come here. A free power." In the small acre of land on the earth today, Connor is definitely the representative of the top combat power at present, and this refers only to the present. "That's right. I think you can help." "What help?" Connor asked subconsciously. "Just lightly bald." Cough. Lex Luthor said, "Control it." Lizu thought to himself that it was a close call and almost said what was in his heart. After all, it is not a good thing to say bad things about his mother in front of a child. "Okay." Connor nodded and agreed without thinking. The female hunter asked, "Where is the person you are waiting for?" "I'm afraid he will be delayed for a while." "Let's not wait for him. Let's act first." This small team walked into the field of Toy Gotham. There is energy overflowing here constantly. The female hunter squatted on the ground. Within a 30 centimeter range of her body, all toys immediately turned into normal things like melting ice and snow, but as long as they left this range, they would immediately turn back into toys. That is to say, even if we can really build a huge instrument, all we can do is to constantly fight against the opponent's energy. Batgirl also guessed, she said, as long as there is a pause, everything will become a toy again. Each of them carries a corresponding device. When Amanda Waller showed up with this device, many organizations immediately obtained the same thing, including Wayne. A thing that can prevent oneself from becoming a toy and is placed on the toyman's shelf is not expensive. It's like kryptonite that has been sold for a sky-high price many times. At the same time, in the toy store, this store is still the same, with various toys on the glass shelves, but the recliners, marble floors, or bulletproof glass doors in the room are still the same. The toyman stood in front of the shelf. He walked past the gal toy shelf and observed the deep diver very seriously. It's amazing, and there is a trace of nostalgia. He picked up the gal toy and observed it for a long time, but did not take the next step, but put the toy back. This is liquor? Ha. He actually got this kind of thing. Lizu's eyes were already attracted by the biological weapons on the shelf. He looked at the distorted and hideous toys in surprise, holding them in his hands and observing them carefully. This is a good thing. The soldiers who were responsible for guarding the surroundings were stunned, but they tacitly did not speak. They just trembled instinctively when they saw Lizu holding such a horrible and ugly strange thing and calling it a treasure. It was like a conditioned reflex of fear. Tyrant. What a treasure trove. He searched in surprise. He actually went to Resident Evil. That shouldn't be the case. How could he be so weak? Then he laughed and said, even if he went to Marvel, what use can he have in front of me? Putting down the tyrant toy, he did not continue to explore here, but returned to the chair that once belonged to Lizu. There is an intruder. There is an intruder. The soldiers immediately became 120% alert. Don't worry, He closed his eyes and frowned slightly. It's really disappointing. Is this what he prepared? Heavy artillery. Yes, boss. The bold captain lowered his head and listened to the order quietly. Let them take action and give me a little surprise. Yes. Heavy artillery nodded and trotted away. I have always been reluctant to admit the title of Toyman, so don't be too obsessed with toys. He looked at the glass door, as if his eyes had seen through the glass, through more than a dozen buildings, and saw Lizu. On the other side, on a street more than a dozen floors away, everyone seemed to have entered a fairy tale kingdom and rushed forward. Connor asked, where will he be? Batgirl replied, toy store if the other party is a real toyman and thinking about the war not long ago, since the other party is waiting for the toyman to come to the door on his own initiative, it must be in a clear place. Be careful. Superboy suddenly dodged, and 2 bat darts flew past his cheek. Beep beep. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the bat dart exploded, and a small cloud of fire enveloped Superboy's head. With a thud, Superboy lost his balance and fell to the ground. He rolled on the ground in a mess. What was that just now? Batgirl's sharp nerves had already discovered something unusual. 2 more bat darts, and at that moment, Batgirl turned around and threw 2 darts to meet them. Was this just a simple test? Except for the sparks and clang sounds caused by the collision of the darts, there was no explosion. Clear skies are rare in Gotham, so when someone flew over their heads at this time, it was easy to attract everyone's attention. They looked up and found a huge bat gliding past in the sky. It was not a bat, but a figure wearing a bat suit and spreading its wings. Batman. He fell to the ground, exactly like the Batman in his memory. As the person who had fought with Batman the most, Lizu squinted his eyes to observe the other party at the first time, but the other party was also looking at him. Batman said in a hoarse voice, this road is closed to traffic. Just like his previous style and manner. Pa. 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 Connor struggled to climb out of the pit, spitting. Batman's head turned, his eyes left Lizu, looked at the people present, swept across Batgirl, and finally fell on Huntress. Huntress bit her lip. Her lower half of her face was not covered. This action also fully demonstrated her inner struggle at the moment. Batgirl took the initiative to step forward. Leave him to me. You continue to move forward. Thank you Fighter OU for the 2000 starting coins reward. Chapter 371. Advancement 2. Batgirl took the initiative to step forward and said, leave him to me, and you guys go on. Facing Batman, Batgirl chose to deal with the superhero she once admired the most alone. Her decisiveness can be heard in her tone. After all, she is the one who inherits the Dark Knight's cloak, and this choice is not easy to make. No, I stay. The Huntress looked at the figure in front of her. Most of the people present knew her relationship with Batman. Helena Wayne and Bruce Wayne were not a difficult relationship to guess. It takes a lot of courage to face her father, but after hesitation, she chose to face it. Superboy Connor was suspended above his head, his eyes glowing red. Give it to me. Give him to me. Bah. If he didn't look embarrassed and spit dirt occasionally, he would definitely be scary. The black-haired girl who had been silent all the time suddenly said, why not together? Yes, why not together? The three people were stunned when they heard this. Now it's not a one-on-one fighting match. They can just work together to kill the Batman in front of them. I don't recommend you do this. Batman, who had been standing there motionless since the two dart attacks, suddenly spoke. Everyone subconsciously looked at him. Even though they knew that the Batman in front of them should be a toy made by Lizu, it was hard to ignore that appearance. Batman's voice was very low and hoarse. He tried his best to disguise his terrifying voice that would give people goosebumps. This was already his habit. Your plan needs to meet two conditions. Batman lowered his waist and made a move to prepare for the attack. Batgirl also half crouched. Although Huntress was half a beat slower due to her mood, she still raised the crossbow in her hand. The red light in Superboy's eyes became more and more intense. He was already planning to burn through the opponent's head to avenge his eating dirt. Lizu, who was standing on the side, looked at the black-haired girl instead. The girl was like a flexible female leopard. She did a swift backflip and half crouched with her left hand on the ground. Her black hair drooped like a waterfall and her eyes were sharp. What a great strength. Lizu keenly noticed that the ground under the girl's feet was slightly concave. She burst out with extraordinary strength just by being on alert. The hoarse voice continued, first, you have the advantage in numbers. The advantage in numbers? It seems so at present. But as he said the second point, there was movement in the air, and not only that, there were also running footsteps on the ground. Someone was approaching quickly. Second, you have an overwhelming advantage in strength. Superboy was the first to be unable to bear it. Isn't it just a toy? Watch me burn your plastic head. He is a loyal fan of Superman, but definitely not Batman. The people in this world who like Superman must account for more than half, and the people who like Batman will be the small group who like Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, Aquaman, Flash, Cyborg, Hawkman and other superheroes. Who would like a guy who hides in the dark all day, with bats, caves, and horror legends. Even if Batman has appeared for many years, he is just an urban legend in Gotham City, not a symbol of hope like Superman. The thermal vision blasted towards Batman. Perhaps because the energy had been accumulated for too long, Superboy's action caused his head to recoil for a moment when the thermal vision was launched. The thumbthick thermal vision also proved its power. A blue figure seemed to move instantly, crossing the sky and appearing in front of Superboy. The big hand was like an indestructible wall, easily blocking Superboy's thermal vision. Not only that, the big hand opened, like grabbing a basketball, holding Superboy's face with the thermal vision, and holding his head in the hand. Boom. Superboy was thrown away, falling without any resistance, smashing into the ground, pressing an unknown depth of pit. The red cape was fluttering in the wind. The S on the chest and the eyes with red light have already revealed the other party's identity. Superman. This is also what Batman meant. Superman is not afraid of a group fight. No matter if it is many against one, or hundreds besieging one. Looking at the murderous Superman, a sentence suddenly flashed in Lizu's mind. Blackened is twice as strong. Whitened is 3 times weaker. There is no doubt that it was not so easy to beat Superman before, and now facing the Blackened Superman, the possibility of victory is even lower. With a loud shout, Superboy rushed towards Superman at a high speed, and the sudden attack knocked Superman crooked. Huntress was on guard against Batman, and said at the same time, "Go. Self-sacrifice for the sake of the overall situation." Lizu gave a thumbs up to this female superhero who broke the bottom line and was willing to kill. Superhero beliefs should be praised. Let Donna follow you. She can help. Donna. Lizu turned his head and looked at the black-haired girl, thinking in his heart, as expected. Superman and Batman, the best partners in the world. But the two partners are now dragged into a stalemate by the Junior. Relying on a surge of blood, Superboy, who does not allow anyone to create Superman and insult his idol, waved his fists with red eyes, and for a while, he actually beat Superman a little flustered. Seeing Superboy's fist waving wildly, colliding with the air and catching fire, his fist almost turned into a phantom. I'm afraid that Flash would also doubt whether he also possessed the Speed Force. Batman did not chase Lizu, who left, but quietly looked at the Huntress in front of him. "Barbara, they need you." Huntress shot an arrow and said to her partner at the same time. Batgirl did not refuse this arrangement, because once she found the green light and lightning flashing in the distance, the battlefield ahead was also full of danger. After letting Batgirl leave, the silent Batman rushed forward suddenly. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. Two arrows flew, but Batman easily dodged them when he turned his body. Huntress retreated and wanted to fire the crossbow again, but Batman had already rushed in front of her and raised his hand to punch down. The high bulging muscles made people dare not underestimate the power of this punch. Huntress rolled on the ground and avoided the powerful punch. Then, at the moment when Batman's body sank and the force was exhausted, she used force from her back and waist at the same time, and her body bounced up like a grasshopper, and her legs flexibly wrapped around Batman's arm. She was like a soft snake, with her arms and legs clamping Batman's forearm and upper arm respectively. She used force from her waist and back muscles, and pulled her body violently, twisting Batman's arm. There was a crackling sound, and you could even hear the bones struggling. This flexible attack was obviously very effective, and you could even hear Batman's cry of pain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Moving Forward, 3. Boom. Batman took a lunge with his right leg forward, controlling the tendency of his body to fall forward due to the entanglement of the Huntress. At the same time, taking advantage of his strong body, he swung his shoulder blades on his back, and with the strength of his waist and abdomen, he swung the Huntress with one arm and smashed her to the ground. If the Huntress had been hit hard, she would have been either dead or injured. But at the moment, when she was about to touch the ground, the Huntress's body escaped from the strangulation state, and escaped very quickly, like a sensitive cat. Batman shook his arm to relieve the pain. If he had been deadlocked for another 2 or 3 seconds, his arm might have been twisted off. The two sides did not start fighting again immediately. They both needed to take a breath to recover their strength. Looking at the alert Huntress on the opposite side, Batman said in a deep voice, "You have grown a lot since you left." "Since you left?" The Huntress's eyes trembled, and her pupils shrank violently. On the other side, the team continued to move forward. Batgirl looked at the group of superheroes in front of her, and tilted her head to look at Lizu. "Can't you turn them into plastic toys?" "I would like to, but it's not realistic. In this area, where toy energy is constantly flowing, Lizu's toy ability is as weak as that of an adult and a baby, and cannot be compared. There are not many people blocking him. There is a Green Lantern flying in the sky, a Flash on the ground, and a fully armed Amazon warrior, Wonder Woman. Lizu once awakened the Justice League, although it only gave the toys the personality and memory compiled by himself, without any effect. If there is an entire Justice League to fill his inventory, it will definitely be a pleasant surprise. Queen. It was Hawkgirl who spoke, and it can be heard that she was very surprised. Princess Diana. It was the black-haired girl Donna who spoke. Her black eyes sparkled. It's broken. Lizu thought to himself. In front of him, these two people are likely to surrender to the enemy. Before facing himself, he had to deal with his toys first. Lizu had no idea of using toys at all. The energy gap was too big. When he woke up the toys, the biggest possibility was that he would infuse energy into them again and turn them into toys again. This was relatively good. The bigger possibility was that the toys would directly become enemies and turn around to attack him. Looking at the toy city under his feet, Lizu didn't believe that the other party would have the problem of insufficient energy. Why is my energy always stretched? Even with the energy conversion equation, he was still a poor household. Seeing that he was so rich, he couldn't help but envy and jealous. Green Lantern is for you, Flash is for me, and Wonder Woman is for Hawkgirl. Batgirl quickly gave the order and rushed out. She wisely chose Donna out, but she completely ignored Hawkgirl, who was Wonder Woman's brainless fan. Hawkgirl rushed out first. She rushed towards Wonder Woman with a hammer. Lizu was relieved, at least she didn't cause trouble for herself. What are you doing? Donna rushed towards Hawkgirl. There is always someone who is going to do something bad. But Lizu didn't have time to care about them. At the moment, when Batgirl took action, he followed and rushed towards the Flash together with Batgirl. Electric arc flashed. How fast is the Flash? In fact, even if Lizu's brain had caught up with the speed of the Flash, his body could not catch up with him. Moreover, that was the Flash of this world, who had long been old and did not have the speed of the past. Although it was also so fast that people could not react, the Flash in front of him was faster, so fast that the brain could not react. Lizu could only see a flash of lightning rushing towards him. Very soon, this is the evaluation. Facing the speeding Flash, Lizu chose to turn a blind eye. The lightning did not hit Lizu immediately. After all, Batgirl was still rushing in front. The lightning hit Batgirl without a moment's pause, and the lightning seemed to be frozen for a moment. About 100 meters behind Lizu and Batgirl, the ground made a booming sound, and a red figure huddled in the lightning appeared and rolled. There was a lot of noise. As it rolled farther and farther, the figure huddled in the ball became clear. It was the Flash who collided with Batgirl head-on. He rolled on the ground. The speed force wrapped around his body allowed him to roll at high speed. This posture allowed the Flash to roll out 3 blocks out of the Toy City area and into a building. Lizu and Batgirl still maintained the posture of rushing forward. Bang! The electric current exploded with the sound of sound waves. The plastic buildings along the way were burned and melted by the high temperature of the electricity. They were blown away by the strong wind and sound waves. Toys floated in the sky, and the ground was clean. There were footprints and handprints of melted plastic on the ground. The Flash appeared in front of Lizu and Batgirl again, but he was not running. Instead, he used his hands and feet. The speed force is not limited to running with legs, but can also crawl very fast. The Flash who rushed back did not attack rashly again. Da-da-da. Lizu subconsciously stopped running, and Batgirl followed and stopped side by side. The person who attacked the Flash just now was indeed Batgirl. To be more precise, the Flash did it himself and hurt himself. She had many props for speedsters, such as the invisible blades on the exoskeleton armor, which made the Flash, without knowing it, actively send his legs up. Although he reacted very quickly and changed his body posture at the critical moment to avoid being torn into pieces, he still lost balance due to his short legs and rolled out at high speed. The Flash, who used his hands and feet, looked at the two with hatred. Speedsters rely on their legs more often. He can ensure that his legs can run at nearly the speed of light, but he cannot be sure how much faster he can run than the speed of sound when using his hands and feet. Lizu ignored the Flash and asked Batgirl, "He is slow. Do you have any way?" He really didn't expect that Batgirl would be equipped with this weapon. It felt like a reverse armor made for speedsters. "Since I can't avoid it and can't hit you, I will wait until you touch me to hurt you. This is very Batman." Batgirl said in a deep voice. "You should deal with the other one." Her eyes never left the Flash. As an ordinary person, facing the speedster alone and relying on the reverse armor, it is a great honor to win. "Another one?" Lizu chuckled. "Which one are you talking about?" Batgirl turned around in confusion, only to find that the Green Lantern in the sky was still floating, but without the green light. His true face was revealed, a pilot in a leather jacket. Beside her, Lizu opened his hand, and a green light flew over and landed in his palm. The light gradually dimmed and turned into a Green Lantern ring. Chapter 373, Advancement 4. How is it possible? The Green Lantern in the air stared. It was hard for him to believe that his Green Lantern ring was stolen so silently while he was still using the power of the ring. The sudden disappearance of power made the Green Lantern lose the power to float in the air. He stretched out his hand to call the ring that was quietly in Lizu's palm. The Green Lantern ring did respond to his inner cry, but it only burst out 2 green lights. Then it remained quietly in Lizu's palm with a weak green light and never moved again. Gravity dragged the Green Lantern inner jacket to the ground. The height of 3 or 4 floors is not high for a superhero, not to mention that the floor is made of plastic. But now the Green Lantern is an ordinary person. After a thump, the Green Lantern collapsed on the ground with twisted legs. Ah. Lizu said indifferently amid the Green Lantern's screams. Telekinesis is very useful when stealing things. The Batgirl standing next to Lizu changed her face slightly. This is the King of Gotham, who solved the chaos in the multiverse caused by the Laughing Bat. Although he has been hiding in the corner of Gotham, it does not mean that he is powerless to make the world tremble. Moreover, he is stronger. Batgirl thought to herself. Being able to steal the Green Lantern's ring silently and so easily, Batgirl subconsciously re-examined the plan she and Huntress made together in her heart, whether it would really work when facing the Toyman. The Flash in front of him was staring at him. He was like a scorpion, and his speed force was overflowing uncontrollably. Lizu took the initiative to say, "It's very wrong." Batgirl subconsciously asked, "What? Is there any way to catch him?" Lizu did not explain, but asked Batgirl. "Yeah." Batgirl nodded gently. "You come and catch him." Catching the Flash a few seconds ago, this must be a fantasy, but if it is placed in now, the Flash who mainly acts with his hands, it won't be too difficult, Lizu thought to himself. Even if it is not too difficult, the speed of the Flash's action is definitely not something that ordinary people can catch. His consciousness was already running, wrapping around the Flash at the fastest speed. The Flash roared, and his hands quickly crawled on the ground. Ah! The lightning came to his face, but the anti-armor had no effect. At that moment, Batgirl was blown away by the Speed Force gun, and Lizu, who was fast, could not react. At this time, Lizu's telekinesis had just wrapped around the Flash. Without the lightning wrapping on his body, and forced to stop moving forward, the Flash looked like a moth that folded its wings and automatically fell into a spider web trap. Lizu clenched his 5 fingers, using consciousness to stimulate telekinesis faster, but with the action, his concentration could be greatly improved. Pinch it to pieces. But it was useless. The Flash, who ran again, broke free from Lizu's telekinesis in an instant, as if he had never appeared. There was no loophole in the tight telekinesis cage, and Lizu could not know how the other party escaped. The Flash, who was crawling on the ground like a red scorpion, disappeared in front of Lizu again. When he appeared again, he sent a Speed Force gun to Lizu, just like the Speed Force gun that knocked Batgirl away. Thunder was so fast that people could not react, not to mention the lightning condensed by the Speed Force. What was even more terrifying was that Lizu's consciousness could not even react to the lightning hitting him. He could see the light, which was already a manifestation of quick reaction. A small yellow Speed Force gun flew past Lizu and hit the thick poison hook. The Speed Force collided, and the exploding Speed Force set off an invisible space fluctuation. Lizu, who was closest to him, was knocked away at the first time, but at the first moment, when he was about to fall backwards and hit the ground, he felt a pair of small hands behind him supporting his back. When Lizu's consciousness reacted, Batgirl leaned against the plastic toy wall and fell unconscious beside him. "Hey, what happened, store manager?" The Flash boy in uniform took off his hood. His eyes glanced at Lizu's chest and then stared at Lizu's face. "Is there anything I can do for you?" When he said this, Kid Flash's expression was very serious. Lizu followed Kid Flash's gaze and looked down at his chest. The explosion of the Speed Force caused the flesh and blood on his chest to fly away, revealing his ribs wrapped in flesh and blood. He could even see the organs beating under the protection of the ribs. Boom, boom, boom. Very strong and powerful. For an ordinary person, this would be a fatal injury, but for Lee Zhu, it was just an injury that would take time to recover. The boy in front of him had grown up. This was Lee Zhu's first feeling. Perhaps the toy disaster that affected half of the city and various things made him grow from a boy who just ran fast to a real boy. When did I become a life mentor who pays attention to the growth of children? Lee Zhu laughed at himself helplessly. Kid Flash's speed compared to Flash was like the battle between Superboy and Superman. There was an essential difference in speed and strength. Just like a Boy Scout fighting a Special Forces soldier, Kid Flash could hardly help at all. Any help? Maybe you can help. Lee Zhu looked up at Kid Flash. Kid Flash used his expectant eyes to show his resolute attitude at the moment. Run away? What? I can help. I'm very fast. Upon hearing Lee Zhu's order, Kid Flash's first thought was to refuse. He didn't think he was a burden, and seeing the amiable store manager, seeing the bad general who taught him being seriously injured, and even other people being involved in this big crisis, he had to run away, which made him extremely resistant. Go to Metropolis, find Lex Luthor, and tell him to release that lunatic if necessary. Chapter 374, Moving Forward, 5. I'll go right away. He didn't ask who the madman was. A flash of lightning flashed before his eyes, and the figure of Kid Flash disappeared. Only the fine arcs of electricity twisted on the ground. You want to let him out? Batgirl had woken up. Lee Zhu glanced at Batgirl. Her exoskeleton armor had been shattered, and most of her body was charred and burned. In contrast, Lee Zhu's chest injury had almost healed. One is enough to mess things up. I don't plan to let two out. Lee Zhu stood up and glanced at Batgirl. Can you still move? Batgirl replied calmly, my arm can. Take it. Lee Zhu took out a gun and threw it to Batgirl. The moment it left Lee Zhu's hand, the gun became a toy, but when it fell into Batgirl's hands, the toy became a real thing again. She said, I don't need this. The Batman family doesn't like to kill people, and that's not right. Now, except for Batgirl, whether it is Huntress or Red Hood, they don't mind killing people. Just treat them as toys, just treat. Batgirl's pupils shrank slightly, and she instantly thought of something, connecting the past and the present. The angry Superman, the calm but aggressive Batman, etc. They are completely different from the superheroes in Batgirl's memory. After all, the person in front of her is the Toy Master, and the toy man they are facing can even turn half of Gotham into a toy city. She preconceived that these opponents are toys. But if the target is not a toy, but is it possible? How can a superhero be controlled and captured, even devoted to being used by the toy man, for another toy man? She corrected herself in her heart. Before she had time to ask more questions, Lee Zhu had already walked forward. Superboy's roar pierced through the sky, but the huge fist hit him in the face with a dazzling nosebleed. Superboy's head tilted back, and his body turned into a spiral flying backwards, smashing into the huge building complex behind him. With this punch, he flew directly out of the toy territory. The heat vision then pierced through the sky, chasing Superboy, pressing him to the ground, and his body kept sinking into the ground, and then down. The hot blood and anger surging in the arteries may occasionally give the upper hand in the battle, but in most cases, strength is the only thing. On the ground, Huntress and Batman have fought several times in a row. In addition to being slightly inferior in strength, her fighting skills are not at all superior to Batman. He is the real Batman. Huntress subconsciously had such a thought in her mind. The person in front of her was not a toy, he was Batman. She was also shocked by her own thoughts. After rolling backwards to avoid two bat darts again, Huntress returned the crossbow arrows as a return gift. In this area, the fight between the two of them may seem the most bland, with only fists and hidden weapons. But because they are both human, whether it is a hidden weapon or a fist attacking a key part of the body, it is enough to cause death on the spot. Whoosh, the bad dart flew again. Such a tireless fighting method did not deviate from Batman's fighting habits. Fancy things are definitely not what Batman likes. Huntress raised her hand and threw an object, hitting Batman. Giloo giloo. Before the batarang was about to pierce her body, she rolled on the ground to dodge, and when she half knelt on the ground to catch her breath and looked at Batman, Her eyes under the mask showed as expected. She stared at Batman and said, "You are not a toy." The object just thrown was the anti-toy instrument studied by Amanda Waller's department. In simple terms, it is a device that can block the energy wave frequency of the Toyman, making the additional state of toy disappear. If the Toyman turns a water gun into a sniper rifle, the sniper rifle will turn back into a water gun after the wave frequency is disturbed. The disturbed Batman can still move, which explains the reason. Batman's next sentence surprised Huntress even more, and she even trembled. "I know you left, Helena. No, leave. You are, father, not the laughing bat of this earth, nor the Batman of any other universe, but the Batman that belongs to Helena Wayne. Get out of the way." The black-haired girl Donna rushed towards Hawkgirl. She stepped on the ground with her right leg. Her slender calf had no obvious muscles. But the moment she stamped her foot, the jelly-like soft rubber ground made a rumbling sound and began to sink with her right foot as the bottom. With one step, her body rose from the ground. It was unknown whether it was the trampoline that bounced her up or she flew up. Hawkgirl, who was flying in the air, was pounced on. Her balance was broken and she was hit by a huge force. The two of them hugged each other and fell from the sky, easily smashing a big hole in the plastic road. They rolled for more than 10 meters and stopped. "She is a princess." Donna pressed Hawkgirl and raised her fist. Hawkgirl's knee hit Donna's back, but the opponent's body was very strong. Even if she withstood the knee blow that was enough to knock a car off the side, she still did not shake. Hawkgirl swung the hammer in her hand at Donna's head and knocked her away. "She's not." Hawkgirl flapped her wings and flew up again, looking at Wonder Woman in the distance. "Sorry, Your Majesty. I will fulfill your belief for you, but I won't allow you to become that man's toy and be played with by him." The strange and mysterious energy gathered on the hammer and collided with Wonder Woman, who came with a sword. The energy explosion easily tore through the surrounding plastic buildings, destroyed the building block fire hydrants, and easily overturned the stuffed cotton car. The shock wave easily swept across the block, spreading and flattening everything. "No, I can feel it." Donna still didn't intend to give up. She rushed towards Hawkgirl again. Although she was knocked away by Hawkgirl's hammer again, she also won an opportunity for Wonder Woman. The sword slashed Hawkgirl's wings and easily took away 2/3 of the wings. The feathers on the wings fell off instantly. Tick, tick. The rotten meat, the wriggling blood vessels and meridians climbed on the skeleton, and the bones regenerated rapidly first. On the bones, the flesh climbed and repaired, weaving rough and creepy fine scales. In just a blink of an eye, Hawkgirl's severed wings were repaired. Only a crack, as long as an index finger, was left on the inside of the wing. The wings spread out, one side was a feather wing, and the other side was a hideous and weird flesh wing. The crack suddenly opened, revealing a yellow eyeball. The eyeball moved quickly, and the scalloped vertical pupil finally locked onto Wonder Woman. Ah! Hawkgirl, who had almost regained her sanity, went crazy at this moment, screaming and rushing towards Wonder Woman. Chapter 375 Pollution. Very soon, Hawkgirl went crazy, and her body was stimulated by something, which made her speed far beyond the expectations of the black-haired girl Donna. Even though she frantically moved her legs to chase Hawkgirl, she could only see Hawkgirl smashing Wonder Woman with a hammer, knocking her away. The hammer, which was brewing strange energy, instantly exploded the air, tore through the sound, and made a loud puff sound, and the airwave pressed down in a circle. Boom. Hawkgirl landed on all fours, and instead of chasing Wonder Woman, she turned around and stared at Donna with her sharp eagle eyes. At that moment, Donna's heart twitched. She seemed to see the dark fog rolling behind Hawkgirl, and in the dark fog, a pair of eyes filled with the breath of the ancient stared at her. Ah! Screaming, Hawkgirl, flapping her strange flesh wings with eyeballs and feather wings, had already pounced on her like a terrifying and screaming resentful spirit. Donna woke up with a scream. Zeus! She quickly retreated, but Hawkgirl was several times faster than before, so Donna could only watch the hammer fall on her. Her chest ribs were smashed by the hammer, and her body flew backwards uncontrollably. Cough cough. Donna fell to the ground and coughed. Blood flew out and splashed on the surrounding ground. Ah! Lisa couldn't help but frown. The wound on his chest had almost healed. He could see the granulation tissue moving very actively, repairing itself like knitting a sweater. This process was not slow. He looks very familiar, like a crazy clown. No, more like those people in Oakmont, Lee Su thought to himself. He could still remember the believers who knelt down to praise God by the sea, the abnormal people in the mental hospital, and the crazy researchers under the sea. With a judgment in mind, Lee Su looked at the Flash in front of him, imagining what method he should use to deal with this speedster who had fallen into madness. However, as a patron of the Speed Force, even if the Flash crawled on the ground with his hands, his movement speed would not be much slower than the speed of Lee Su's brain. In just a blink of an eye, he had rushed to Lee Su, using the same old trick of poison hook sting. The Speed Force gun pounced on Lee Su's face. Lee Su quickly discarded the anti-toy instrument on his body and raised his left arm. Half of his arm turned into a Kryptonian arm, and his palm happened to meet the poison hook. The two collided. He blocked the Speed Force gun with 5 fingers, and with the force of his fingers, he easily crushed the Speed Force gun. Not good. Lee Su suddenly had an intuition in his heart. Sure enough, his raised left arm quickly expanded and turned into a puppet toy. And this transformation did not stop, crawling towards his shoulders, and the next step might be his neck. Lee Su rushed forward quickly, grabbed the anti-toy instrument on the ground, and the transformation of his body quickly stopped, and slowly faded the changes of his arm at an unsatisfactory speed. "Thank you, Ms. Amanda Waller," Lee Su whispered. But the trouble of the Flash was not over yet. He pulled away again. The Speed Force lightning on his body was like an octopus waving its tentacles. Each thunder tentacle waved recklessly, whipping the surrounding walls and upstairs, whipping the already crooked plastic city, melting it, and turning it into a pool of waste plastic. After missing the first strike, he pulled away and tried again. The crazy behavior of the Flash made Lee Su unable to control his tightly furrowed brows. There is no doubt that Hawk Girl has fallen into madness again. The last time Hawk Girl fell into madness was because she was stained with filthy blood and she was tricked by Lee Su, and there was almost no possibility of recovery. Thinking of the Flash in front of him, Lee Su was almost certain about the reason why Hawk Girl was infected. There is something that can be contagious. That is, the madness from the evil god. Lee Su had also felt this kind of madness, and the situation did not improve until he escaped from multiple worlds. Hawk Girl would be infected, so it is not difficult to guess the source of the infection. It must be these superheroes who took the initiative to fight. After guessing Hawk Girl's situation in his mind, Lee Su lowered his body and rushed towards Hawk Girl quickly. The forearm part of his left arm was still puppet-like. Following the crazy instinct, Hawk Girl naturally waved her wings and flew up. But the next moment, Hawk Girl's body stiffened and quickly turned into a toy and fell to the ground. Lee Su opened his right hand, and Hawk Girl's anti-toy instrument drew an arc and fell into his palm, but Hawk Girl flew away with his hand. Hawk Girl now remains a toy, and her contribution is greater. Lee Su did not feel relieved after defeating the Flash and controlling Hawk Girl by coincidence. He sighed. Using the superheroes of the Justice League as disposable chess pieces is really worthy of being me, a big deal. He treated a toy made of Superman's bones as a treasure and was reluctant to use it. If he controlled the Flash, he could do countless things, but he did not expect that the other self would treat them as disposable items. This made Lee Su wonder if the other self had something more troublesome in his hands. No, there must be something more troublesome, he corrected himself in his heart. Stepping over the body of the Flash, Lee Su continued to walk forward with a steady pace that was not slow. He could not leave without seeing himself. The corners of Lee Su's mouth slowly raised a smile, and this time, he did not suppress it. Fighting with madness, in most cases, will be contaminated by madness. Hawk Girl is very easy to be triggered by the madness in her heart because of the madness hidden in her heart, but this does not mean that others have no problem. In the distance, two Amazon warriors, two beautiful figures, were fighting. As fists collided with each other, Wonder Woman, whose body began to be injured, could not help but curl up her lips, which was very creepy. Another punch. Donna crossed her arms to block in front of her, but she could not resist Wonder Woman's strength. She dug her heels into the toy road and easily plowed to long gullies. She panted heavily. Princess Diana. Ha ha ha. Diana laughed and jumped towards Donna. The long sword in her hand burst into a dazzling and multi-purpose light, and the red fire illuminated the crazy smiling face. Donna was ready for battle. She began to understand that the Princess Diana in front of her was not the one for her. The Diana in front of her was more like a beast in beautiful skin, crazy and never stopping. The piercing laughter kept torturing Donna's ears. Bang! A nail hammer flew from the side and hit Diana's head. The solid hammer knocked Diana, who was unprepared, to the ground, and fell to the ground like a torn sack. Mr. Toyman Donna looked at her side. Lizu, whose clothes on his chest were burned, and his smooth chest was exposed, walked over very calmly. His left palm was like a puppet toy, and his right hand was raised. With a slight hook of his right index finger, the nail hammer that knocked Diana away flew over, and floated above his head. Among those present, Superman is the most terrifying in terms of fighting power after going crazy, and Batman is the least threatening after going crazy. Lizu's fingers shook lightly, and the nail hammer was like an invisible wing, circling around Lizu's fingers quickly in the air. Diana without the Amazon fighting skills is still very scary, but not as scary. He flicked his wrist, and made a gesture of knocking up and down, and the nail hammer flew out. Diana, who was about to get up, was hit on the head by another hammer, and the action of getting up was instantly interrupted. Bang, 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 bang. The hammer hit Diana's head again and again, causing her head to bleed and shatter. In the end, she was motionless like the Flash. Donna was speechless as she looked at the scene in front of her in astonishment. She didn't know whether to thank the Toyman for saving her life or to be angry that he actually killed Princess Diana. Maybe keeping an empty mind now can make her feel more at ease. Looking at the Toyman walking deeper into the Toy City step by step, Donna subconsciously wanted to speak, but looking at Diana in a pool of blood, she stopped in fear. This man is terrifying. Under the gentle and thin appearance, he is acting crazy. Donna, there was a slight shout in the distance. Donna turned her head suddenly, her black hair swinging. Barbara. She trotted over and supported the staggering Batgirl. Batgirl shook her head. I'm fine. Should we help him? Donna found that, after witnessing the Toyman smashing Diana to death with hammer after hammer, she couldn't even muster up the courage to call the other person's name. Batgirl paused for a few seconds, as if thinking, and finally shook her head. We can't help. Helena and the others also need help. Hesitantly nodded. Donna looked at the figure that had disappeared in the toy street in the distance, and thought to herself, is this the outside world? The Flash and Wonder Woman are both real genuine goods. Lizu walked forward with his stomach churning, but he recalled the battle just now. His fighting power should be about the same as the real thing. He still couldn't believe that himself would actually treat these superheroes as disposable items. They were not transformed from toys, but genuine goods. How did he make these righteous superheroes listen to him? Could it be contamination? If the other party was himself, it is very likely that he also controlled the corresponding abilities and used the whispers of the old ones to control the superheroes. While guessing, Lizu had already walked to his toy store. While the entire block had been turned into plastic toys, his toy store still maintained its original appearance, with the glass door open, maintaining a welcome tone. Lizu swung his left hand, and the toy-like feeling left on him by the other party had been completely dispelled. He used his spiritual power to wrap himself layer by layer. With his right hand, he held the instrument that could limit his toy-like transformation. He stepped into the store, and Lizu sat in his seat. On the glass counter in front of him were two toys, one Harley Quinn, and one Shirley Birkin. You are just so lazy and sloppy. The other party raised his head and looked at Lizu. When they saw the same face, their expressions were different. Lizu kept smiling, while Lizu, who was standing at the door, had a serious expression. There are so many superheroes in this world, and you only choose to open a toy store to sell toys. There are countless superheroes here. He stood up, feeling a little disappointed. Lizu asked back, so you control countless superheroes? His words also meant to guide the other party. It is also very important to know where these superheroes come from. Lizu did not answer the question. You still keep her, he pointed at the clown girl on the table. It seems that you are so lazy and unmotivated because of her company. Lizu did not speak, just looked at the other party. It seems that you have been waiting for a long time. Let's have a fight. Only one of us needs to be alive. He stood up and looked at Lizu and said, the loser will be put on the shelf. Lizu did not agree immediately. He looked at the situation in the toy store. In addition to Lizu, there was also a special forces team here, but there was no one else. You are from Arkham? Lizu's heart moved and asked immediately. Arkham? Haha, he smiled and said, you don't remember me, right? In Oakmont, I climbed up from that pile of corpses. He stared at Lizu. His face was full of anger. Turn yourself into a sacrifice, and then escape from that town, where time is trapped in a loop. His eyes were pregnant with terrifying red energy. Omega Ray. Lizu's face changed. He had seen it with his own eyes, and he could even use this terrifying ability that could wipe out life by turning into a toy. However, his ability came from the transformation of a toy, and it did not need to be shot out from the eyes. But the Lizu in front of him clearly had Omega Rays bursting out from his eyes. At that moment, the Omega Ray had already hit Lizu's chest. Hit, death. Thank you. Wait 1024 for the 100 starting coins reward. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.